Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Come on in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I did start a couple minutes late, and the reasons are quite obvious. It's because today we're being blessed by one of the goatiest goats of all time, Dr. George C. Frazier, and I've mentioned him to you all on many occasions as one of the great thinkers in the history of our country. Not one of the great black thinkers, one of the greatest thinkers, period. And he's just a guy that you all need to hear from because he embodies everything that we talk about every single morning in class. And I am honored to welcome Dr. Frazier. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing wonderful, 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 wonderful. Good to see you. Good to be with you. Every time I'm in your space, you inspire me. And I mean that. I mean, you really do. You're just a model of everything that I talk about. No question. So thank you for having me on. And it's just God sent. You're God sent. And I think we're here together at this moment in time where one plus one makes 11 and not two.
Right on. Well, I agree with you. I think I know a few weeks ago I went down to Tuskegee and our daughter is gonna go to school there.
Hmm.
And I was reminded of just the rich history of, some of the great individuals that were affiliated with Tuskegee, namely George Washington Carver and Booker T, working together, for those many years to build that great institution. And I thought about just people like yourself that are doing great work and the opportunities to partner with people like yourself, because it's sort of like, okay, we're carrying our baton because we got a job to do and our people are great, and I look forward to hearing you describe that in more detail. But it's almost like it's such a blessing to just be a part of this because I think that what we're going to do as a community in the next 50 to 100 years is just going to be absolutely earth-shattering. What are your thoughts on that?
How could I not agree? Of course, I agree with those thoughts. No question about that. We are all that, as you've heard me say a million times, we're all that in a bag of chips, except too many of us don't know how
Mm.
awesome and powerful and creative we are, that we are God's first people, that we were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems when white folks were living in the Caucasus Mountains practicing cannibalism. And so
Mm.
our potential I mean that's a fact. I'm not making that up. That's not mythology. That is anthropological and biological fact. So, it's just I think one of our roles, and you do it so well, and it's why I love you, is to help our people understand that, to give them the proper guidance, mentoring, coaching, and education insights, all that you do every week on how to get there. And I am really really grateful for you. In fact, if you wanted to put a meta um, theme on the Power Networking Conference, other than its official theme, the official theme is building intergenerational networks, uniting for shared future economic success. Um, I would say that the underlying motivation for us to continue to do that until we fall in our graves empty. Because no, I don't think you become 65 and retire. Right. Some of the best work you will do in your life is between 60 and 70, according to the New England Journal of Medicine. But I think one of the things that we have to deal with, let's say from a mental health or a medical standpoint, is the whole idea of stress.
Mm.
Stress. And there are many ways that we are stressed. Just living in this country, uh, being fundamentally considered less than, it is stress. And stress doesn't come from hard work. Stress primarily comes from not taking action over something you have some control over. Stress comes from ignoring that you shouldn't be ignoring. And so let me say
Mm.
that a different way. The magic that we're all looking for is the work that we are avoiding. And so we have to do the work. You do the work. I work 8 to 10 hours a day, do the work 7 days a week. We have to do the work. I am not stressed. I know I have a bunch of white hair, but that just comes with 80 years of age, all right? But I manage my stress because I will do the work. That's what we're put here for.
Yeah.
And all we have to do is sort of change our mind. And as the old trope goes, Doc, only a fool can't change his mind. So we can change our mind. And that's what I'm working on, getting us to change our mind to mitigate and manage the stress and to provide our culture, our people, with a bespoke experience, a custom experience when they come to the conference in Atlanta. And this is our second trip to Atlanta. Um, After the first three conferences in Cleveland, where it was created, Power Networking Conference, we've now retitled it the Power Networking Experience because people are looking for experiences today. Experiences, just basically conferencing. So it's now the Power Networking Experience and Expo. And PNEX is sort of the acronym for it. And it is going to be an event-driven experience focused on entrepreneurial and professional success through on-site information, effective networking, coaching, and master mentoring workshops that are industry specific. We're going to focus on the 12 largest industries. There'll be specialized workshop on each industry, so it's a bespoke experience, right? And our focus is to help our Black business owners and professionals to connect, grow, and prosper and achieve, as you said, and started out with the question, achieve intergenerational prosperity. In other words, to learn, to earn, and return. That we have a lot of us learning and we have a lot of us earning, but not enough of us returning, and therein lies our problem. Ain't nobody saving Black people but Black people. It's been 400 years and we ain't saved. Who in the hell are we waiting for? We're waiting for us, and we're all that and a bag of chips. That's a long answer
Yes.
to your your very specific question, but I'm overflowing this morning.
Yeah, well, the conference I've been there several times, and I remember the very first one I went to. I think I met you the same year I met Dr. Claude Anderson, so that was a great year for me.
Mm, mm.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? And I definitely want to talk about that for sure. And I want to ask you about this. I noticed, and I was super happy when I saw this. I saw you went viral because you gave a short monologue about the state of the Black family and that we gotta fix this. If we don't fix this, we're gonna be just dead in the water. And I'd love for you to address that because I saw it and I kept seeing it and seeing it. I said, this is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of stuff that should go viral, right? Instead of, some
Yeah.
rapper who's twerking at a party. I want to see stuff like this happen where the alarm bells are rang on what we need to do as a people in order to get ahead. And my wife was excited about it because she's
Oh
all
yes.
about
Oh
the
yes. She
family
talks
and
about it all
relationship.
the time.
Yeah, yeah. So can you address some of that and what you were saying in that really viral clip? Everybody should see it. I'll find it and bring it to class one day. Go ahead, please.
Um, yeah, it's a very sensitive topic. And I was not, and how that got out was really the result of a long conversation. I just want to give you some history that I had with Butch Graves, who was going to bring me on the Black Enterprise, do the Black Enterprise Conference. And I had a private conversation with him. And I said, and he wanted to do a fireside chat with me. And I said, one of the things I'd like to talk about, and it may be very sensitive, is the existential crisis of the Black family. And then what is the path for restoration? And you have to understand something about the word restoration. Restoration, if you're in housing restoration, if you restore homes or anything, one of the golden rules of restoration is you must begin with original parts, right? The
Mm,
original parts. And I was telling them my thinking at the time that we really, if you really study what's going on in Black America, is that our family is the concept of family in the culture is in a state of crisis. It is fundamentally really between the modern Black woman and the modern Black man, not the OGs, right? OGs like us, the folks that I hang out with, have been married a lot of years, right? In fact, I play golf with four couples every year at Hilton Head for 2 weeks. There's four couples. The average length of the marriage of those four couples is 51 years. So we tend to hang out with folks who are like us, but we're all OGs. We're all near 75 to 80 years old, and we're still playing golf. So what is this crisis? Marriage in our culture, if you do the research, I've been working on the research really now for about 2 years. Marriage in our culture was at its high in the 50s. It was around 88%. So it has gone from 1950 to now 2023 to 23%. 23%. This is not good. There are five major cultural groups in America. And if you look at the household median wealth or income, annual income of each of those cultural groups, we are at the bottom of the list. But there's a correlation between median household income or wealth and marriage rates. Now, so, brothers and sisters, kings and queens, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say these things and still be loved. For 350 years, white folk were number one in America for average median household income for 350 years. They are no longer number one. They're number three because they are also experiencing, in a sense, the same thing that we are experiencing. But we know that when white folks catch a cold, Black people catch pneumonia. Okay. So here are the five top cultural groups by household median income, annual household median income. Number one are East Indians.
Mm.
What is the average household median wealth or income, I should say? $124,000 a year. What is the marriage rate among East Indians? 94%. Number two are Chinese Asians at about $110,000 a year. What is the marriage rate in the Chinese culture? About 70%. Number three are white people. Average household income about $81,000. Marriage rate 57%. Number four are Latinos, right? Household median wealth or income is $61,000 and marriage rate is 70%. And number five at the bottom are Black folk. A household wealth or median income, $51,000 a year, marriage rate 23%. It's exacerbated by a couple of other devastating statistics. What is that? 80% of our children are raised in a single parent household, principally by a Black woman. God bless Black women. And 72% of our children are born out of wedlock. 71% of our sisters are not married. 29% of them will never get married. 61% of our brothers are not married, and 33% of them will never get married. So we have a crisis here that we have to fix. Why is that, Dr. Fraser? Because without couples, you have no families. Without families, you have no community. Without community, you have no tradition. Without tradition, you have no culture. That's point A. Point B, there is no culture in the history of humankind that has risen to maximize their full cultural potential without family at the center of that culture. This only exists for us in the United States of America. It does not exist anywhere else in the African diaspora. Now, there are some issues in Jamaica, right? But they're minor compared to what I just articulated for you. So we have some serious work to do because no one's going to fix that again but us. And I'm writing a book on this, by the way. It's called The New Flex, The Existential Crisis of the Black Family, The Path to Restoration. So I don't want to give away all my goodies. I'm hoping that it'll be out for the Power Networking experience in Atlanta, November the 5th through the 8th. But I'm very, very, very excited about it. I think, let me see if I have it. Oh, yeah, this is what it looks like right over here. This is the cover. I'll just put it up there for you to see it a little bit. It's the new Flex. I don't know if you can see it.
Nice. Yeah, I
Yeah,
see
the
that.
existential crisis of the Black family, a guide or a path to restoration. So we have a lot of work to do, and we must do it. No one can do this for us but us. And this is, I think, one of the underlying reasons we are so stressed out. We have got to get together to get ahead. We need a lot of us doing a little instead of a few of us doing a lot. And one of the fundamental things that a lot of us need to be doing is hooking up with the right life partner. In fact, that is the most important decision you will make in your life, right?
Mm,
Talk about the
mm.
power of the human connection, the power of effective networking. Well, the most important decision you will make is your life partner. Mess that up 2 or 3 times and see what your life looks like, right? So now, sometimes we get married too young. I mean, we men should not be getting married until at least 35,
Yeah.
right? We don't mature as fast as our sisters. So we make young decisions and, they don't work out because we don't really know who we are. We have not really fully formed yet. We have not fully matured yet. And there's a 20% chance, certainly, of a new uh, uh, potential wife or husband of it working out for you. So, what are the 20% chances? Well, it goes like this: when two people decide to get married, hopefully you are equally yoked. Now, what does that mean, Dr. Fraser? My strengths covers your weaknesses,
Mm.
and your strengths covers my weaknesses. Hopefully, we had enough intelligence, right? Maybe we didn't. In many cases, we haven't because the divorce rate in our culture is higher than the marriage rate. The divorce rate is 75%. The marriage rate is, let's in round numbers, 25%. So here's what can happen. Let's say you start equally yoked. You can outgrow your partner, or your partner can outgrow you. That's the first of the two things that could potentially happen. The second of the two things that could potentially happen is you grow in one direction
Mm.
and she grows in another direction. That's four.
Mm.
Or the fifth thing that can happen if you've done it right, you grow together like a twisted ficus tree. And that's what sustains a long-term relationship. All right. Now, this is easy to say, extraordinarily difficult to do. It requires a lot of flexibility, a lot of empathy, a lot of sympathy, and every emotion that you could possibly imagine as we grow together for a half a century or more. And it requires the flexibility and a high emotional intelligence to navigate that over a half a century or more. So
Yeah.
it really requires growing together. People ask me all the time, Dr. Fraser, what's the biggest mistake um, And what is the big secret of staying with a sister for 50 plus years, right? Well, how do you do that? What is the key? I said, well, it's a very simple answer for me. It's a one word answer, and the answer is amnesia. Amnesia. Why is that, Dr. Fraser? Well, in 52 years, Dr. Fraser is going to do some dumb shit. Yep, I am a man. I'm going to do some dumb shit. I'm not perfect. And so is Nora Jean Fraser. She's going to do some dumb shit. Now, when we do our dumb shit, we come together with a high emotional intelligence. We ain't screaming, yelling, and fighting and raising fists. We discuss our dumb shit. We reach middle ground. We then bless it and release it, never to bring it up again,
Mm.
unless you do that dumb shit again. Right? So, and again, this is very easy to say. You have to have two of the right kind of people who have the right kind of mindset and want to make something work. You want to make it work. So you see the potential where 1 plus 1 makes 11 and not 2. And you want to make it work. She's fit, she's feminine, she's caring, friendly, love, and so you have something to work with. And so this is again very easy to say, extraordinarily difficult to do. We're doing the worst job in America at it, with the lowest marriage rate in our culture, and we have to fix that because we're just not going to get where we're going. Um, each gender fighting its own battles, but most importantly, fighting each other. So that's a 30,000 foot view. There's a lot more to it. In other words, when I say there's a lot more to it, what is the path to restoration? How do we fix it? What things can we do um, to get better at it, to make it a more productive uh, unit, and to take our people where they belong?
Mm. Everybody who's listening, in case you're wondering why I am sitting here in silent reflection, it's because we have the great honor of bringing in the one and only Dr. George C. Frazier, who is world renowned for his wisdom and his commitment to our community. And his understanding of what it's going to take for us to be as great as we're supposed to be, and so if anybody wants to know more about this brother, we're going to give you a lot of information. I am going to attend his power networking experience in Atlanta later this year. We'll tell you all about that. And also, I want to let everybody know if you're watching, if you got invited in and you're watching from outside the Zoom and you want to come in, I'll pop that link in there so you guys can come into the private Zoom if you'd like to. Reminder: we meet every single morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 days a week. And this is financial consciousness training. So if you are not on the text list for this class, you can join by pulling out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, also I'll send you guys an invitation to join us later on today as we're going to do stock market class at noon. Dr. Fraser, we keep them going all day long in the Black Business
I
School. So
know.
so
That's why I
so
love you. I mean, my God, it's incredible. I see your stuff all the time. I get all of your notifications. My God, if I wasn't doing all that I'm trying to get done, I'd be spending half my days with you. No, no,
Well,
really.
I think this is a full-time job for everybody, right? And like even now, with the stock market kind of crashing because of what's going on in Washington, there's so much work to do, so many opportunities, and I was like, no, today at noon we're gonna talk about it. We got to work. So I'll send you guys a text about that later. But speaking on that, Dr. Frazier, so I was gonna try to define what you're known for, right? But the problem is that when you're talking to somebody that you respect so much, it's hard to, I can't put you in a box, man. Your career is so powerful and impactful. But if I was to try to define, if someone said, well, what in what area do you think George Fraser has had the greatest impact? I would say, and I'd like to get your thoughts on this. I would
Sure.
say that I still remember when you would go to the old Tavis Smiley State of Black America events, and you held up that diagram
Connect the
that showed
dots.
all the dots, what the dots look like separately, and what it looks like when they're connected.
Yeah.
And I said he understands the wealth and power that comes with connection, right? He understands why 300 years ago, Massa would get real nervous and real upset if he saw us connecting with each other and working together, helping each other, gathering in even small groups, right? Can you speak on that and tell me, was I kind of close when because I didn't want to limit you, but that was the thing that really stuck with me. It was like, okay, all we need is each other. We come together, we practice networking with each other in a specific way where we're mutually supportive. That heavily influenced my last book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power. Just that line of thinking, because you can create wealth out of thin air just by working together. Can you speak on that, please?
You summarized it beautifully. Um, Now, what I'm probably known best for, and had essentially launched my career, if you will, as an entrepreneur, is this particular book that I wrote 31 years ago, Success Runs in Our Race: The Complete Guide to Effective Networking in the Black Community. It is a modern day classic. It is required reading in 57 historically Black colleges. It is the book that started the networking conversation and ultimately started the networking movement in our culture. And you're right. People can go on YouTube, search for George Fraser, connect the dots, and they could see that exact video, a 7 minute little rant that I did at the Tavis Smiley State of Black America in Atlanta, Georgia, about 12 years ago. And I can tell you, I was extraordinarily nervous. Okay. Now, why? Um, I was a last minute selection for that august panel that included Minister Farrakhan. Now, I happened to be seated next to Minister Farrakhan,
Woo.
right? And all of the heavyweights were there. Jesse was there, of course. Michael Eric Dyson was there. All of them. Julia Hare, Dr. Julia Hare, the late great. I mean, it was 9 of us on that stage. But
Mhm.
I was there by accident. I happened to be in Atlanta that night, speaking, and I was staying at the Ritz-Carlton, and I was going back to my room after my talk, and I ran into Tavis Smiley. I said, he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I was speaking." He said, "Oh man." I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "I'm having the State of Black America, and all of the participants, we're having a little reception. Why don't you come on in? You know everybody." And I did. And we greeted and we hugged, and Tavis came over to me and said, "Can I speak to you privately?" And I said, "Sure." And so we went over in the corner. He said Mark Morial was to be on the stage with us tomorrow, but he couldn't make it. Can you fill in for Mark Morial? And I looked at him. I said, "Tavis, seriously? No, I can't fill in for Mark Morial. That's Mark Morial." He said, "No, no, no. You just do you. You don't, you don't have to." I said, "Okay, well, I could do me, but to fill in for Mark, no." So that's how I ended up on that stage. I was a fill-in, and what was so interesting was when they introduced everybody to the stage. Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, Minister Farrakhan, people standing and applauding. And then I was the last one. They introduced Dr. George Fraser, and I think I had a cousin in the audience of the 7,000 people. I think I heard my cousin clap. Okay, so people were sort of scratching their head. Who's Dr. George Fraser? Okay, so anyway, um, Tavis had set it up so that each of the speakers on the stage had a 5-minute opening statement. And Minister Farrakhan was first. Now, if you've been around Minister Farrakhan, he could hardly say his name in 5 minutes. And he, I mean, and he was just awesome. And he's so loved and so transparent and so real, right? And he gave a talk that was probably 15 minutes to us, two standing ovations.
Wow.
So now I'm sitting there next to him, sweating bullets. Okay. He was awesome. Who was next? Me. I had to follow Minister Farrakhan. Who in the hell wants to follow Minister Farrakhan? No, not at all. So I'm sitting there knowing, oh my God, I essentially didn't really know what to do. So I went into automatic mode. And of course, wherever I go, I used to carry around my little connect the dots chart, and I had it with me. So I launched into that 6.5 minute talk. Uh, it's easy to break a finger. It's hard to break a fist. The strength is in the not in the wolf. The strength is in the pack, and all the elements that I included in that very very uh, short rant. It was 7 minutes for me. It was half of what, and the place exploded. Right, it exploded, and it was almost equal to Minister Farrakhan. To my relief, I was under a lot of stress. So a fast forward 2 weeks, Tavis calls me. He said, "I don't hope you don't mind, but we took that piece that you did, we separated it from the town hall meeting, and we put it out on social media, and already there's 1 million watches, views on it, right? And that one little talk, and it was the only piece they excerpted from that entire town hall meeting, right?
Wow.
That is still up there and has had over 60 million views over the years. And I
Wow.
became either famous or infamous for it. And but it dealt essentially with really the power of the human connection, and that's really what I'm noted for. In fact, I'm going to show you something. Um, when I brought that book out, and I'm sorry for this long, I can't find it. I usually have it. When I What did I do with it? Let me see. I'm sorry. I know it's supposed to be. Where is it? Let me see. George can't. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Or at least I thought. Oh, yeah, here it is. When that book came out 31 years ago, I asked Earl Graves Sr. if he would do a review of the book,
Mm.
right? Or do a blurb for the book. And I had my publishers at the time, HarperCollins, send him a manuscript of the book. He read the manuscript. He said, "This is unfreaking believable. No one has ever written anything like this." He says, "It's so unbelievable. If you don't mind, not only will I give you a blurb, but I'm going to recommend blurbs from other people, to include Vernon Jordan, et cetera, et cetera. And I want to put you on the cover of Black Enterprise
Wow.
magazine." What?
I
Right?
think
And
that
I'm going
would
to
be
make it
called a flex.
right, right. And I'm going to make it the first book excerpt we've ever done in Black Enterprise magazine. That's how important I believe that this book was.
Wow.
So that's a long story on how I got started, but that once he put me on the cover of Black Enterprise magazine, my entire career skyrocketed. So I worship at the altar of Earl Graves Sr. Make no mistake about it. So long
Wow.
story, but I've reframed what I called back then effective networking. I've reframed it in the last 5 years, and you said it yourself. I'm now calling it the power of the human connection. The power of the human connection. So let me give you a biblical verse, brothers and sisters. It's Genesis 1:31. And God saw everything that he made, and behold, he said it was good. There's only one time in the Bible that God is not happy with his own work. God. That's Genesis 2:18. And the Lord God said, it is not good for man to be alone. I will make him a helper
Mm,
comparable to him. He grabbed Adam's ribs and he made woman. There's a biblical declaration on the power of the human connection. It is a direct quote from Jesus Christ. Now, there are 800,000 words in the Bible. Only 1,200 of those words are direct quotes from Jesus Christ. It's John 5:30. And Jesus said, I of my own self can do nothing. Now, this was Jesus, the
mm,
Son of God. And he couldn't get it done on his own by himself in a vacuum. He needed what? 12 disciples, and
mm,
one turned on him. So the love of the connection by God is very, very clear. And he gave us two ways to ensure that we connect. He gave us sex and money.
mm,
Let me unpack that. Sex. The motivation for sex is ecstasy. There's no feeling on earth like it.
mm,
But that is not the purpose of sex. The
mm,
purpose of sex is procreation, to
mm.
create more of God's children to serve you and for you to serve. That
Wow.
is the purpose of sex.
Yes.
Now, money. How do you earn money? You earn money through service. And the more skills you have, the more knowledge you have, the more education you have, the more people you can serve. And the
Mm,
more people you can serve, the more wealth you can build. So we all watched Beyonce as a baby practicing to be a singer. And then Beyonce grew up, and now you got to pay $250 to sit in a seat in the bleachers of 40,000 people to see Beyonce. She became masterful at her skills. She
mm,
used all the tools, including her beauty and her hourglass body, right, to entertain. That's a service to us, right? So the more, all the brothers and sisters, the more value you bring to the table of life with your knowledge and your skills and your subject matter expertise, that's how we earn money. So God
mm,
gave us what? Sex and money to ensure that we would connect each other by producing more of his children and then serving his children with the knowledge and expertise and the service that we bring to the table of life. That's
mm.
my story. I'm sticking to it.
Well, I love it. I gained a lot from it's really interesting that you mentioned the event at the State of Black America. I call it State of the Black Union. Was there something
I
else
think
called?
I think it was union or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever it
Yeah.
was. Either way, it was great. Shout
Yeah.
out to Tavish for what he did. I thought it was amazing, and it's really interesting as you were speaking. I was thinking about a couple of things. One was I was fascinated that you said that that's when your career took off because in my mind, you were already doing amazing things. I like when I met you in '06. I had a lot of respect for you way back then.
Right.
And then also when you mentioned sitting next to Farrakhan and speaking after the minister, I thought about the minister and I. We did this event in 2013 in Chicago, and I was sitting right next to him, and I get it. It just as he and I, as we were talking, I'm doing my best, uh, but I can tell you. What speaking, I spoken to him for a couple hours one on one. I've spoken to you quite often one on one, and it's still just this sort of power, this thing where I'm like, okay, this is something special in the sense that that I feel like I'm just connecting to Black history in those spaces, right? Like okay, this is the stuff where if we lay it down right and plant the seeds the right way, maybe some great grandkids will be talking about these conversations 100 years from now, and I don't want to mess it up, right? I want to really meditate on what this means and how powerful this can be, right? And I think also the reason I put you in the minister in a certain category is as a young Black man, I was looking for mentors. I was looking for something to look up to and admire, because quite frankly, my problem, being at the University of Kentucky was I met a lot of older Black men who just seemed like punks. Scared of wife, or don't even say their name, don't won't talk, just well, your best, their only advice to me a lot of times was, well, you don't want to say too much, you don't want to, it felt like like
Right.
we were some
That's right.
whispering slaves, and I said, I want to talk to men that want to be men that understand what it means to fight for something, what it means to carry yourself with dignity, and to and as well as diplomacy, you're a very diplomatic person, and I admire that about you a lot. But just like the courage, you got to have the courage. You got to
That's
stand up
right.
and be honest about what others have tried to do to you. I think that they've worked extremely hard over time to rip away our masculinity,
That's right.
and that's not something that, in my view, is acceptable. So I put you and the minister, Dr. Claude Anderson, and others in that special space of men that are slightly above me. I'll call you older brothers, or if you want to accept father figure, whatever you want to call it, because it's like, okay, we've got these great Black men and women of tremendous courage. And one thing I noticed as well, and I'd love for you feel free to speak on this, is we know that historically the media has said, no, 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 don't look at these Black people. Look over here at the ones who've conformed. Look at the ones that we want you to see. We don't want you to see these people over here that are going to guide you to the promised land. We want you to see people that are going to guide you into a ditch. Right? Do you kind of feel that way that it's that one of the challenges, even when you talk about the breakdown of the family, has been driven by a deliberate effort by others to make sure that we remain blind, deaf, dumb, stupid, confused, and making horrible mistakes, starting with things like mass incarceration or whatever the case may be. How have you personally viewed all of this in your own journey as a human being and as a Black man, for the last 80 years?
Um, I witnessed it live and in living color. And to your earlier point, yes, a major publishing company doesn't come to you to ask you to write a book that has never been written unless you had a pretty heavy duty uh, list of achievements. So, yes, that the book just made me more public, but I had a very deep body of work prior to being asked to write that book. In fact, I had already received a couple of honorary doctorate degrees prior to writing the book for my body of work. Okay.
Mm.
And I wasn't even 50 years old. I have been at this a long time, right? But that popularized me. Um, and certainly the rant of you're the average of the five people that you spend the most time with, and then the fastest way to change yourself is to hang out with people who are where you want to be. In other words, don't spend major time with minor people, people going nowhere. Want you to go nowhere with them. People doing nothing, want you to do nothing with them. If you want to change your life, change your relationships. And if you're not where you want to be in life, is because you don't have the right people in your life. In fact, the most powerful asset that you will have in the 21st century will not be AI or your computer. It will be your relationships. right? And you have to stay away from people who are still people. We have still people in our culture. What are they? They're still complaining, they're still broke, they're still hating, and they're still nowhere. Stay away from those people. And I was active when Black men were being destroyed with mass incarceration, drugs in our culture and community. That's one of the reasons I left Brooklyn, New York, Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, New York, where I was born and raised, 11 children, 8 boys and 3 girls. Mother became mentally ill when I was 2, and then 6 of us were put in orphanages. I stayed in an orphanage for 3 years, and then went into foster care and aged out of foster care at 18 years old, 1963. And then I went back home to the brownstone that my father had built in the early 1900s in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, New York. But I had older brothers who had gotten there before me. And what were they? They were heroin addicts and heroin dealers. 2 of them ended up on Rikers Island, and one of them, my youngest brother Joseph, was killed in a drug deal that went bad. But I tried to get him out of New York because I saw what was happening. It's a God thing. Right. And I said, I got to get the hell out of here. And I said, Joe, we have a sister, an older sister, Myra, in Cleveland, Ohio. Won't you come with me? I'm going to get on a Greyhound bus. I got one bag. Come with me. Let's get out of here. This is not good. Joe insisted to stay with our 3 brothers, and 3 years later, Joseph was killed in a drug deal that went bad. All right. So, this it's a God
Wow.
thing. I had enough courage. You talked about that, enough courage to extract myself from that environment, right, and to start essentially start over in a new place and in a new space. So we have to understand that you don't build a business, brothers and sisters. You build your people, and your people build your business. That's really how it works. And so understanding the power of the human connection and facilitating that and getting all of the exercises and work and mentoring and coaching and schooling on how to do that is critically important, especially if you're in business. Why? Because business is about relationships. Without relationships, you have no business. Without relationships, you have no business being in business. In fact, the business you're in the business of building relationships. Malcolm Gladwell, one of my favorite authors, said it beautifully. He said, the most common attribute of the rich are friends, contacts, and connections. Rich people have
Yes.
lots of friends.
Yes.
You
Yes.
have lots of friends, Dr. Boyce. I have lots of friends. That is my real and sustainable wealth.
Wow. Wow. I love that.
So
That's oh, please.
let me say that a different way. The measure of your wealth is other people. That's a measure of your wealth. That's why you serving other people, them ultimately serving you, is your key to success.
Yes.
There's nothing
Investment.
you can do on your own by yourself in a vacuum. I'm sorry. I don't care what you were told. You
Yes.
have to do it with and through other people. So that
Mm.
means developing a high emotional intelligence, right? The management of your 5 most important emotions, right? And a whole bunch of other requisite skills necessary to do the great work that you do, the great work that I do. I say that with humility, but I've done it with and through other people. And that's why the human connection is so critically important. I don't know if I answered your question. I went off on a rant there, but
No,
right,
that's why I wanted you to come in.
right, 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 right.
Yeah, George Fraser rant is worth money. I'm gonna tell you. I hope everybody will give a digital acknowledgement and a thank you to this brother for blessing us with his time. And before we go, I want him to tell you about his amazing event. I was gonna say conference, but it's now an experience. And before I do that, everybody, I want to remind you, in case you're not on the text list for this class, we meet every morning and we do economics and financial consciousness every day. A lot of you have heard. Let's talk about investing in people, investing in people, investing in people. So don't ever think that you're broke because you don't have money. There's some people that are so poor that all they have is money. That there's a saying with that, and that's true. So don't be one of those people. Go get your money, go get your wealth. We're going to show you how to do that, but also find
Mhm.
all the wealth that's around you, even if it doesn't show up in the form of a piece of paper or a dollar bill or whatever, right? So, with that said, if you want to get on the text list for this class, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you a wake up call every morning. Also, later on today, we're going to do stock market training. So I'll send you guys a link where you can join the stock market club at a low cost if that's something that you'd like to do. And also, Dr. Frazier, I'd like to hear about your conference this year. I'm excited. I'm going to be there. I already, because the last time my schedule was so tight and I had to go in and go out, I hated that. So I actually went ahead 9 months early and cleared out 4 days to make sure that I'm there. Can you talk about this amazing experience that you have, the power networking experience, and what you have in store for people?
Well, as I mentioned, it's a bespoke experience this year because we're going to focus on 12 industries, the 12 most important industries, the biggest industries that Black people are invested and involved in entrepreneurially and or professionally. And so it's the kind of thing that you'll be able, when the entire schedule and everything is up on our website, Power Networking EX.com, powernetworkingex.com. Um, People will be able to go and figure out each day what industry they want to focus on. There'll be general stuff for everybody as well, but it's industry specific. So we'll have a workshop and an expert in the sports industry, in the fashion and in apparel industry, in the music industry, in the film and television industry, in social media influencer industry, in the hospitality industry, technology industry, service industry, real estate and construction industry, health and wellness, beauty industry, and financial services industries. Those are the industries that we're heavily invested in, both intellectual capital and physical. We're doing the physical work. So it's 4 days. It starts on a Wednesday. It starts with a white party. Everybody's dressed in white, not white people. Everybody's dressed in white, and it's a networking. Uh, we start out networking, building the connection, so that we will have people that we have met, know, like, and love, and that we can partner up with and continue the experience for the over the 4 day period of time. Um, so, what I like to do, if you'll allow me, is that I like to make a special offer. I call this my Dr. Boyce Watkins offer to those who were smart enough to be on this morning with us. The offer is good for 24 hours because it's a crazy offer. Now, you can't see it, but this is the back of the flyer, and here are all of the prices. So an adult registration to come to our conference is $2,967. By the way, we're 50% sold out, and we're 8 months away. So it's $2,967 for an adult. And for a student, and we want folks to bring a student, it's $1,967. So that's a $5,000 to bring one adult and one young person. Now, if you don't have a young person, we will scholarship a young person in your name in Atlanta if you don't have a young person that you can bring. So I'm going to reduce it from $5,000 to $599. $599 for two people, one adult and one young person. So that's a 75 or more percent discount. 599. Now, the only way you can get that, you cannot go on the site and get that, is through me. You have to call me, and I will personally call you back, and we will handle our business over the phone. So here's what you do. It's very simple. Take your email in the subject line, you email it to me, gfraser@frasernet.com. Fraser spelled with an S. G, just as you see it on the screen, gfraser@frasernet.com. In the subject line, put I'm in Boyce. I'm in Boyce. And in the body of the email, two things: your full name and your cell number, your full name and your cell number. And yes, I will personally call you. By the way, that's worth the price of admission. And we will handle our business over the phone by credit card. So take advantage of that. I'm going to give that package to.
Oh, did Dr. Fraser freeze? Or did I freeze?
Will be the event of the year. I promise you. Your takeaways, the knowledge, the people that you will meet, the skills that you will develop, the relationships that you will gain, will pay for years to come. And that's not me saying it. I'm really reading quotes here from people who respond to the conference after each year. This is our 24th annual conference. Now, you cannot put on a major conference for Black people for 24 years and it not be all that and a bag of chips, because black people will put your ass out of business in a New York minute if they ain't getting value. Right? So this is a high value opportunity. That's G Fraser at frasernet.com. I'm in, Boyce, full name in the body of the email and your cell number, and I'll personally call you.
All right, all right. Well, you all heard it here. And just so you know, um, if I didn't enjoy the conference or think the conference was everything that Dr. Fraser says it is, this conversation wouldn't be happening. This is a sacred space, and I am going to be there myself. I'll be there for 4 days. My wife will be there. What is powerful about the conference, everybody, is that you don't meet people like the people you meet when you go to the Power Networking experience. It's just a special, you're talking about people from our community who are doing amazing things in a multitude of industries. I mean, he's had billionaires there and, captains of industry and everything else. And then also just not scared to be black, right?
That's right.
Really representing our community. I'll tell you, because that's my little pet peeve is, I would get a little irritated if I go somewhere where there are black folks and everybody's trying to be something other than what we are, or we're afraid to really talk about the world and what really needs to happen, and
That's right.
again, I can tell everybody I've been there many times, and it's there's no other conference like it, and I want to give you so much credit for that, and also it was really interesting when you talk about what happened with your older brothers and the heroin and all that. It's so crazy how these systematic experiences happen to so many millions of people, because my biological father, that was his vice, and that's why he was not in my life, and he spent some time in jail, and the man died, and somebody emailed me and said, yeah, your father died, and I was like, oh, sorry to hear that. I didn't know the guy, and it's sad. It's like you think about,
Wow.
yeah, it's like when you think about what drugs did to our people,
That's right.
it's unbelievable. We're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar loss for the black community from drugs. And then when you said something, and we can leave on this point. In the film that we did, B1 the movie, you said something I never forgot. You said that black folks change when our music changed.
That's right.
That when we started calling each other, you mentioned niggas, bitches, and
That's right.
hoes,
That's right.
that degraded who we were. And I'll tell you something I saw, and then Dr. Fraser, I want you to get the last word. I saw where the great artist Kendrick Lamar, who I admire immensely, he got a Grammy, right? And he got a Grammy for this song that he did, They Not Like Us, right? And so they announced he won the Grammy. everybody's clapping, and the audience has a lot of white folks and some black folks, of course, too. And they're playing the song as he's going up on stage, and all these people are cheering. And I counted, I heard the word nigga like 8 times as the song is playing. And I just said, am I in the twilight zone? Is no one else disturbed by this? Not to disrespect him or anything like that, but I said, man, it's so interesting how we become just desensitized to what we call each other. What do you think about just any of that, and you or your original statement? Just take it whatever direction you want to go.
I asked a brother who I won't mention his name because I was very disturbed about that, like you. And I asked him this is about 5 years ago, and we were having dinner together, and he's a big name in the rap. And I said, but why are you calling our people niggas, bitches, and hoes? And he looked at me. He said, Dr. Fraser, I am so sorry that Black people misunderstand that. He said, when we call Black people niggas, bitches, and hoes, we're talking about niggas. You know, what did Chris Rock say? I love Black people, but I hate
I hate
niggas.
niggas.
Right, right, right. I'm that. He said, we're talking about niggas, we're talking about bitches, and we're talking about hoes. We're not talking about beautiful Black sisters, right? And Malcolm said it differently. If I throw a rock and it hits you, it was supposed to hit you. But if you ain't a nigga, a bitch, or a hoe, this ain't about you. Right? Now, the world doesn't interpret it that way. All right, so I hear what you're saying. I said, "Whoa!" I was speechless. So I never thought about it from that perspective because, I damn sure ain't a nigga or a bitch or a hoe, right? I
No.
certainly don't feel like it, and I preach against all of that. He said, but yes, we do have niggas, we do have bitches, and we do have hoes, and they need to be beat up. I said,
Okay, so mystery solved. Well, I'm gonna make an announcement today that in this class that we do not allow niggas,
niggas,
bitches, or
bitches, and
hoes in the
hoes.
building. So
That's
if you
right.
fit the description, please don't come to class
Please,
until
this ain't
you.
for you.
There we go.
We
This
don't
ain't for
invite niggas,
you.
bitches, and hoes to the conference
There
either,
we go.
right?
I want to talk to black people. Okay. That's you give me something to think
Conscious
about, Dr.
Black people.
Frazier.
And that's what he was saying. We're talking to conscious Black people, and they ain't niggas, bitches, and hoes. We have them, and they need to be beat up. Right?
Wow,
And
that's
that's what I said. I said, wow, I never thought about it that way.
I'm gonna process that.
Right?
That's very interesting. Well, you know what, Dr.
Straight no
Frazier,
chaser. Right. No, no question about it. So, brothers and sisters, join us. It will be a lifetime experience. I promise you that. Now, I'm going to make a special announcement. Special announcement. We're going to introduce a new mantra, Dr. Boyce. It's going to be excellence is the base, exceptionalism is the goal. You see,
mm,
we have to enter because of who we are and thought of as less than. We have to enter at excellence.
yes, yes,
That's the base. That's the basic expectation of you if you are a conscious Black person of substance.
mm,
Excellence. That's the base. Exceptionalism is the goal. In fact, I think excellence in the culture at this moment in time is a bit overused. Okay.
mm,
Exceptionalism is the goal. So we changed our annual award because we used to give out every year Icon of Excellence Award, right? And these would be the icons in our culture and community. We're giving out that award this year, but it will be the icons of exceptionalism.
mm.
Among those will be Robert Smith, one of the wealthiest Black men in America,
Wow,
Ben Vereen, right?
wow,
Tyler Perry,
nice.
and Boyce Watkins.
Whoa!
Exceptionalism. You are exceptional.
I'm
You
turning
are.
off my camera. I'm turning off my camera, Dr. I did. Wow. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve.
Yes, you do.
but I will accept it. And I'm humbly and wow, wow, well, wow. I have nothing to say. I can't. I'm speechless. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
That's my
Wow.
story. I'm sticking to it. This has been awesome. It's always awesome when I'm with you. You just excite me. You inspire me. And you inspire me with your love for our people, the consciousness that you bring to the culture, and the work that you do, and your serious and deep commitment to consciousness of our people. And you had the good sense of marrying an awesome sister. Right.
Wow.
And God bless her. I mean, in fact, we're going to talk to your wife because we're probably going to utilize, because we need therapy. Black people need therapy.
Yes.
Okay. We're all out of our minds. And so we need constant, never ending improvement. We need constant therapy. So
Yes.
that's going to be one of the areas that we're going to be focused for those who need therapy, want to talk about some stuff. We want to have a couple of really qualified therapists there that they can have those conversations. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I'll let Alicia know.
Well,
And
yeah.
whew, I am okay. Now that you've taken my breath away, I want to say thank you so much for joining us. Everybody, give Dr. Frazier a digital thank you, round of applause. Let him know how amazing he is, and we have to create our own heroes, and he's already a hero to many. He needs to be a hero to more, and also because we are intentional in this space. I would like to ask you all to give me a yes if you're going to make sure that you maybe share this link with people in your family. Your children need to know
You
about this.
froze.
Oh, can you hear me? I hope you guys can hear me. I think you might. It's okay though. I'll keep talking, but give me a yes if you're going to share this man's ideas, share his books, share this video, whatever you want to share, because these are the people that our kids need to know about. These are the icons in our culture, and it looks like I think he froze actually, but it's okay because that's God's way of saying that it's time for us to start the rest of our day. And so I want to say, Dr. Frazier, if you can hear me, thank you so much for coming by. You guys will hear from me via text a little bit later. Make sure you text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a message. And I will see you all soon. There he is. He's back. He's back. So thank you very much, brother. Oh, I think you're muted.
Froze, and I thought maybe it was me, but anyway, yeah. I
Either
thank you.
way, it's all right. I gave you the golden send off regardless, and everybody thanked you. And I told them to or I asked them if they would make sure like that they tell their children about you and the work that you're doing. Because if we don't do it, ain't nobody else gonna do it.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
That's the rule. I think in America that the only black people that they really want to tell everybody about are the ones who ain't really doing nothing for the community,
That's
who's
right.
not really
That's right.
moving us forward, right? So effective black men and effective black women, unfortunately, don't have that space in mainstream media, but that's all right because they have space in our consciousness, and we are the stewards of the legacies that matter for our community. We
That's right.
we protect that. We are the guardians of those keys. So educate your own kids. Do this. You got this. Thank you very much, Dr. Frazier.
Let,
So
let me let me just finish with two very quick thoughts.
sure.
DEI is the hot topic.
Mm,
And here's how we must engage DEI because it's out of the corporate world. Let's reframe it and make it mean something for us. So here is the new DEI we'll be introducing at the conference. The new DEI is divinely equipped individuals. That's who we are.
yes.
Divinely equipped individuals. That's what we are. We are. We
Yes.
are DEI in that context. Finally, and I'll close with this, the line is longer for those who do not. I'm sorry. What was I going to say? The line is longer for those who want change
Mm,
than for those who want to change. One
yes.
two-letter word changes the
Yes.
whole meaning of that. Change. Change. You will never change that which you tolerate. You'll only change when you get angry. People
Mm,
will not change when they see the light. People will change when they feel the heat.
mm,
We must change. And we
yes.
are. with your kind of leadership, Dr. Alicia's leadership, and the others that you will be joining at the Power Networking Experience. Thank you, Dr. Boyce.
Thank you. Thank you. Divinely equipped individuals. That's what we are. Everybody in here fits the description. And it's really funny you said that because I've talked about what I had defined as a new DEI. I think instead of saying the new DEI, maybe it's a new DEI, which would be development, entrepreneurship, and investment.
Oh,
Right?
that's good too.
Yeah, yeah. We let's use them all because I
Let's
think
use
that
them
it's
right.
time. Yeah, we got to take over that. We have to reshape that narrative, make it what we want.
That's
And
right.
by development, entrepreneurship, and investment, I said, let's develop the community we want to see in existence. Let's create entrepreneurs and wealth builders in our community so we can have institutional infrastructure that employs our people. And let's invest in
That's
that
right.
infrastructure,
Right.
invest in each other. And that, so yes, but
I
divinely
love
equipped
that.
individuals.
I love that's a good sort of lay version of DEI. The
Yes,
divinely equipped individuals is sort of a spiritual version of
yes,
DEI, right? And
yes,
we are both. We're,
yes.
we're
We,
spiritual people, no question about that. Beautiful.
yes.
I
Yes, all
love
right.
it.
Well, thank you, Dr. Frazier. I appreciate you bringing your divinely equipped self to this space. This has been awesome, man, and and thank you all for hanging out with us today. I know we went a little bit longer than usual, but you, for obvious reasons, this man deserves that. So tell your family about Dr. Frazier. You'll hear from me later on in the day. God bless you, sir, and I look forward to seeing you at the conference if I don't see you before then. So thank you so much
Absolutely.
for everything.
Send me
All
a
right,
copy of the video so I can push it out on my social media platforms. Okay?
coming right
Is that
up.
okay? Is that okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay,
It's on
great.
its way. I'll send it in a few minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Love you. Keep
All
doing
right.
God's
Love you
work.
too, brother. Take
Good
care.
night, everybody. Or good day, everybody. Have a
All
good one.
right. Bye-bye, y'all.
Hey, hello everybody. How you doing? I am Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia. I'm here to welcome everybody to the book club. And as you know, many of you who've been watching the book club, us talk about this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships, is the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving by fellow social worker David Richo. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm also a couples therapist, and I also am a full-time college professor. And I train adults how to become therapists at my home institution in the master's program. And guess what? Today's the last day of my spring break. I go back to work at the university tomorrow. Well, technically tomorrow, the university starts back up again. Welcome everybody. How y'all doing? I see you, Joshua. How you doing? Good evening. Good evening. And Zakiah Simmons, how you doing? Maddie, what's going on? Tell me where you're watching me from. So in the chat, put a hello in there, and then tell me where you're from, because I like to get an idea of the vast amount of people who tune in to all of the different channels that you guys are watching. Of course, Jashawn is from Los Angeles, and we know Dr. Vibe. How you doing? We know you in Toronto holding it down. Natalia in Mesa, Arizona. I actually used to live there for a couple of months. My girlfriend went to Arizona State, and we had a good time in Arizona. Fun time in Arizona. Ari from Ohio. Hello, Quinetta from Maryland. How you doing? Shalon from Houston. Oh my gosh, we're all over the place. All over the place. Okay, Maddie's from Palestine, Texas, not Palestine, the country, but Palestine, Texas. Oh my God, we're all the way in Trinidad. Yes, I spent some time in Trinidad too. We spent the night at a real nice hotel in Trinidad on our way back from Jamaica to Guyana. Hello, that's what we did. We took a nice little hopper airplane there. Lafayette, Indiana. Zakiah, hey, yes, Purdue. I'm an IU girl, so I'm an IU girl, so that's okay. I still like Lafayette. I'm from Gary, Indiana, so I know about Lafayette. Ace from Richmond. Oh my gosh, we're all over the place. Savannah, Georgia, Virginia Beach. Hey, Virginia Beach. I spent some time in Virginia Beach. Good grief. Tallahassee, of course, Eric. Eric talks about Tallahassee. All my hometowns are in here. So today we're going to continue our conversation, and I hope you guys have your journals out. We're going to continue our conversation about dealing with conflict. And as I talked about last week, conflict is it's a necessary stage in all relationships. You will 100% have conflict, right, Boyce? There's my husband in there.
Of course.
100% will always have conflict. You want to say hi?
Yeah, so say hello to everybody.
100%. Conflict is a phase in a relationship. It's a phase in a relationship that you have to always learn how to get through. This morning, what happened this morning? I said, Boyce, I need to talk to you about something. And I sat down and we had to did we come to an agreement?
I don't know. It depends on if you say that we did, then we did.
Well, maybe you should listen today because we talk about what to do, how to sit down and have conversations about what's going on with you. And I would hope that you would approach me and talk to me about things that bother you.
Absolutely.
Because I can't read your mind. I can't get it right. I'm not perfect, although you
I
think I'm perfect.
Can everyone hear me? Can they hear me when I talk?
I think they can hear you.
I don't have the microphone. You got the
Here's
microphone.
the mic right here. And then my husband bought me a wonderful microphone. Thank you so much
I did,
for supporting me.
Absolutely.
You are a wonderful husband.
Well, with conflict, I think that it's definitely one thing that I've learned over time, from marriage is
what you learn.
The biggest thing I learned from the therapy community, because all your therapist friends, is listening. Just like somebody's got something that they want to say and they want to be heard. So you got to let them know I hear you. So whenever my wife comes to me and talks to me about stuff, my first goal is to breathe and listen and invalidate. And that's it. You start there. I think that goes a long way. Right.
How did we do this morning? We did pretty good, right?
I think I did great.
Yeah, I mean, because conflict is paired with drama. And that's what we're going to talk about today. How to have healthy conflict resolution and not drama. It doesn't have to be drama, right, boys?
No, it does not.
There is no perfect relationship. There's no perfect marriage. You just try. Yes, Joshua said breathe and listen. Yes, excellent. Oh my gosh. Okay, so before we get started, there are things I need to say to you. And that is number one, text the word love, LOVE, to 87948 to get information on when I go live, whenever I go live. We will finish up chapter 5 next week. So we're at the end of chapter 5. We're all about practices. It's a long chapter, I think, because it needs to be, because that's where a lot of couples get tripped up and not know what to do with conflicts. But you love each other anyway. And conflict, that's the point of conflict. Resolving conflict and making the conscious effort to resolve conflict is a great way to learn about each other. It's also a great way to grow and to connect with each other. So that's what I say. And that's what all the therapists say. I'm also here to tell you that's misspelled. Who misspelled? Why is that misspelled? Anyway, there I go. I'm also here to tell you, number 2, that this is my website, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. I see y'all filling out your intakes. Fill out the intake forms. We will get back to you, someone on my team, and we will talk to you about how you can work with me, families, couples, individuals. I take them all. So anyway, welcome. Drama, Travis. I love what Travis is saying. Drama is an illness for many. Yeah, people, they go into drama without going into resolution. And so I'm glad Travis is bringing that up, because that will get us right into what we need to talk about. Get your journals out. I'm on page 162, and you see my notes. I got little notes in the margin because I like to read ahead of time so I can get my thoughts together. And so all of this. So I like to do that. Let me fix something real quick. Okay, let us begin. So it starts on page 162, and audit. Do you guys do an audit? It's almost like you audit a business. And so I think what the author is saying, we need to audit our relationship, a relationship audit. Okay, so let's hear what he says. One reason our democracy works is because of its built-in checks and balances. So when was this written? This was written before our current presidency. Not certain that we live in a democracy because I don't see checks and balances going on with our current presidency. Tune in because I'm going to be digging into that topic in a later video. Some of the mental health and cognitive concerns that myself and other licensed therapists who know about this have spoken about the mental health issues of the individuals in charge. These are facts. Okay, but not to get political, we'll move away from politics, but he's saying, hypothetically, democracy means there's a system of checks and balances, hypothetically, right? Relationships also require such a system of auditing, of quality control to work efficiently. Seeking therapy for tune-ups and issues helps. So it helps to seek therapy. Sometimes you do need a mediator or someone in there that can keep things in order when you're expressing how you feel about certain complex issues. And nothing's more complex than an interpersonal relationship. Nothing hits you to the core than an interpersonal relationship. It's different from employment. It's different from even your parents. It's different from the relationship with your child. Your relationship with your significant other is unique and to be compared to none, right? So you do have to take an audit. And sometimes you need a third person to mediate things in an audit. Okay. So does feedback about your relationship from those you trust. You can also do a self-check, a state of the union. The Gottmans. Y'all know about the Gottmans? Y'all go on social media. Facebook, for sure, the Gottmans have a really good John Gottman. It's called the Gottman Institute. Go on Facebook, follow them, get all of their information, get on their mailing list because they give out beautiful evidence-based information about healthy relationships. I give the Gottman Facebook page. I send it out to all of the couples that I work with, even individuals. It's just a really beautiful way to have conversations and to understand what healthy relationships look like. So the Gottman Institute, they definitely promote having a State of the Union address. And I know there's some really beautiful memes that I'm seeing on Instagram. Let me know if you see it, but they do have some really fun memes about husbands giving their wives feedback on how their performance was for the year and wives giving their husband feedback. I think it's really beautiful. And we need to definitely do some of those things. We need to give feedback. Okay. So what they're saying is that each of you prepares a presentation that then will lead to a dialogue. This can happen once every 3 months or at the beginning of each season or on your anniversary. I don't know. I don't know about doing it on your anniversary. Maybe anniversary, maybe before the anniversary. And then after you hash everything out, then you celebrate your anniversary. I don't know. But, or on your anniversary, if you want, it could be only annual. So I think what he's saying is that we need to make implicit conversations explicit. So sometimes you could be running with this dialogue in your mind about how you feel, what you think about the relationship. And you make certain assumptions that your partner feels similarly to you. And I think it's important to have explicit conversations about what's happening inside of you, making sure, is this working? Is this not working? Sometimes there are people in relationships that feel very uncomfortable talking about what's on their mind, talking about things. And so it's important to have like really good sit down conversations, not only about, I say around tax time, because tax time is a really beautiful, and we're coming up on tax season. Tax time is a really beautiful time to have these relationships because you have to embed it in it, can talk about money. You can talk about your budget. So when you can talk a year in review in terms of coming together and having goals. Yeah, now that I think about it, I think it's really great to have a State of the Union address for the entire family, for you and your personal goals, and for your financial goals, because it's so intertwined with your goals in your partnership, and it's also entwined for the whole family. Hey, Dwayne, how you doing? I see you, Dwayne. Dwayne joined us. Hey, Clean Coochie Beats, how you doing? What it do? It do good. Welcome. I'm glad you're joining us. Okay, so they begin with saying that you should have a State of the Union address, and I would recommend everybody to have this State of the Union address. A really beautiful time to have that would be around tax time. You can talk about money. How about that? Talk about money. Okay, moving along. Each partner presents with no discussion his or her version of how things are going in the relationship. Woo! This can be done using a past, present, and future model. This is where we started. Here's where we are now. This is what I would love to see for us for the future. This would be very healthy to do for everybody in the family. Maybe, we need to figure out how the family unit can help and support everybody in the family, even the little baby, even the little child can say, here's what I want, here's my goal. I think it's great for everybody in the family to do some of these things. Okay. First, we share how we saw the relationship in the past, then how it looks to us now, and finally, what we are hoping for the future. That's awesome. In each category, we mention our needs, our fears, our trust level. Needs, fears, and trust level. Dwayne says, I don't see Zoom at the chat. Do you all see? I see the chat. We're not on Zoom. We're on StreamYard or some other software. But anyway, thank you, Dwayne. Okay. All right. So trust level. How are they, and will they hopefully be what the trust level will be? We then state our experience of each of the 5 A's, our experience. Wow, we have to state our experience of each of the 5 A's. Y'all know what the 5 A's of mindful loving? Awareness, appreciation, acceptance, affection, and allowance. Those are the 5 A's. And so they're saying, talk about it in these terms. Use the model that he lays out in this book as a way of giving feedback about what you would like to have more of or less of, what's it been in the past. And in this, he doesn't talk about it here, but I think it'd be a great time to show appreciation. Appreciation to somebody in your partner and all the people in your family should be done on a daily basis. But any opportunity to give someone feedback and to do an audit, you really do need to look at what's going well, especially before you give feedback on what's not going well. That's what I say. Did I do that this morning when I was talking to Dr. Boyce? I tried to. I tried to do that this morning. Hopefully he knows I appreciate him and his unique perspective and how unique he is. Hopefully he knows that. But if not, I'm going to tell him. I'm going to tell him today. As soon as I get off of here, I'm going to tell him. Okay. In all this, each person presents a view with no crosstalk. You can't cut people off. You can't interrupt. You have to listen, right? No crosstalk. After the entire presentation from each person, we have a discussion. Whew. We do this without blaming or criticizing. That's so hard to do because the best way to communicate to someone, and a lot of people, it takes practice, right? A lot of times it's, I feel this way because of these things, that my perspective on what's happened, I think this way based on my perspective, and here's what I want. Here's what I'd like to see happen. So you can talk about it in terms of yourself using I statements, and then people won't think you're criticizing them so much. But, it's a tricky thing. You have to be able to be masters at communicating difficult feelings, having difficult conversations that can be triggering for some people. So, It takes practice, but David Rico is saying dive into this. It should be a continuous thing. And you should know, Dwayne, the name of the book is How to Be an Adult in Relationships it's the 5 Keys of Mindful Loving, and it's David Rico. And there's a bunch of different books. We've a bunch of different videos about this book on the channel, whatever channels you're tuning into. If you scroll in there, you'll see I've had dozens of conversations about this particular book. And I also interviewed the author, David Rico. He came on and had a conversation with me about the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving, which is really beautiful. Okay, so here's what he's saying. He's saying that each person needs to talk. We need to not blame or criticize, use I statements about your perspective. We are listening both to words and feelings without interrupting, understanding needs without arguing. Good luck with that. Some of y'all have a hard time with that. Y'all know y'all do. Y'all know you have a hard time. Don't interrupt, just listen. And usually, sometimes some of the stuff that comes out of Boyce's mouth, sometimes I'd be like, where is this coming from? But I have to like consciously tell myself, Alicia, don't, just write down. Usually I write down what he says because that's a great distraction for me because I tend to react to what Boyce says. So what I do is I take a pen and paper down and I just write down what he says so I can try to listen to it, because sometimes it's just hard. But we're going to get this, y'all. We're going to get this together. We're going to get this. So I just listen, and hopefully I make him feel like he's been heard. Okay. So you are listening to the words and feelings without interrupting, understand the needs without arguing. We are enthusiastically open to any change for the better in every area. Bingo. Be enthusiastic about that. This technique can only work when the partner is in full integrity, not manipulating, immensely respectful, not calling people names, totally open, can't be closed off. It only works when the other partner is fully on board for radical transformation of themselves and the relationship. Now, you guys don't know this, but David Rico, he puts in chapter 3, which is finding a partner. He says that you need to find a partner who's already prone to this. If you are looking for somebody, one of the qualities that you should find in a significant other is somebody who's open and somebody who is insightful and willing to be on board with radical transformation. So these are some of the qualities that David Rico is saying. You need to find this in a partner as you start, so that when you have these State of the Unions, it can be someone who's open for feedback and open to give feedback, not to criticize, not to blame people, everybody taking full accountability of the things that are going well and the things that aren't going well, and looking at it in terms of needs improvement, areas where you need improvement, because there's no such thing as a perfect relationship. I don't care how much social media tries to tell people this, but no such thing as a perfect relationship. Okay, so this technique only works when we have all of these qualities. If the ego is at the helm, shipwreck usually lurks on the sad horizon. Sad horizon, just shipwreck. So it's going to be a sad state of affairs. A lot of people in this who can't get through conflict very well tend to reach out to me. This is where couples tend to come into therapy and coaching, and they tend to look at outside help to help mediate because they are a little frustrated, they're exhausted, they're trying to get their point of view across, they're trying to communicate, they're trying to ask for what they need, and somehow it doesn't get translated correctly. And so, but it's important to have this conversation than not to have. It's terrible to let things fester. Y'all can't be letting things fester. So anyway, how y'all doing? I see some people who just joined us. Just to let you know, y'all hit the like button and share this with your significant other. Share this with people. It could be people that you know who are going through a difficult relationship experience, who knows, whatever's happening with you, I think is so important for you to be able to share this video with people, because I'm not doing it for my health. I'm doing it because this is important information. And I think we all need to get into, mindful loving of each other, because Lord knows we as Black people need mindful loving, and we need some compassion. I don't see enough of that. So, hey, everybody. Hey, Rosa from Modesto, California. Good grief. We're from all over California. How you doing? Who else? Where else are we from? Oh, Riley. Riley put all of the 5 A's to mindful loving. Wait, Riley put awareness, appreciation, acceptance, allowance. Riley, you forgot one. It is affection. We need to have affection with each other. So affection is the 5th one, Riley. So those are the 5 A's to mindful loving. For Zakiah asked about that. But you can go to some of my other videos and you'll be able to see I go through it. Hey, Vance from the Philippines. Oh my God, we're international. What time is it there? It's nighttime. It must be early morning for you. Yeah, gotta be early morning. Dwayne from Las Vegas. Yeah, it's like almost 9 o'clock here. So I bet in Vegas it's like 7, probably 7 o'clock. So anyway, welcome everybody. I really am very appreciative that you guys are joining me. I don't know. That makes me feel good that you're joining me. Okay, so make an audit, create an audit. Let's see, what else does he talk about? Creating an audit. Oh, we skipped a page. Hold on. Page 161 talks about not having to know. So go back one page to 161, and we will talk a little bit about not having to know. Okay, so it's 10 a.m. in the Philippines. I gotcha. Okay, so what's beautiful about the Philippines is that Vincent from the Philippines, he's going back in time because it's probably Monday morning to him. I think that's cool. Anyway, we skipped a section. I'm sorry about that. This is on page 161, not having to know. Not having to know. So being comfortable with being uncomfortable. So here's what the author says. The story of St. George battling the dragon is not always the best metaphor for struggle. Most of our dragons today are subtle and they're psychic. Do y'all know what that's about? Fighting the dragon? Does anybody have an idea? There's been a lot of children's movie, How to Train Your Dragon, a lot of mythical movies, maybe The Hobbit, I want to say. I don't know. I haven't watched that movie because it's so long. I can't sit through it. But there's been a lot of movies, mythical movies about the dragon. And the dragon is a very powerful thing. Anybody from maybe Asian culture, maybe Vincent from the Philippines can teach us about what the dragon means. It's a very powerful metaphor because to tame your dragon, the dragon within, thank you, Rosa, it really is your untapped potential, what you could be, the things that are hidden inside of you. If you notice, the dragon is always inside of a cave. Or what movie is that? That TV show on HBO about it's what's the HBO? We watched it. It's all about dragons. Somebody put it in the chat. Why can't I remember that now? Game of Thrones, the Game of Thrones series. That author, he knows what he's doing. He knows that we are going to tune into that because we are tuning into how we can train our dragon. Our dragon is all about our fears and our untapped potential. And if you think about it, isn't fear what holds us back from healthy relationships? Isn't it fear that holds us back from doing the things and taking the path, the wise path, doing the things that we need to do? It is fear that holds us back. And in order for us to transform, because we're talking about transformation, you have to be able to face all of your fears and all of your insecurities. And no better way to do it than to get married to somebody. Oh my gosh. no better way to do it than to embark into a relationship, because guess what? You get married to somebody and you're taking a leap of faith. There is no guarantee that that relationship will last. There's no guarantee. I would be so heartbroken, God forbid anything happened between Boyce and I, and we're not together. I'm just letting y'all know I'm going to be the saddest person in the world if anything happened to him. If I ever lost him in any capacity, I would be super sad. And but you do it anyway. You take this on. So sometimes confronting your fear, which has a lot to do with why we have conflict in relationships. What are you really afraid of? It's a test of courage. It's courageous to embark upon a relationship. I feel like I am the luckiest woman in the world because I'm married to a man who was single for 50 years and then decided it must be something about me that that made him comfortable enough to do something like getting married to me, which he hadn't done before. So he was able to face whatever fear he has, all of us have them, and go ahead and take that step forward to something greater. And then fast forward, I'm sitting down with him this morning talking about, I want to talk to you about some things that are on my mind that bother me. and he sat through it all. If that's not love, I don't know what could be love. To me, the best demonstration of love from a man is for him to sit and listen to you talk about things that are going on in your head that bother you. To me, what my husband did this morning was the most significant act of love that he could ever do for me, is to listen to me when I want to talk to him about things that are concerning me. And I really appreciate that. I hope he was here. I will tell him. I have to remember to tell him again how much I really appreciate him sitting down and talking to me, because that's what he took on when he decided to marry a therapist, because clearly that's what's going to happen. So anyway, that's an illustration of the fact that it's a transformative path that we all take. And in order to take a transformative path, you have to face your fears. To do that, you have to slay the dragon. That's your untapped potential. That's getting to the other side. Facing your dragon is part of the hero's journey. We all know that. And I don't know, it's a profound internal evolution that is a necessary process for any of us to go through. That's why if you ever come across a movie or even a cartoon about dragons, watch it. And just know that what you're looking at is a picture of the process that happens in all of us. All of us. Yes, Clean Coochie Beats, you are so correct. So we got to slay the dragon or face the dragon. Necessary process. If you don't slay the dragon, you'll never grow. If you don't be able to face your fears and doing the necessary process to change and to grow and to overcome challenges, you'll never, ever transform. Those are facts right there. So anyway, so he's talking about this. Most of our dragons today are subtle and psychic. Some have confusing configurations that have to be contemplated before they can be understood and then confronted. Thus, we cannot always confront our issues as soon as they arise. Confusion is a totally legitimate phase of working things out. You can honestly say, I'm not certain how I feel. I'm very confused. This is something new to me. I don't understand. So in a sense, in a relationship, when you're faced with conflict, there has to be a moment in there where you need to be patient and be comfortable with something very uncomfortable. That is so easy for me to say. It is very difficult to do, but just know that that's the goal, is to be comfortable with things that are uncomfortable when you're dealing with conflict, because there's so much uncertainty there. You can't control everything. Can't control how people think about you. Guess what? You can't even be responsible for the feelings of your partner. You're not responsible for making somebody happy. You create your own happiness. You're not responsible for the way someone feels. They can talk to you about this happened and I felt this way, and you can be empathetic to that and compassionate to that, but you are not responsible for making another person feel a certain way. You can only be responsible for yourself. You can just listen and understand, and you can adjust, but they own their feelings. You own your feelings. There we go. Okay, so we cannot always confront our issues as they arise. Confusion is a totally legitimate phase of working things out. We may need a period of ambiguity, uncertainty, or lack of clarity before we can see what's going on. When either or both partners are confused, the time is right for mindful sitting with the confusion. Recognize it, sit with it mindfully. This means no attachment to it or attempts to control it or insisting on ending it. You got to know. I got to know now. You don't always have to know everything there is to know, but you can tune into how you feel. I like where he's going with this. It has a life of its own. It is like the time dough needs it's like the time that dough needs in darkness so it can rise. Fascinating. It cannot be rushed. Patience is an ingredient of bread and love. So you have to, it's funny when you anybody make dough? Let me know if you make dough and you put the yeast in what is it? It's, how do you make dough? It's definitely flour and maybe a little bit of water or whatever. And I know you have to add yeast. And so to make the bread, you have to put the little cloth over it and put it in a warmer so that the dough can rise. So that's a process. You can't rush that process. It's a necessary process. If we respect our timing and our mode, we grow in self-trust. Reverend Sidney Smith offered this delightful suggestion back in the 18th century. Reverend Sidney said in the 18th century, in times of depression, take short view of human life and not further than dinner or tea. So don't be thinking about what if. You have to be able to look at the here and now. And sometimes you go within to do that. To ask one another, can you stay together flexibly, holding your tension without premature gestures to end it? Can you relate to your tension or confusion rather than be pushed or intimidated by it? You know, that's hard to do. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if I could do that. Like, I always like to know now that I'm thinking about it. And I have learned that I need to be patient. Sometimes when we don't know, we could be very anxious. I don't know how y'all feel, but that's how I feel. When I don't know something, I get nervous. I get anxious. I can become what's called preoccupied. So sometimes I can be preoccupied when I don't know what's going on. So I do feel that way. Oh, okay. Water, flour, yeast, and salt. Salt was okay. Those are the ingredients. Thank you, Miss Fernando. Cueta can make some bread. So I'm not good. Maybe I need to make bread as a metaphor for me understanding patience. So maybe I have to get into some bread making activities in my life so that I can understand that it's a necessary process for things to become bread, for things to grow and develop. It takes patience and darkness with the dragon. The dragon's in the dark. Oh, this is all coming together for me. Make an oral commitment to address and process only when both of you are equally ready. Listen, don't talk to somebody about issues going on in a relationship if they don't give you permission to talk. There we go. You do have to get permission, because when I saw my husband this morning, I did knock on his door and I said, I want to talk to you about something, but I don't know if now is a good time. Let me know when it is a good time. And then later on, he kind of looked at me and was like, okay, you can talk to me now. And I was like, okay, I appreciate it. And then I told him about what was on my mind, because, you know, I have to say it. But I needed to have learned to be patient and only talk to him when he's ready to hear it. you have to keep that in mind. Okay, so consider the following. Sometimes it is necessary to let my feelings happen without acting on them. Yeah, so feelings is one thing, but emotions is another. Feelings is one thing, emotions is how you express your feelings. You can feel angry, but that doesn't mean you need to rage. You need to be more mindful. The gap between how you feel and how you act on it needs to be there. Sometimes holding is more important to my growth than releasing. That's something I need to keep in mind. This means surrendering control over my feelings and writing them where they need to go or stay. This way, I respect my own timing and trust myself. In your journal, y'all got your journals? In your journal, cite some examples of when you did or did not surrender to your feelings and respect your own timing. You trying to rush something? You trying to make something happen? You trying to know now? You feel like I got to know what's going on right now? Not a good thing. So how y'all doing? How to be an adult in relationships. That's what we're learning today. Being an adult in relationships means when you are confronted with feelings and you're dealing with conflict and levels of uncertainty, you need to be patient. Having uncertainty, being comfortable with that level of uncertainty means you need to go into the cave. You need to face your dragon. And to do that takes time. Don't rush it. If you want to bring something up to your partner and they're not ready to talk about it, put it on hold. Don't get mad. Don't get upset. They're not avoiding. But if your partner wants to talk to you about something and you're not ready to talk about it, you do owe it to them to let them know when you might be ready so they don't become preoccupied. So it's a double-edged sword. You need to allow your partner time to process things in their own time, and honor yourself. But at the same time, your partner loves you. So many times when I talk to people who aren't quite ready to discuss certain issues, it's really they love their partner and they're just scared. They're scared about what happened. Remember, a lot of us come from families, myself included, where conflict wasn't necessarily dealt with in a way that's always positive. Conflict, and a lot of Black families and other families too, it ain't just us, but conflict is not dealt with mindfully. It's just you feel something, you act on it, and boom, there it is. So what he's reminding us is that we need to slow things down sometimes and have patience. I like this. Respect your own timing. So that's what David Risho is saying on how to be adults in relationship. It's the 5 keys to mindful loving. We know what those are, right? Y'all know what they are? The 5 keys to mindful loving. Get the book and read it. No, it's awareness, appreciation, acceptance, affection, and allowing. You have to be able to give that and receive that for healthy communication. And this book is all about how to do it and to be more mindful in how we interact with each other, how we discuss each other, and definitely to be more appreciative. That's Boyce. Of each other. So if anybody is interested in working with me, you can contact me at my website here, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And then you can also click on text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. And then you'll get information from me about healthy relationships. And you'll also get information about when I go live, whenever that's going to be. And I know I'm going to finish up chapter 5 next week because we're at the end of chapter 5. I tell you, chapter 5 is the best chapter of the whole book, how to deal with the inevitable conflict, which is so tough for us to do. So that's what we're doing today. And we are picking up on page 163. 163. There's my website. Let's put that. Oh, but it's misspelled. I wonder who went in and misspelled it. Anyway, there's my website. Oh, also find me. Y'all can find me on Instagram, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok. I got a TikTok page, but I'm more active on Instagram. And you can find me. It's both TikTok and Instagram. I'll leave that up for everybody. In case you guys are forgetting how to follow me on Instagram. Okay, we're going to move on. Page 163. Here we go. This is all about how to distinguish. How y'all going to distinguish conflict from drama? Oh my gosh. So this is a big one. Distinguishing conflict, healthy conflict from drama. Okay, now I want y'all to be honest. Everybody in here, I want y'all to be honest about which of these things y'all know y'all done. Because sometimes I have to admit, I'm going to admit, sometimes I can get into drama instead of healthy conflict. So what do I mean by that? Okay, so let's talk about this. Okay. Okay, healthy conflict versus drama. Okay, conflict can be worked out with the tools we have been learning. Conflict, I know drama queen. I know. I'm already saying I could be a drama queen. Conflict can be worked out with the tools we have been learning. Addressing, processing, and resolving. Conflict can be worked out with the tools we have been learning, and that is addressing the issue, processing the issue, and then resolving the issue. We can't go straight to resolving unless we've addressed it, acknowledged it, processed it, talked about thoughts and feelings and all of that, and then you talk about resolving. Can't skip to resolve. Men, y'all can't be doing that. Men like to skip too. What can I do? What can I do? No. Can't jump the gun. That's the foreplay, right? Drama does not respond to these tools. Drama does not respond to addressing, processing, and resolving. Rather, it requires a spiritual program and a great deal of personal work. Use the following chart to see where you stand with whatever issues is facing you now. List the styles on the left that most appeal to you. Write them out in a form of affirmation and then post them where they can be seen by you. So you guys have got to take a piece of paper out, get your journals out, and I want you to write down what stressful drama y'all participate in, and then I'm going to give you the anecdote. Okay? And just do yourself. Don't do your partner, because nobody wants to hear from somebody else about things that they're doing wrong. Just fix yourself. That's another thing you can't control. Fix yourself. And guess what? A lot of times if you help yourself, you can change the entire dynamic of the relationship just by fixing yourself. Okay. So with that, we're going to go on. So y'all listen, get your paper out. Healthy conflict is a problem is placed on the table and we see it in perspective. So you have a problem, you see it on the table, and you see that the problem is from your perspective. Stressful drama is when the problem becomes bigger than the both of us. We are possessed by it and lose our perspective. How many of y'all do that? You lose your perspective. Write an affirmation about how you need to put the problem on the table and gain your perspective. Here's another one. In healthy conflict, we explore the situation. In stressful drama, we sidestep the issue and we want to cover it up. How many people don't want to talk about it? How many people want to push it, sweep it under the rug instead of talking about it? Hello. Instead, write an affirmation where you need to address the issue directly. I have to address this issue directly. And to do that, you got to slay your dragon because you're scared. But it's a necessary process for your transformation. It's not about your partner. It's about your transformation. Got it? Y'all got to get this. In healthy conflict, We express our feelings candidly, your feelings, taking responsibility for them as our own without blaming without blaming the other or feeling ashamed. There's nothing wrong with you. That's just how you feel. Don't be afraid of the way you feel. That was a beautiful song by a wonderful singer. I can't remember her name right now, but she used to say that. Don't be afraid of the way you feel. It's a beautiful song. It's beautiful for a reason. Okay. In stressful drama, we use invective to dump our feelings on another or engage in theatrical, histrionic means pay attention to me, display meant to manipulate, intimidate, or distance from the other. So if you tend to be manipulative, you tend to intimidate your partner or distance yourself by dumping your feelings in this theatrical way, that is stressful drama, when the healthy thing to do is express how your feelings candidly. Taking responsibility for them. This is my feelings. I'm responsible. You're not responsible for them. Oh my goodness. You have to be able to do this. I think what he's saying is that healthy conflict is an opportunity for growth and understanding the relationship. You put the problem on the table. You allow everybody to see it with clarity and perspective so that you can together explore the situation, address the issue directly while expressing your feelings candidly. Each partner takes responsibility for their own emotions. They own how they feel rather than putting blame on somebody else. This approach fosters constructive problem solving. But if you're all about stressful drama, what happens is that things will escalate, the tension will be there, and that undermines the relationship. The problem becomes very overwhelming. It takes on a life of its own. You get into this ego stuff. You lose your perspective because you're consumed by conflict instead of working together to resolve the conflict. It's on the table. So what happens is sometimes people avoid the conflict or exploit it. So communication deteriorates. Feelings are dumped on each other, delivered in this theatrical way. And sometimes people become very theatrical when they want to manipulate somebody. They don't want you to talk about it with them. They want to go ballistic and crazy because they're trying to intimidate you so that we never have to deal with this. It's a cycle that perpetuates disconnection. Let's move on. Healthy conflict says we are looking for a way to keep the relationship stable, and we do not use violence. We remain focused on the present issue. But stressful drama, what does stressful drama do? Explodes. Violence, retaliation, or withdrawal, like sullen. We use the present issue to bring up old resentments that contaminates the present process. You never get to talk about what's really going on because you're bringing up stuff from 5 years ago. Later for that. If something from 5 years ago is really bothering you, don't muddle what's going on by bringing it up right now because you're deflecting. You're avoiding by bringing up old stuff. That's what's happening. In healthy conflict, you are committed to a bilateral style in processing issues and making decisions together. And I know I got to do a video. I haven't quite done it yet. I'm pulling all my thoughts together, but I'm going to do a video on this belief that wives have to submit to their husbands. I mean, I'm not against being respectful. I'm not against compromise. I'm not against flexibility, but I don't understand what it means to submit. Like, I don't understand why I use that word when a lot of times I've seen it used to take advantage of women, and women can take advantage of men. I've seen it in that way. So I don't know. I think as long as we stay respectful and you make decisions bilaterally together, what's wrong with that? Why not just say that? But that's me. Anyway, but I'll do a video on that. The issue is resolved with an agreement to change something for the better. Both of us are looking for a way to make our relationship better. Everybody's looking. How can we make things better? Stressful drama, on the other hand, says one of us makes a unilateral secret decision. So they're making a decision. They're not articulating that decision. They're just making it on their own that affect another person, and you're not articulating what it is. You're not saying it. In your mind, you've come up with a decision. But remember, conversations need to be had explicitly. We use the present issue to bring, he says the issue remains an open wound with lingering resentment and ongoing stress. Why aren't you dealing with it? Not wanting to deal with things and just having ongoing stress. That is stressful drama. One of us has to win and the other has to lose. That is very toxic. I will tell you, stressful drama happens when you make unilateral decisions, secret decisions by one partner. It creates an imbalance in the relationship and it leaves the issue unresolved. The other person doesn't feel heard or validated, lingering these wounds. And all it does is create resentment, ongoing stress, rather than seeking mutual understanding. That dynamic shifts from competing where one partner must win at the expense of the other. And it undermines the foundation of trust and perpetuate division. Yeah. Healthy conflict means striving to maintain stability in the relationship. No need to resort to violence. Everything, instead of escalating everything, we want things to come down. We want to have nice, peaceful, mindful conversations with each other in a calm manner that resolves the issue. And because when you do that, you strengthen the trust and bond instead of the opposite, because violence is always retaliation, all of those things. It undermines the relationship. It erodes trust and exacerbates disconnection between two people. Yeah, so that's what healthy conflict does. Moving on, we're on page 164 of How to Be an Adult in Relationships, and I'm talking about the difference between healthy conflict and stressful drama. Okay, so in healthy conflict, we fight fairly. In stressful drama, we use cutthroat tactics. Wow. In healthy conflict, we admit mutual responsibility for the problem. You start the conversation by saying, some of this is my fault. Let's talk about how we can fix it together. But in stressful drama, we are convinced the problem is entirely the other person's fault. That's not healthy. Your fault. That's criticism. In healthy conflict, we are committed to working things out, but we respect each other's timing. Sometimes they're not interested in talking about it in that moment. But in stressful drama, we insist that the problem be fixed in accord with our timing. And we don't tolerate for a timeout. If the other person needs a timeout, we don't respect it. That needs to be respected. How about that? Need to respect other people's timing. In healthy drama, we try to deal with the issue one-on-one. In healthy conflict, if necessary, we seek help in therapy or a support group. We want both of us to grow from the conflict. But in stressful drama, We crowd the stage by bringing up someone else or something else in distraction. We refuse or help. Oh, in an example, an affair or a drinking problem. Those are other issues. We're not talking about that right now. We can talk about it later. We refuse to help or attempt to use it to justify our personal position. We want the other person to be punished. That's drama. Sometimes it is the other person's fault, not in a relationship. You don't shift the blame. When you're in a relationship, this is a really good question by Irma. Irma is saying sometimes it is the other person's fault, not 100%. It's relationships are dynamic. So whatever issue comes up, infidelity, for instance, yeah, you're the hurt person and the other person was the person who inflicted that hurt on you. But when I process a lot of those things, we can see that infidelity is an extension of the fact that there are other things in the relationships that wasn't going well. So in a sense, there's responsibility that can be had for everybody. You don't want to shift the blame. Thank you, Shannon. Shannon's like, we ain't shifting the blame. We want to take. Who is this? Shannon's like, I can't stand but you did XYD kind of person. Yes, exactly. That's drama, Shannon. You did this, you did that. No. That's drama. Healthy relationship immediately identifies how you play a part in the conflict. Always accountable for your own part, taking responsibility. I'm partly to blame here. It just helps. That's just good conflict resolution. Y'all gonna get this. I don't know. I really like this whole thing about fighting fairly. Making sure that decisions are made respectfully, focused on this shared responsibility. Both partners need to admit their role in the problem, and both people need to be committed to working it out together. Resolve the issue, addressing each issue one by one, keeping the discussion just between the two of us. And the issue between the two of us, if we need it, we can seek outside therapy, which a lot of people do. By the way, you can contact me if you need a third person. You can contact me here. Is that right? Yeah, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. You can contact me there. That'll be a great way to be the third person that can mediate, because I don't let no one gets away with anything in my virtual office. No, you're going to be called to task, because the stressful drama, that's what happens. Destructive behaviors, refusing to engage in problem solving constructively. Cutthroat tactics are just awful. It escalates the situation. Thinking that you're the problem, not me. I'm good. Being condescending, all of that is just terrible. I don't know. Drama just becomes intensified when the discussion is derailed by bringing up other issues to distract from really the core issues of what's going on. So, and if you're refusing help, you're shifting, the focus shifts to punishing the other person instead of resolving the other person. That's not healthy. So that's what we all need to stay away from. Excuse me. All right. I would, yes, Clean Coochie Beats is saying, can you do a coaching session on YouTube with a whistle? A couple gets out. You know what I should do instead of a whistle? I need to have like a balloon where I could just pop the balloon and be like, time out. Dang, you wrong for that. Just have a bunch of balloons where I'm popping the balloons. Clearly that is very popular, balloon popping, when it comes to relationships. That would be fun, Clean Coochie Beats. I don't know. I feel like what happens between couples is so personal and intimate. I just feel uncomfortable asking somebody to come online and talk about their personal issues. But if anybody wants to do it, I guess they can contact me and get free therapy. But I don't know. Yeah, Shannon is really tuning in. Shannon, how you doing? It is so annoying when you can take full accountability for what you did wrong and have to share accountability when your significant other does something wrong or messes up. Yeah, I mean, Shannon, you got to look for your part in the problem. Whatever relationship problem you're experiencing, you always look for what could I have done better? You always need to look for it. What could I have done? I know it's messed up. But in your mind, because here's the thing, right or wrong is based on your perspective. It's based on how you look at things. And so your partner may look at things differently. And if you understand that, then you can say, oh, coming from your perspective, I can see exactly why you did what you did. So some of that is an issue with accountability. Hang in there, Shannon. You can get this. Your significant other wouldn't, well, hit the like button and share this with your partner, Shannon, and then tell them, listen to this. Get a third, I can be the third person that can say, hey, Shannon's partner, you need to take accountability for things too. So that's important. Okay, we are moving on page 165. Healthy conflict. Healthy conflict says, we let go of our attachments to the outcome. So let go of your attachments to the outcome. We want it in favor of a resolution we can both live with. In favor of a resolution we can both live with. We are aware of any complexities. Things don't have to go your way. You can be aware that it's very complex. It's not black and white, it's gray. Complex. It's a dynamic. It is acceptable to agree to disagree. We notice, we mirror, and feel deep compassion for the other person's pain. Don't blame them for it. Don't say, ooh, your mama did that to you when you were young. Don't do any of those things. Being accountable. We admit if our behavior is connected to childhood. And when you admit that some of your behavior is connected to childhood, it is embraced with compassion and love from the other person. Okay, let me tell you about stressful drama. Stressful drama says, we insist on getting our own way. We only see the black and white, stressful drama. Ambiguity is intolerable. I can't take not knowing. Ambiguity is intolerable. That's stressful drama. Stressful drama also says, we are so caught up in our own pain that we do not see the other person's pain, or we think he or she deserved it. Woo, that's tough. We are adamant that the issue is entirely about the here and now. So we're not interested in looking back at how our childhood could be contributing. Issues in our childhood could be contributing to what's happening now. Whoa. So I think what he's saying here is that healthy drama involves releasing attachment to specific outcomes in favor of a resolution that both people can live with. It's not, it's going to be my way. I have the final say. It has to be a resolution both people can agree with. You have to be mindful of the fact that every problem is complex. Sometimes you agree to disagree. And what happens, you need to approach issues with a sense of deep compassion of the other person's experience and the other person's pain. And that allows growth and connection. Encouraging self-reflection, admit when our behaviors and reactions are tied to unresolved issues in childhood. That's how you heal, making aware of that. On the other hand, what stressful drama does is you're rigid. And when you're very rigid, that can prevent a resolution that everybody's comfortable with. Believing that the other person is hurt and they deserve to be hurt. I don't know. That's just not healthy, right? None of that works with the Yeah. So there's some people that aren't. It's interesting. You bring up a good point, Shannon. Shannon's like, none of that works with a narcissistic person. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't want to get into labels because there's so much that goes into categorizing someone as narcissistic, but people who don't take accountability, who aren't looking to grow, what the author said in chapter 3 is that maybe they're not the person you need to pursue a relationship with. When you're looking for a partner, you need to look for somebody who's seemingly open to transform. So that's the thing. Thank you, Shannon. That's a really good statement, though. That's very keen. You're smart. We got some smart people here. Smart people. Okay. Last but not least, we are going to look at healthy drama, healthy conflict. Healthy conflict says we acknowledge how our shadow might be involved, which is fears. In stressful drama, we see the other person's shadow, but we don't see our own shadow. In healthy conflict, our conflict is love-based. In stressful drama, our drama is fear-based. Conflict being love-based means we want to show the 5 A's. When it's fear-based in drama, we have to save face and protect our ego. In healthy conflict, we are centered in mindfulness. But in stressful drama, we are distracted by the mindset of the ego. Didn't he say it? Woo, boy. Healthy conflict means you approach disagreements with love, mindfulness, and mutual respect. And in doing that, you remain centered in mindfulness to create a space for understanding, resolution, and ultimately you can have a deeper connection with another person. But if you're so into stressful drama, you have fears. And instead of acknowledging, you can become fixated on the other person instead of what's going on with you. Ego-driven response. Y'all know what ego-driven means? Ego-driven means you want to dominate the other person. You want to foster disconnection and prevent the possibility of healing and genuine resolution. You want to save face. You never admit that you're wrong just for the purpose of not admitting that you're wrong. That doesn't work in relationships. You have to be willing to let go of the fear, face your dragon, stop being so defensive, and start accepting. Hey, Sherry, how you doing? Oh my gosh, y'all gonna get this. Okay, so it is, oh my gosh, it's almost an hour and a half. We've been talking about this, but we're gonna finish chapter 5 next time we meet. What I want to say to you is that's my website, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Fill that out. Let me know if you need a mediator for some of this stuff. It's tough. These things weren't modeled for us. For most of this whole world could use a conflict resolution mediator. Our leaders in charge are using nothing mindful in how they communicate with each other. I shall not name Orange Man, but Orange Man in charge is not using any of this. But we're going to get this. We're going to get this. Y'all, let them fight each other, but we're going to be healing. Meanwhile, the revolution won't be televised. We're going to be healing each other while they fight each other. So, and that's what they know. All they know is fighting. There's certain factions of people. All they know is to fight and to participate in stressful drama. But we don't have to be part of it, y'all. We can get this together. We can have healthy relationships. We can do this. We're going to get this. Coaching with Dr. Alicia. That's my website. Also, text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. And I'll be sending you information about healthy relationships. Also, you'll get information on when I go live. We're going to finish chapter 5 next week. And I will be here. Let me see. I got nothing going on next week. I do have some stuff going on next. I got a busy Sunday next Sunday, but I'm going to create time to sit and talk to you guys, and we'll finish chapter 5. So anyway, Thank you guys for joining. I really appreciate y'all in here joining us today, joining me. I really appreciate, and I want to see you guys next week. Okay. Goodbye, everybody.
Happy Monday, everybody, and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Hey, we're diving into a conversation that so many people can relate to, chasing your dreams later in life and the financial realities that come with it. A 57-year-old woman left her corporate job to pursue acting in Atlanta. Now, 3 years later, she's speaking out about the financial struggles that she has faced. She's broke and trying to figure out what to do next. But here's the question. Was this an irresponsible decision, or is it proof that it's never too late to follow your passion? So many people dream of walking away from their 9-to-5 to do what they love, but is the financial risk worth it? How do you balance passion and stability? And how do we reshape the way we think about success at different stages in life? We've got an incredible panel today of queens, my royal court. We have Marlo Layson, TV film producer. We have Tiara Williams, our producer and actress and all the things. And we have Moya, our tax professional. And of course, you guys, I've been lately forgetting to say who I am. I'm Laura Lalaki, international real estate agent. And I just was like, I don't think I've ever introduced myself these last few shows. Listen, we've got a lot to unpack today. All of us here have experience with exactly what this lady is talking about, or have someone in our family who has gone out on their dreams. And we also hear of many success stories as well, but not too many times people hear about the people who don't quite make it yet. And I won't say that this lady won't make it. I'm saying she's hit a bump in the road. So let's just check out what she says, and then we'll get into the conversation.
I left my corporate job making a good salary and decided to chase a dream, thinking everything would fall into place, things would be in order. My life blew up. And today was a hard day. And honestly, I really want God to wave a magical wand and take me back to the day I was going to resign and listen to the advice I was given. But I didn't, because I think I'm grown and I have the answers. And I found out I don't. And it's hard. And I think, oh my gosh, I am 7 years on the other side of 50. And waiting for this to work out is hard. This is harder than I thought it would be. And it's the first time in my life I have felt like I don't have an out, that I'm stuck and I can't move. And that is suffocating. And it makes me, in this wide open space, claustrophobic, life claustrophobic, and it's difficult in it. And this is hard because this is embarrassing. This is not how I thought my life would be. But there's so many other things I know I have to be grateful for. I'm not homeless. I still have my car. But, I'm just tired of robbing Peter and Paul to pay Andrew, who now wants his money. I know, it's crazy, Wes. And it's hard because I feel alone. I feel like nobody understands.
This is heartbreaking to me, because you are talking to someone and you've got other people on the panel who know what their life purpose is, and it is in the arts. It's not just being creative. I'm a vocalist. I took a sidestep over to real estate because I was told that I should have, because I had a child at 16. But my life was always going, you're not supposed to be doing that. So these type of stories are common, but not really talked about, because we raise up people like Tyler Perry, who lived in his car for years before he got his break. And now we're all like, he lived in his car. He's the success. So it's really interesting to see how people react to this. So with that being said, let's check out a couple of the comments, and then I'm actually going to ask the panel a question. So there were comments to this video, and let's check it out. Do not disturb this groove. Oh my God, I love that song. She could have kept her job and still go on auditions. Melanated King said, at least she's owning her faults instead of blaming it on something else. Accountability will allow her to figure a way out of the hole she put herself in. And Lara said, we really have to be realistic. At a certain age, security has to be your main priority. Smart hustler. I'm ready to fight. I find humor in those who don't have good sense. She's in her 50s with the mind of a 20-year-old. And he was actually responding to this gentleman below who said, this isn't funny. Our community seems to find humor even in someone's personal tragedy. Yes, she's responsible, but that doesn't make it funny. Some of y'all have no empathy at all. Reaping comes with sowing. That's a biblical law. Y'all need to examine yourself. All right, panel, get ready for a tough question. Tiara, have you ever just dropped everything and just went for your dream?
Yes, I moved to Los Angeles from New Orleans, Louisiana with $250 in my account. Or no, actually with a what is it? Blue Cross Blue Shield card. I came here with that with $250, and I was like, I'm gonna go to Hollywood and make it. And so, I've been here ever since.
Well, the second part to that is, and I probably should have added that, is she seems to have a little bit of regret about it. Do you have any regrets for doing it the way that you did?
I don't have any regrets about the way that I did it, but I do think that it's important, to be mindful. Like if I would have coached her about like moving to Atlanta and pursuing a career like this, I definitely would have told her that, you have to learn the law. There's an spoken rule in Hollywood that you got to come and you have to be here for at least 10 years, at least 10 years. And there's a reason for that. You have to learn the lay of the land. I knew nothing about Los Angeles before I came, so I had to learn about the city, where to live, what to do. I had to find roommates. It's expensive. It wasn't as expensive then as it is now, but you have to learn who's casting, who are the agents, who are the actors, who are the players. You just really have to know a bit about your business. So I would have told her, especially in this market now, I would have told her to keep her job, because now you can self-tape like crazy. You can go to work during the day and self-tape at night. Like, it's a very different industry than it was when I moved here 20 years ago. So yeah, I'd have told her to keep her day job for sure.
I think that would have been sound advice, especially knowing LA the way that I do. And so many of my friends had did the same thing. I had some that went back home immediately, and I had some that stuck it out there and now are very successful. But you're right. It took about 10 years before that to happen. Marlo, have you ever just dropped everything to go after your dream? And if you did, do you have any regrets? And if you didn't, did you have any regrets for not doing it?
Well, me moving from New Orleans, when I left New Orleans and came to Shreveport, I knew uno person when I moved here, right? The person that I live with, right? And that's the only person I knew. I had to build it up. And in my mind, I said, this is a test, right? All the awards, the accolades, everything that I did in my career up until 2020 when I moved here, if it wasn't a fluke, I was going to survive, right? If I really was who I said I was, I would be able to pick myself up and move. Now, it's taken me another 5 years because this is a rebuild. My foundation is in New Orleans. My contacts, my casting, how I get hired really quickly, that's there. I've had to rebuild that and reevaluate and reassess what I'm trying to do and what my goals are. But I definitely understand. And I think what Tiara said is actually absolutely right. I know a lot of friends. I have several friends who are working actors. I actually went to school with Captain America. We went to high school together, and I've watched his climb, right? And he's been in the game a really, really long time. He lived in New York. He's lived in LA. Now he's back home in New Orleans and, flying out to work and then coming back and living. But it is a grind. It is a hustle. You have to learn the landscape. You have to learn the players. You have to learn the pitfalls. You have to learn who gonna scam you out your money and you ain't gonna get what they promised. and who's going to not charge you a quarter and gonna take you all the way to the top. But there are growing pains, and I think yeah, in this day and age, don't quit your day job, because you can do what you got to do at night. You can do it on the side. Don't tell your boss. You can do it at work. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are other avenues for you to pursue your dreams. So
Exactly.
keep your money flowing, because it costs money to make money.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. And we all know about the pressures of trying to keep up with inflation today. You better be able to feed yourself, or at least get to the auditions that you need to go to. Amoya, how about you? Have you ever dropped everything to go after your dreams? And if so, and if not, do you regret it?
Yeah, I think when you go after your dreams, I think it really is liberating. I think many times what happens is we don't think of that in between period. Like, we just think of my goal and then me there. But there's a whole period in between. And I feel like if we prep for that period, we won't meet it with such shock. Because my ex-husband, he had one of the few Black theaters in Los Angeles. And I would see people come, and I tell you, doors open to them in the very beginning because they came with so much light, so much energy. Even if they planned it, it still wouldn't have happened that way. And then what happens is LA consumes them because they have bills, that reality hits, and they get plagued with that energy, and it weighs them down. So they're not able to appear with so much tenacity and charisma and smile. It all kind of dissolves. So I feel like if you plan for that period, plan for that moment, then I believe you'll be able to execute it a lot better.
I love all these answers, but this is not our panel. We share with y'all. We tell you about our life. We tell you, we share, but I want to hear about y'all out there too. Have you ever done this? Have you had any regrets for doing it? And if not, why? Listen, I live with a goer, shaker, mover. I'm one of these people who I grew up dreaming about Hollywood. I grew up in the country. Then I married a beautiful man who is a goer, mover, shaker. So when he says, let's go, that's what we do. We both in the yard. So when he says, get on up here and let's sing this song, okay. So I, even through fears and shaking in my boots, we've always done things that were out of the blue. Do I regret it? No, because I probably would still be back home in Prospect, Kentucky if I didn't. And then I would have been thinking to myself, I woulda, shoulda, coulda. And right now I don't want to live that way. I have no reason to live that way. I want to be 92 if I should be so blessed and say, I did that thing. Or at least be able to say, I tried it. At least I tried it. And with that, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
And who better to know and grow with than other Fly Nubian Money? Listen, guys, we come here every day. We talk about great topics. We talk about life things. We talk about building your wealth, but we also have resources for you. We're not just walking the walk. We're talking the talk and doing it for you. And it's all here. So we have great resources for you at flynubianmoney.com. Don't miss out. Don't miss the opportunity, because instead of you waking up tomorrow going, oh, what am I going to do? You can wake up tomorrow and say, I got a plan. And that is what we do. here. So make sure that you go to flynubianmoney.com and you check out all of our resources. Listen, I do want to ask a question, and then I want to see what other people are thinking in those comments. But Moya, you brought up a lot of great, I think all of you brought up some really great points. So Tiara, do you think that people underestimate how difficult it is to start over later in life? Because she's older. She's now 57.
Yes, it's so interesting because it's that energy that Moya was just talking about that I think you need in the beginning. You need to like be extremely curious. When I got here, I was like, I'm gonna get off the Greyhound or whatever, right? Like, I'm gonna I got off the plane and was like, the Wayans is gonna discover me. I didn't meet my first Wayans until 7 years later, right? So it was, I was like, where you been? I've been looking for you. 7 years ago, I got off so it's really a process. And like Moya said, I think people, you need a certain amount of energy. Like I was just like, oh, there's a party. Oh, there's a this, there's a that. Oh, I'm going to this. I'm going down there. Like I would just get up and go anywhere. But I was also 23 years old, 22 turning 23 years old. So I was like everywhere. And when you're everywhere, luck kind of finds you. I was in the right place at the right time, but really it was because I was just outside. I mean, I could tell you that first year, in the first 3 weeks, I met Angela Bassett when I got here. Now, if you know me, you know that Angela Bassett is the reason why I became an actress. So I said, oh, this was easier than I thought. But it's because I followed up on every lead. I was like in the streets. I was hungry, as Moya said. I had the energy. There is something about having a whole career before that and then being 57 and maybe not having the energy of a 23-year-old that's going to uncover every rock, I met with everybody. And they'd be like, you know what? I like you. I'm going to introduce you to so go there and meet with him. And most of the time I walk in, I'd be like, hey, and it would turn into something. In that first year, I went on a tour with Morris Chestnut and all these different, and Avant and Elliot English. And when I tell you, we traveled around the country for 6 or 7 months, and Morris has become a friend. He's become a business partner, a mentor. There is something to be said about having the time to do it, having the space to do it. Now, were we hungry? Was I eating Carl's Jr. sandwiches every day for a summer? Ugh, I was, or just the ramen, or just trying to figure it out. But there is a difference. Now, me at my big age would not want to be like, all right, well, I'm gonna just stay in the car. I got Lauren. There's no way I'm gonna do that at this age. Like I'm gonna move with a little bit more discernment, which is a good thing and a bad thing, I think. I'm not, I can eat, right. So there's a hunger that comes along when you cannot eat. And when you can eat a little bit, you'd be like, oh, well, maybe I won't do it like that. I won't put myself out there like I did when I was 23. But I think there is something so valuable about having the energy.
I think you're right, because I'm gonna tell you what, if there's days that I can stay home with my onesie pajamas on, I'm gonna do it. There's just times I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. And it'll be a unicorn onesie at that, because that's my pleasure. But let's see what people are saying to her as well on the internet, because internet streets, people can say whatever they want behind these keyboards. So let's see if some are on point or not. Cluck said, just a sign for me to go to my office and log in. I was just thinking I'm about to quit and start my own business. Nah, I better slowly start that business while I'm still working and from home at that. And then Cora said, I feel like this is a message for all generations. Losing security is a hell of a thing. I don't think this means don't chase your dreams, but I think it's a cautionary tale that if you do it strategically and be prepared for anything to happen and have a plan B. I'm not too mad at those two comments. So, Marlo, I'm going to ask you, how much financial security should someone actually have before making a major career switch?
You should have some money in the bank, and you got to have money coming in, because money going out without money coming in is stress in your chest. Like, you have to do something, right? Because the bills going to come. Your family going to be looking at you like, what you doing, girl? Why you not doing nothing with your life? You too old to be out here without no job, right? I think that you have to think it through. You have to figure out what works for you. You know, when you, like I said before, you on your job, you figure it out, right? Maybe the best thing, and I mean, I don't know her whole backstory, if she's from Atlanta, if she always lived in Atlanta, but maybe creeping into, you know, local theater scene, right? Maybe creeping into, you know, extra roles where you could be on set and you can be, you know, when y'all have downtime. I was an extra on Girls Trip. I was an extra on a couple other movies. I was a producer. I was just on set so that I could mingle with the top of the line people. So that's what I would do. We would be in our breaks and I would figure out who was who, and I'd go sit down and smooth with them and pick their brains for as long as they would allow it. But I wasn't, you know, I had 3 children. So not having money coming in, you know, I was working full time and I always freelanced and worked for myself. So you have to have a plan, because this is a fickle mistress. The people want to make the films with AI. The children are making incredible skits on YouTube and TikTok and giving the talent away for $0 and exposure. So the competition situation is just different. The market saturation is different. And I think that whatever you're trying to do, you need to be prepared to do it with baby steps. Doing this grand leap is probably not the best idea, because again, it's energy, and you do have to be in the spaces, the faces, and the places, right? Because how else do people know you're out there? But if I'm 57, the last thing I want to be doing is co-mingling at the party with the 27-year-olds. Like, that don't sound like a great fun time to me. But that's the stuff that you have to do when you want to be in the entertainment industry. You have to be on the scene. And so I think, you know, whatever advice she says she got and she didn't listen to, she might want to rethink it.
Because it's never too late to rethink it, right? It's like, you know, it's okay to say you tried it, and if you didn't make it, to back up and change things. So, Moya, I mean, you deal with money, you see people's finances every day, they have experience with what your ex-husband was doing, and so should people expect financial struggles when they're transitioning into a creative career?
I think so I know we're talking about creatives, but I think it's ultimately when you're following your dream, period. And so when you have an understanding of what you need to do in order to get there, then you have to know that there are going to be struggles with it. I think my biggest thing is are you okay with it? If you are okay with it, meaning like, am I okay with sleeping on the couch at my sister's house with her 3 kids running around? If I'm okay with this season, then I need to give this season my absolute all. I need to have a list of what I'm going to do every day. And I would even break it down by the hour. Like, the first thing, and it doesn't even have to be like, I'm going to go audition, because sometimes those things are not in your control, but you have to know what is in your control. How many headshots can you send out a day? How many media kits can you send out a day? What can you do? And so I think if we approach it that way, I think they'll have a better understanding of what they need to do.
I hate to say it, but I know a lot of people right now who using ChatGPT like they best girlfriend, and they will ask them, what do I need? Listen, I got to work. I got to make money. I got this dream. Help me lay it out. What is my plan? What do I do? How much money do I need? How much time do I need to put toward this and that? So really, there's no reason to not be able to sit down and make some type of plans because you have the resources to do so. Deborah says, I'm recreating myself after being laid off of a job after 16 years. And it's not easy, but I'm Deborah Williams. So I'll be all right. Yes, ma'am, you will, Deborah. You are here every day. We love you so much. And yes, you will. We got pom-poms up for you. Now, Black Lexicon said he applauds her for taking the plunge to believe in herself. And I don't think that's we're not bashing. We're actually talking about, you know, how do you get on your life purpose and still find happiness in what you're doing and still be able to sustain a living quality that is still of quality, and not necessarily living in your car, always eating ramen noodles. You might want a little steak at that time, you know? So it's all about balance. When no one is saying you should squash your dreams, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. No. So with that being said, pom-poms up, time for a break.
I know.
You're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
Now, as you know, we are really up in the game, baby, with Fly Nubian Money Club. Okay, listen, nobody's coming to save you. You are going to be able to pull yourself up with all the resources that we have for you. Just this past weekend, Marlo brought her best to you to help you with your SEO to be found, right? You've got to have SEO to grow. And I know she bought her best, and y'all did not want to miss it. But wait, did you miss it? Oh,
It was really good. It was really good.
I don't think y'all understand that if you missed it, you still have an opportunity to go back and watch. Okay?
The
All
replay
you
is
have to
available.
do is, right, go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. You can watch the replay, and you can watch all of the others that are there too. Now, we have a 30-day free trial, but baby, you're going to take that 30 days. You can be like, I need this in my life, because it's going to help you climb that ladder of success in your own heart. You don't always have to march to somebody else's drum. March to yours. So flynubianmoneyclub.com. So we have another video that I would like to watch. It's like personal to my heart. I feel this one. I know this one. So let's check this one out.
I was so poor that one time I went to the NAACP Theater Awards, and I knew I did not have enough money to park. But I guess I thought, I was like, God is going to help me. We get to the end of the night. I drive up, and the man was like, it's $10. I was like, yeah, I don't have it. He was like, I can't let you out. I was like, that's fair. So I pull up, I go back.
The tracks.
I go back to my parking spot, and I was like, well, I guess I just got to wait for my miracle. 4 hours later.
What?
I have fallen asleep, and the man knocked on the window, and I woke up. I was like, yes. As though this were my home. I was like, yes.
Yes, sir. Did you need
Excuse
something?
me? And he said, you really ain't got no money. I said, oh, no, I don't. He was like, I might as well let you leave. And that is how I got out of the Beverly Hills Hotel.
Baby, I know, and I have seen this so many times. I actually help people living in Hollywood and going to all these places where you can tell they were going to auditions and they just needed a little help, and so there's nothing wrong with that. So, hey, listen, we've all done something like that before, but Tiara, I got a question for you, because I know we're all about getting out there and doing what we need to do. You said that, you have to get out there and hustle. You do. But why do so many people assume that passion will automatically lead to financial success?
Yeah. This is the only industry, the entertainment industry, music industry, anything that it requires entertainment, right? This is the only industry that you can work in, that you can put so much time into and not make it still, and make it in that form. You can go and be a doctor, spend those same years going to med school or wherever, and there's a route, there's a real route where you will definitely put in this amount of hours and make it that way. That's not how the entertainment industry works. You can definitely sow seeds, and I think that that's important. Like, that's going to tell how hard you've gone, how much you've gotten out is the result. Like what you put in is what you're going to get out, but it doesn't always mean that you're going to be a series regular or a Will Smith, or it doesn't mean, but you will find your way. You will find, like Marlo said earlier, you know, maybe you'll be a paid theater actor, or you'll be whatever. You'll find a groove. It might not have looked like what you wanted it to look like, or it might. You just really never know. But that's the interesting part. And if I may just say, I think that's why it's so important. um you know, one of the things when I was that first year when I was on set, I asked Blair Underwood, and I always tell this story, but I asked Blair Underwood how to keep longevity in the business. I was the one that was like, hey, can I have a meeting with all of the celebrity? If there was a celebrity around, I'd be like, can we have a meeting so I could just ask you questions? And they'd be like, yeah, you know. And so I was just always asking questions. And so anyway, that's led to a lot of great conversations. But anyway, I was asking Blair Underwood what to do, and he was like, "You just gotta know how to do everything." You know, when we came into this business, we knew how to produce. We had to learn how to direct. We had to learn how. We couldn't just be actors and singers. We had to learn how to do it all. And to be honest, that advice, because of who I was, I ran towards producing. I ran towards directing and all of that. But there's something bittersweet about that, because it kind of stretches you thin, right? Like, so now I have all of these skills, and on any given day I can give you what I have. And gratefully I just started a business, because I can go on and on and on, y'all. But I'll just say this. I think it's important. It is important to have all of the skills. It really is important, because you never know while something is dry, because acting is one of those things where there's only 1% of the industry actually working. So that other 99%, I think according to SAG-AFTRA, it said that like the average actor made like $1,500 a year.
Yeah.
Like, just think about that. $1,500 a year if they were earning at all, right? It was like in between 1,500 and like 16,000 on a good year. And I thought about myself, like how many times I've been able to, I'll work and I'll do something for television, whether it's a commercial, I do some television, and then I won't work for 2 years after that, right? So it's just like, you got to know how to do the things so that you can always have a job. And then lastly, um, I think that there is something to be said about creatives understanding business. Like, a lot of creatives do not want to learn business. They just, like, 90% of it is show, 10% of it is actual talent. You got to know the business, but a lot of creatives just don't want to do that. They get overwhelmed when you start talking about business and what to do. And like Moya said earlier, like, actually be strategic. They just, like, most creatives I know, they just be like, I just feel, I want to feel like working is a feeling. They get to LA, it's 70 all the time. Like, it's warm outside. It's just like there's a little flow. I just gotta feel it. Man, you gotta get outside. You better figure it out and be consistent, right? So anyway, go ahead, y'all.
No, but you said all the things. Now, I know we're talking about Hollywood a lot, but you know, there are other meccas. There's Nashville, there's Atlanta, there's many other places. There's some places in Texas. You know, it's not just the LA dream anymore. There are so many other places. And with a lot of these artists who are doing, like, creating their own production companies, now it's spread out all across the US. So don't just think that it's just Hollywood folk, y'all, because it's not. Now, Tammy Michelle says, I'm in the same boat. Similar situation. Walked away from my job at 2 weeks ago. Regret a little regarding the financial security. However, my mental and emotional health was taking a big hit. And then she goes on to say, haven't missed a meal and still living well. Faith is my force of energy to keep going, and all is aligning. So congratulations to you. Sometimes you just have to, you know, take that deep breath and take the plunge, right? What they say, that polar bear plunge, jump on in that ice water and swim, right? But Marlo, is our society too focused on money when it comes to defining success?
Money and notoriety, we are very hyper focused on, right? You know, you can be an actor. I know great actors in New Orleans on the theater scene who They live totally anonymously. They have schools, they teach, they have small theaters, they do put on productions. They are doing their thing, but because they didn't work with, whomever over here, because they don't have the Hollywood credentials, people put upon them that they haven't arrived, right? You have the friend that talks about your little production company, your little acting job, right? Because people want to see big. I've said it before, right? When we talked, I think last week about Joy Reid and all the people that got on the call with Joy Reid, like, what, y'all gonna start a new news organization? Like, what are y'all doing right now, right? But we love in this society, the United States specifically, we love notoriety, we love money. It don't matter how they got the money, but they got the money, and so that's all that matters. You see it all consistently in the comments all the time. Well, at least they got their money. The integrity means nothing, right? You're famous. What are you famous for? There are girls who we know their booty. I can't tell you what they duty. What you duty, girl? I don't know. I just know I see your hips and your lips every day. And I'm just like, what is your job, honey? But we have elevated that to a place where people who have real skill, who have real talent, feel diminished if they don't get that limelight. And the limelight, y'all, it really doesn't matter. I am good at what I do. I know what I do. I'm confident at what I do. And I can teach other people how to do what I do, or I can help them grow in what they want to do, right? And I don't need a big name, but it that has taken a toll on me, right? I have felt like if I didn't have my name in a credit that people could see, then somehow that invalidated what I did. And I'm glad that I've grown past that. And I wish that more people would grow past that. 500 million people don't need to know who you are. If 500 people think you're great and they appreciate what you do and they've gotten something from you, that is sufficient. But we are some star FUCKERs in this country, and that is what we love. And sadly, that's how many of us equate success. And I cannot wait till there's a paradigm shift and people, one, get to define success in their own way, but two, we understand that success does not look the same from person to person, from industry to industry, job to job. And that's the biggest problem, is that we look at prosperity and success. We've put those as twins, and they absolutely are not.
I agree. And then, we're talking about acting and a lot of things because the main character, the main lady we're talking about is acting. But I also want to talk about the music industry. People think that you get some TikTok hit or you come out, it took my husband 2 years to complete his last album because he included so many countries. The album was based on, called Globetrotter. Every song that we did was done with an artist from around the world. And then now Spotify don't want to pay none of it, and then takes your stuff down because they see now you're getting attention. Oh, we don't want to pay that. You can't get too many spins because we can't pay you. So you have to understand that there is struggle behind all of this. Nothing is instant. And the things that are instant, you ain't going to be around long, baby. You ain't going to be around long. We ain't even going to know your name next. So Moya, I want to know, how can someone properly plan financially before making a drastic career move?
I think it really depends upon them knowing how much they need in order to survive. Like, what does your income look like? And then what ways can you get this income without working this traditional 9 to 5? So that way you have the time to do what you need to do to actively progress to where you want to go. And that's the biggest part. And then I would say, have it at minimum 6 to 9 months, if not a year in advance. And I know that sounds like a long time, but as Tiara was saying, because you have to understand something about Tiara. I've actually been in the rooms with Tiara when she's worked the rooms. Tiara can literally work the room. She'll come out. I remember inviting Tiara to an event where we were going to see Les Brown. Tiara came out with Les Brown's phone number, and now all of a sudden she's pitching proposals to Les Brown. I said, Tiara, how did you do this? We were all I was in the audience with you. How did you get all the way backstage and meet him and get the number? And now you're doing proposals about what he and his family can do. She's doing show pitches. Like, it's amazing. And I think in order to have that mindset, you gotta not know where your next meal is coming from. You gotta have that removed from your mind so you can just move when you see opportunity and you can just go after it and not be in this state of fear and lack. So that's why I say have at least 6 to 9 months in advance.
I think that is absolutely excellent advice. You know, to have something in your pocket while you're out there jumping and getting Les Brown's telephone number.
That's hilarious. Hey, we're gonna be right back. I told y'all, I want to know them. And it's like that. I mean, you have to really like, if you have a moment, you have to take the moment. I don't know. I can't tell you how to do it. I'm just gonna do it. Like, that's it. And there is a bit of you in this industry that has to be that way. And it's not, I'm not genuine, right? Like, I mean, I really genuinely want to know and I want to work. I'm like, I've always wanted to work with you. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I just kind of lead with my energy and being myself.
But it's not a false energy. People can see through that.
Yeah.
You understand? There is a difference of you kissing ass and you really shining your light.
Yeah.
There is a difference. We'll be right back. Check this commercial out.
Are you a Black business owner looking to expand your reach? Well, has Fly Nubian Money got good news for you? We are building a Black business directory to connect you with customers who need your services. And here is the best part. It is absolutely free. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us your business name. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what services you offer, your website address, and your contact information. That's it. Together, we are going to build and circulate the Black dollar. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are probably already looking for you.
Baby, ain't no probably. We looking for you. We looking for you. Because we are not spending no money with people who don't support us. All right. So all you need to do, if you have a business, somebody's looking for you, and we want to put you in front of your audience. All you have to do is email us at info@realvirtual.net. INFO@REELVIRTUAL.net. Send us all the things. Please don't send us stuff half-butt. We can't help you if you send us half-butt. All right. We need your name, your telephone number, your email address, website, and tell us a little bit about yourself. All right. Because we are building this thing. You wanted to know how? Well, we got the how. So we want you in that directory. And if you are actually looking for someone right now, you email us too and tell us that you would like to know what we currently have in our directory, because I know that directory is going to continue to grow. So that is your assignment. March your notice, because every Friday, y'all know, we subscribe to the Blackout, right? Because y'all promised, y'all came up with it. We said we was going to get in line formation. So you got to know who to shop with, right? Okay, let's look at some stats, because this is so interesting to me, because it's kind of a push and pull with me on this thing, career changes later in life. And I'm 55, y'all. So the average person changes careers 3 to 7 times in their lifetime. About 25% of career changes are over the age of 45. 60% of people who switch careers later in life say they do it for happiness and fulfillment rather than financial gain. Yes, because something in life switches on you. 69% of people who change careers at 50 plus experience at least a temporary decrease in income. And the average time to rebuild financial stability after a major career change is 3 to 5 years. Only 12% of late career job switches say that they were fully financially prepared for the transition. And this I love, because this is my man. This is Easy Reader, y'all. Easy Reader. Morgan Freeman had his breakthrough role in 1987 Sesame Smart, where he was 50 years old. It earned him an Academy Award nomination. Now, listen, if y'all like me, y'all know Easy Reader, right? So 42% of entrepreneurs start their first business after the age of 50. And actors, artists, and entertainers often take 5 to 10 years before they reach financial stability in their industry. Listen, with today's world, we're always told, just do it, drop everything. You know, you always got that one who always wants to say, do it, but they ain't going to do it because they're scared, right? But listen, there's something to be said about being older when you do this. You've lived life a little bit. Maybe you've worked a job that you absolutely hated your whole life, and this is what you need to shake it up. I'll be honest. I lost my 2 sisters 2 years ago. The things that were important to me at that time are no longer important to me now. I am taking a complete life, and we're going to see how that turns out. And I'm okay with that. But Marlo, do you think that with the older generation, I don't know, but it's not, as we get, it's not an older generation, as we mature, we have lived through understanding not having enough and knowing when we're not happy. Do you think that we are a little bit smarter? And I know this lady just turned everything in, but do you, for the most part, people that you know of at this age, do they feel like they got enough behind them to move forward in a dream?
Yeah, and I think that you're a little bit more responsible with money as you age. Most people are, or you should be, because you should have made all the mistakes in your 20s. But you're a little bit smarter with your money. You know how to budget better. You know how to scale back. You know how to prioritize. And those are the things that are going to help you in business, right? Because as you grow your business, obviously you want to build it to scale, but you can't have everything out the gate, right? So you have to figure out what's the most important thing I need right now. And then incorporate the other things as you grow, as you start to profit, as you start to, gain more notoriety. So I think there is something to be said. I didn't realize 47% of people get to 50 or around 50 and start a new thing, right? But it's encouraging to me because I'm 47. So I think that I feel like, okay, well, I might be in the right headspace, taking this 20 years of knowledge, right, and turning it into something of my own. But I think that maturity and wisdom and how you wake up on your 40th birthday and you in the FUCKs, you don't have as many of them in your pocket, right? And then I joined Constance Carter's Net 7, and we were talking about it, and everybody was like, oh yeah, but when you get to 50, they don't even let you in the FUCK store, right? So we were joking about how your mindset shifts, and you need that mindset because when you're younger, you do worry about what people think. You do worry about what people say. Even though it's none of your business, it does affect you. And so I think that the maturity that you need for longevity and growth, you definitely encounter it later in life. So
I agree. I feel good. Listen, somebody asked me, I was telling people my last birthday was February 23rd. And I actually say to people, I'm 55. And people are like, shh, why are you telling everybody you 55? Because I know too many people who didn't make it to 55, right? So, it's not something that I'm ashamed of, but you touched on something really, really important, Marlo, and I'm gonna throw this question to you, Moya. Are older people judged more harshly for struggling financially than younger people?
I'm sure, because as Tiara said, when she was 23, eating ramen, like in our minds, like, oh, that's okay. But eating ramen at 53, we're like, what's wrong with you? So I think so. But I think it's important to live our dream. I think that is so important. We have one life. We have this body to do it in this moment. And so when God puts something on your heart to do, I think at some point in time, you need to give it your best in order to deliver what you've been called to do.
I agree. I totally agree. And if you're able to get out there and do it, do it. Even if it makes just one person happy. And you shine your light and that made someone else happy, that is an accomplishment in our life. So Tiara, do you think that ageism is a real issue when switching to a new industry in your 50s?
Yeah, yes, I do. Especially if you're a woman. And I because I work in this industry in particular, the entertainment industry, it's even worse, right? There's a celebration of men. Like you saw that whole thing with Morgan Freeman getting his first role at 50. For women in this industry, it's like sis, you're getting old. You can't work. Maybe like your mind don't work the same. I don't know, but I know that mentors that I have who are now in their 50s, they really see issues, and there's issues with being hired, or they're not, people aren't checking for them like they were checking for them maybe just 10 years ago. And so there is a shift that even one of my mentors that has worked for everybody, she was on the show once before, Robin has worked for Oprah, Diddy, everybody that you can name, and she hit 50 and was just like, oh, there's the traction is not the same. It's not people aren't checking for me like they were. And then it kind of like she was like, and also I don't want to work, I'm not as inspired to work in this industry in the way that I've been working in it. So I want to pivot. And so I thought that even that was interesting. So, there's something to be said, what we've been saying this whole time. Like, I think it's a combination of what Moya said. You have one life. Man, I'm on the other side of this life. Like, let me get to it, even if it means that I have to eat ramen or live in a car or whatever. At least let me like do it, so then I feel fulfilled, or it's part of my purpose, or like I feel like I've touched my purpose while I was here. So to answer your question, I didn't mean to go around the block with this, but I do think it affects you. But I think that's I think when it starts to affect you, you just pivot. Because sometimes I think that rejection is God trying to put you somewhere else anyway, right? Like, oh, I've been doing this thing, but like the rejection is always direction. So it's just leading you somewhere else. So I would tell that lady that maybe it's not necessarily like things aren't going to work out. I would just look around to see what opportunities are around me that I could take, that I can kind of make my own.
Exactly. I agree with that. I know when I wasn't really doing a lot of singing out in Denver, I decided that, I wanted to do more singing. And what I did is I put together an hour singing show, and I learned 30s, 40s, 50s tunes. And made money at going to assisted living places and nursing homes. And when they would wheel those people in, they looked comatose. Okay. A lot of times they would come in comatose. And I'm thinking, I'm just singing to an empty room. No, baby. When that music started going and I started singing things that they understood, they would wake up, they tap their feet, they clap their hands. And then at the end of it, I would sit and talk to them while they were wheeling them back to their rooms. And I've heard the most wonderful stories. Like, I met my husband in San Francisco. Well, we got married in Vermont. And, all the songs that I sing that touched them, I left there feeling so high, a natural high off of being able to help someone else tap into a memory that bring them joy. So there is something that you can do every day to bring joy to someone else, and not only yourself. And you just might find that when you are just trying to do things, they feed you more than you're giving. So you're being fed. Now, with that being said,
wait a minute. I don't want you to hold up. Wait a minute. Because do you see how creative that was? Right?
Yes.
Do you see how creative that was? It's like, that's what I mean about finding an opportunity, thinking outside the box, saying like, how can I still do this thing, but it's not like everybody else is doing? Lala, that is so dope. Right? And I think if this lady was watching, I'd be like, do what Lala did, but figure out how to make it work for you. And you still were earning money. I love that, man. Listen, I'm about to put my list of things together when I will never be out of work as a singer messing with you. Like, I love that. I love that.
And I just want
to go ahead.
I just want to highlight and connect the two, because what Tiara was saying in terms of show business, like the way that Lala approached it, she connected herself with the business. She understood that, yes, I'm going to deliver. I just want to unpack it really quick. One, you improved your skill set. You improved your skill set and you found a target market.
Yeah.
And then you reached out to the target market with what your offer was. And so I just think that that is exactly what Tiara said. That's an exact blueprint of what it means to step in and follow your dream and deliver on that purpose, because that purpose doesn't equal and need to be Beyonce is what everyone is saying. The purpose is being able to touch someone and allowing them to remember and bring joy to them through your art. I just think that was beautiful.
That's it.
I'm telling you, it's one of the best times, and I'll go back to it in a heartbeat if I ever have to, right? And maybe not even if I have to, because it does bring joys. Dr. Vibe says, don't get good, get done. I love that. I absolutely love that. Just step on into that power, because you can do things that you dream of and still earn money. Now, with that, we're going to help you increase your skills. Tira, what do we have for the peoples?
Oh, so so real quick, y'all, because I wasn't ready for that. I thought she was going to ask me a question. But we've been talking about ways to prepare yourself for your financial future. Obviously, I am creator of the Fly Nubian Money Club, and this week, or what day is it? I'm sorry, March 22nd. We have Yolanda Spivey coming to the Fly Nubian Money Club. She is going to teach us how to use insurance as our insurance policies as our own personal bank. And so I think that it's important. It's ways like this also. I mean, I want to connect the two. Here is how, if I would have talked to this lady when she was in corporate America, I would have told her, listen, this is how you do this. This is how you set yourself up financially. You invest this money while you're working corporate. And so when you're not corporate anymore, you can always kind of pull from the things that you've invested. So join us on March 22nd, where Yolanda Spivey, our queen, I will have her commercial up tomorrow, but she's going to teach us how to use our a life insurance policy and turn it into your own personal bank. So you do not want to miss that.
And what date is that?
If you are switching careers.
Right on time. When is our next session?
March 22nd.
All right, March 22nd. Don't wait to the last minute. Go ahead and sign up at flynubianmoneyclub.com. We got you. Man, this was a really great conversation and a great way to start off the week. Because a lot of us do step back and we think, maybe I should go after my dream of owning that business, or maybe I should go after that dream of singing or acting. But you can do it wisely, and no one is telling you that you can't do it. We're just telling you that you can do it smartly. And I think all of us has expressed that we have done that at one point in our life, but it is actually time for final thoughts and where we can find people. Marlo, I'm going to start with you. What are your final thoughts and where can we find you?
So my final thought is just taken from my own personal journey. Has somebody told me that at 47, I would have picked up big, heavy weights and said, I'm going to put on the ittiest, bittiest, teeny tiny bikini not long before my 48th birthday and put my body on display in hope of, winning a medal, I would have said, get out my face, because that is crazy, crazy talk. But here I am. I'm training. I am changing my mindset. I am disciplining myself, disciplining my body to achieve a goal that I didn't know I had. And it's the same professionally, right? Disciplining myself to pivot from corporate America and take all the skills and training that I've acquired over my career and make that work for other people, but also make it work for the lifestyle that I want in my second session of life. And so don't let anybody tell you you're too old. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't do it. Do it. Have a plan, right? We don't want to do anything unplanned. We don't want to do anything without strategy, but we want to make the move, because the only way that you can accomplish the goal is if you get up and take the first step. The first step is the best step because that sets your intention. So just do it. Be Nike, follow your dreams, but don't be foolish, right? We are to be wise and not foolish. And so get advice, take advice, listen to other people, and be open enough with your dream to realize maybe the dream you have for yourself is not necessarily the dream that is waiting for you. So you got to be flexible, like Lala. I love what she said about taking her skill and making it work in a way that she hadn't imagined before, right? Maybe she dreamed of being on the Grammy stage and not at the elder spot, but she made it work and she brought joy to people, because that's what our gifts are meant to do. If you are looking for me, you see there, the marlowgroup.com. That's my website. I will help you with your online presence, your SEO, data analysis, understanding all the things that will make your website and your business grow using a digital marketing with me on there. I have a nice little calendar for you and all the things. And I love y'all for real. I think it's follow those dreams, chase those dreams. People, you only get one life. Live it. Don't be living with regrets. No regrets.
Yeah, I don't want to
No
live.
wishing that I would have.
Shoulda, coulda. Yeah, no wishes, shoulda, coulda. Not gonna do it. Marlo's got a whole new group now, the marlowgroup.com. You want to go there now. You want to follow her on her journey. And you also want to raise them pom-poms up to support her and what she's doing. I'm so proud of you. You're looking great, Marlo. Every time you come on, we're like, we love it. So the marlowgroup.com. Moya, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
Well, I definitely learned a lot today. Like, one, I feel like I've been staring at Marlo the entire time today because she looks absolutely gorgeous. So I think she's a physical testament of what it means to follow your dreams. And I loved learning about what Lala did in terms of making your dreams work for you and how you can truly utilize them and being creative in different ways. And then, of course, I learned a lot from Tiara today, talking about what it means to really work a room and taking that leap. And that's what I would say to everyone. If we just took a little bit from everything that we've learned today and figure out how to apply it with a plan and with the level of savings and putting it into action daily. My name is Moya. If you have any questions about taxes, about scholarships, there's a lot happening on the federal level with the U.S. Department of Education, but there still are opportunities for your children to still go to college for free. Definitely go to my Instagram and send me a DM at moya.business.
Moya's got all the things, especially taking care of our babies and them scholarships. There is a lot of things going on in the world right now. You can choose to sit back and be angry and huff and puff. You can fight as well in that area, or you can get up and choose to do something and still live your life and put some sunshine in your life. As I say that, there is a large rainbow outside of my window. That is my reminder that I must be doing something right. So listen, don't just get paralyzed. Make sure that you have a plan for your babies and also your money that you mean to be bringing back in with them taxes. Go ahead and meet with Moya and do what you need to do to get your money right. Okay, Tiara, what is your final thoughts and where can we find you?
You know, I really like this topic, not only because I can relate to it on so many levels. I think about that lady in the car who was kind of like tearing up, our initial lady. And I would just tell her that she is on a path. It's part of the process. Like, her frustration is part of her process. Like, she's frustrated right now. She's just seeing the downside of it. Regret isn't necessarily what she should feel. She should just keep going and understand that this is all part of the process. Being scared, being frustrated, being hungry, sacrificing. This is what sacrifice looks like. Because in 10 years, she'll say, man, I had to sacrifice so much. Like, she'll have a story to go along with it. Like, I don't think anything that's worth having is going to come right away. You're not going to say like, oh, I want this thing, and it's going to come the next day, because you won't appreciate it. I would say for the people that are watching that right now is the time. Right now is the time. If you're looking to do something, don't wait 5 years to do the thing. Don't get until, I mean, no shade to her, but don't turn 57 and wait to do this thing. Now, if you're 57 and you've had, you want to hit the corner. Like, I'm good with that, but don't wait for that. Just make sure that you learn business and you learn the business part of it. You start to invest. maybe join the Fly Nubian Money Club, where we can show you how to invest, and how to prepare for situations like these. I think the biggest thing for me this year is just exactly what I'm preaching. I started Fly Nubian Money Club for me. To be honest, I'm just around a whole bunch of amazing women with all of these different skills that I want to learn from. So selfishly, I was like, I'm going to put them together, and then we're going to start to invest together. And so I'm right there with you. Come to Fly Nubian Money Club. Just know that I'm not above any of it. I'm in every training. Every queen that has done a workshop, I be in the workshops, like learning. Annette Seven, Dr. Lene has a workshop right now that's brand your brilliance. I'm there on a Saturday morning right after Fly Nubian Money Club, because I feel like you can just learning. I'm going to be with Lala in a few minutes, learning from her. Like all of that. Like I'm in all of it, and I'm taking it all in because I just feel like it's important. As a creative, I need to know business. So just like make that investment. If you want to find me, I am across all platforms as Miss Black Hollywood. That's MSBLACK Hollywood. Yeah, I love y'all for real. Nope, you are muted because Lala is talking.
And she means that. So you need to make sure that you go and follow her now. She also has an album coming out. She skipped that part, but I'm not going to let her forget that. So you want to make sure.
It's not out. It's not, well, I still got to record one song.
Warm it up. Warm it
But
up.
I do have a single. We are going to release a single soon. So like that, the album might not be out yet because I still got some work to do, but it's coming. It really, really, really is coming. So I'm excited about that.
That
And as
is
a matter of fact,
exciting.
this is a pivot. Like this is a pivot for me, right? Like I'm 42, about to put an album out for the first time, and I'm really excited about it. But I also am not going to be eating ramen trying to get into the music industry. So there's a way to do it.
Nah, see, there you go. She's walking the walk, talking the talk, talking the talk, walking the walk. That's all. That's simple as that. All right. And here's my thing. You get one life, baby. You better do it screaming. But you can do it smartly as well. You can use the skills that you have now to also earn money to get you to the level that you want to be. There is nothing wrong with going after your dreams. After all, we came here with a blueprint of things that we are supposed to do in our life. I call it the life journey. And when you're not doing your life journey, something keeps, and it won't let you sleep until you get to it. So don't get to 93 if you should be so blessed and turn around and go, oh, I wish I coulda, I shoulda, and I woulda. If there's anything that I have learned in these last 2 years after losing my sisters is I don't have tomorrow. I don't know what tomorrow brings. I may not wake up tomorrow. So I'm going to have to live this day, this moment, and appreciate the things that come in my life. There are no failures. They're just life lessons. Just life lessons. And you can find me at my website at www.laurakey.net. I have some free stuff there for you as well. If you're thinking about moving abroad, a lot of people are like, I'm just going to leave this country. Well, are you ready? You don't know if you're ready. What does that mean? If you take that quiz, if you download the quiz that I have, and it's a free quiz, it will help you see where you are. It will help you plan. It will help you start thinking of some things that maybe you didn't think about instead of just picking up and going. It gives you a little blueprint of where you can start. So go to www.laurakey.net to download your free quiz today. Now, listen, this conversation has been great. And it's been a reminder that there is no one size fits all path to success. Chasing your dreams can be inspiring, but financial preparedness is key. The truth is, for many people, major career shifts come with big sacrifices. The question is, how much are you willing to risk for the life you truly want? No matter your age, your dream is it's valid. But as we've learned today, financial planning is just as important as a passion. If you're thinking about making a move like this, make sure you have a plan. Talk to financial experts, which Fly Nubian Money has all these people. Tap in, build your savings. And most important, Set realistic expectations. I want to say thank you to my royal panel, and I am so glad to spend more time with you today. This is my favorite time. I love this hour that I have with my sisters, and I love this hour that I have with you. So we want to continue to keep this conversation going. Put your comments in, and I see that I got Miss Black Hollywood got something we want to say. Go right in.
Lala, I just want to say really quick, Moya didn't say today, but by the end of the year, I think Moya is going to pivot as well and release a book and start speaking on stage.
Ooh, Moya, you
Yeah. She
keep
didn't
this
say it. She
secret.
didn't say it today, but that's the pivot that's coming. There's a
I'm
new
here
book
for
and
it.
she gonna
I'm
be on
here
stage.
for it. Because
I'm
I
here
can
for
listen to Moya talk all day.
all day
All
long,
day.
right? All day
We got
long.
you, Moya. We got
I
you,
know.
Moya.
So she didn't say that today, but that's the pivot after tax season.
See, I love it. And it's okay to pivot. You know, you got to go after those dreams. Listen, Black Lexicon, we see you. Dr. Vibe, we see you. Tammy, we're proud of you. I know you out there, you saying you're doing the thing. We have Sophia. We have Deborah. Y'all, GMB is here. Listen, y'all here every day. We know we see you. And this is why I always want to make it a point to shout out your name, because you know what? You actually could be taking your time and spending it somewhere else, but you actually really came to spend some time with us. You are our sunshines, and we thank you very much for being here. We will see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope y'all forwarded your clocks and you wasn't late to do, or too early for many things today, but I know that hour is lost. Get your rest, babies. Drink some water, and we'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Peace out.
Hey everybody, how you doing? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome, welcome. It's great to see you, Dr. Boyce Daily. That's the name of our program, and we do this daily, every day. Actually, on Spotify. If you want to get updates on the stock market and ways to make money, I love talking to you guys about that every day, because my goal is to put more money in your pocket. Now, with that being said, right now you're in the middle of a crazy set of outcomes in the stock market. The stock market's acting absolutely berserk and ballistic at the same time. These declines are pretty significant and impactful to a lot of you that have stock portfolios. I know that 88% of our students in the Black Business School are stock market investors. So most of you are feeling a little bit of economic pain, a little bit of financial discomfort. And what I want to do is give you some guidelines on what's going on, as well as what you might want to do next. And, you know, it's one of these things where this is where the great investors are carved out. This is where you make your money. You make your money during the bear markets, because that's when money is made the most. Also, there's a study that basically says that if you miss something like the top 10 trading days of the last 30 years, you missed almost all the gains in the market. So the hard part about a bear market is that the temptation is to leave. But you have to stay, because that's when the money gets made. Give me a yes if you understand. Also, let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I had some mic issues earlier. I want to make sure that I'm coming through all right. Can you guys hear me okay? Put some yeses in the chat so I know that you can hear me. And also, if you're interested in learning stock options, this is a great time to learn it. This is a great market for options. If you want to learn all about options, our COIN program starts on Thursday. COIN stands for Certified Options Income Network. It's small group, deep dive options training from A to Z, and you get a certification when you're done. So if you'd like to talk to someone about joining COIN and apply, feel free to go to drboycecoin.com. All right, so first thing I want to do is I want to mention to you all that in an environment like this, if you feel that the water's too rocky, there are safe haven stocks that you can invest in when the market goes down, right? Or in an uncertain market. And right now, what a lot of people are using, the term they're using a lot to describe the stock market right now is uncertainty. And if there's anything to define Donald Trump in terms of his impact on the economy, it is uncertainty. And this is without regard to whether or not you like him or not, whether you think he's a good guy or a bad guy. The unfortunate and crazy reality is that what he's doing with tariffs is not making sense anymore. It was making some degree of sense because it sounded like, okay, I want to put these tariffs on other countries. I want to even put tariffs on Canada and Europe, which, that's things like this have happened before. And the reason we want to do it is because they're letting all this fentanyl into the country, and we want to stop the flow of fentanyl and stop the flow of illegal immigration. Okay, people got that. That made sense. But then the language shifted a little bit, and it became, this thing like where we're going to reset the American economy. We want to rebuild the middle class and bring great American companies back to the United States and start manufacturing back in the U.S. That's a different goal. That's more of a long-term objective. That's something that if that is his goal with these tariffs, that's very dangerous for stock market investors in the short term, because that means that this man's willing to pummel the stock market until he gets what he wants. And what he's seeking to obtain are these assurances from international companies that they're going to invest in the United States. He wants to hear companies like TSMC say, hey, we're going to make our chips in, we're going to make them in Texas with you, and wherever they make the chips. I forgot where they built that plant. And we're going to invest $100 billion in the United States. And that's pretty much what type of win I think he's seeking to get. If it's the first part, fentanyl and what was the other one? Immigration, that means that a lot of this will be short-lived. That means that the market could reverse itself very quickly. If it's the other thing, the whole, we want to shift the American economy, that becomes a problem. Was it New Mexico? Thank you, Michael. I didn't know what to say. It was one of them states, one of them places. So anyway, Trump is the reason the market's crashing right now. That he is the reason. You can't put it on any other variable other than the guy in the White House. Now, that does not necessarily mean you should love or hate Trump one way or the other. I know a lot of you have your beliefs and your feelings about him. There's the short game and the longer game, right? So the longer game is that there could be some economic wins further down the road. The longer game is that this could be a scenario where you buy the dip and everything's okay. Or the longer game could be more negative, where you end up disrupting consumer confidence. You disrupt the confidence of corporations as well to believe that they're going to have a stable enough landscape to make long-term economic plans. You disrupt global trade in a significant way. And so overall, worldwide, there is some probability that you could have a global recession out of this. And in fact, they've even used that term, stagflation, which is a very bad economic term. That's a scary term. Stagflation is inflation and a stagnant economy at the same time. That's almost like a person who has cancer, but they're allergic to chemotherapy, right? So the more you try to heal them, the more they're going to die. Or a grease fire in your kitchen. The more you want to pour water on it, the bigger the fire gets. Stagflation is kind of like a grease fire in the economy, where it's very, very difficult to manage this. So I'm going to give you some quick variables that are happening now. And what I want to do also is, by the time we're done, I'm going to give you some stocks that you can take a look at. These will be what they might call safe haven companies that you can invest in that will be safer during an economic downturn. So you can sort of picture all these different companies almost like boats on an ocean. And you've got the big tankers that are that don't move very much with the waves. And then you got the medium-sized, yachts or whatever. Then you got the little tiny dinghies. And the tiny dinghies are rocking left and right? So some of these dinghy stocks are really getting killed. The big tankers are staying pretty consistent in the ocean. So here are some quick little stats to kind of let you know what's happening here and why this is kind of an issue. You're not in bear market territory yet. A bear market is when you are 20% off of your previous high. Last I checked, the S&P is about 8% off of its high. So if this continues for another week or two at the same rate that it's been going so far, we will be in a bear market. Trump will have succeeded in destroying the stock market. And what's really crazy is I think even his buddy Elon Musk, Tesla, I saw something that said Tesla's stock is 50% down this year, but let me double check that, because that would sound crazy. But let me make sure I'm right about that, because that sounds like I feel crazy even saying that. But it's down 15% today. The last 6 months, Okay, the last 6 months is only down 1.78%. The last month, though, is down 36%. Year to date, it's down 41%. Okay, but over the last year, Tesla stock has actually made money. So that's kind of the interesting scenario that Elon Musk is looking at. Like right now, if you bought Tesla stock at the start of the year, January 1st, and you've held it for the last 2 months and 10 days, you have lost 41% of your money. That's a big problem. However, if you have held Tesla stock for the last 5 years, then maybe you're not mad because you have actually 5x'd your money. You 5x'd your money. But here's the crazy part. The stock is trading at 222.15. Not long ago, at the end of 2024, it was trading at 436. So people who invested in Tesla toward the end of the year got their asses kicked. They just got absolutely pummeled. I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. Here's one little, so this is the first, it's not even a stock recommendation. I don't give investing advice. I'm just going to tell you what I'm buying. I'm buying Tesla. I'm buying Tesla because I want to hold it for the next 10 years. I'm buying Tesla because I believe, and I've heard from enough experts that they have technology that is advanced enough that they're just going to kill it financially. I'm buying Tesla because I believe that this dip is an opportunity to be a part of something bigger long term. I'm buying Tesla because I believe that once autonomous vehicles kind of hit the market, that they're really going to be able to have a huge piece of that. I believe also that their positioning in AI with robots and everything is going to be pretty powerful, and I want to be a part of that. Now, the problem with Tesla, though, is that you have risk. You have this key man risk. If Elon Musk slips and dies in the bathtub, then guess what? Tesla loses $100 billion in market value because Elon's gone. So the company is very brand driven in its valuation, but I think that there's something to that. I really believe that. All right. So anyway, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name's Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's great to see all you guys. And by the way, if you go to Spotify, you can find my name and look up my podcast on Spotify. I have a couple. One's called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market. The other one is the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. Because if you can't tell, I'm a black man. I'm a black man every day of the week and twice on Sundays. And so I speak about economics from a black perspective, but that doesn't mean that you have to be black to be here. You just got to respect black people and understand what we're trying to do. We got a community to build, and we're getting the job done. All right. So anyway, with that being said, one of the stocks that you may want to look at as a safe haven stock could be a stock like a Procter & Gamble. Procter & Gamble or McDonald's. You know, people are always going to eat McDonald's, even if the economy's bad, because people always want to get access to that cancer food that they sell, that toxic crap. Like McDonald's food is it's like this poison from outer space, like where they can have a cheeseburger from 1985 and it doesn't actually like dissolve or whatever it is. Like it doesn't do what regular meat does, but still, you know, McDonald's will probably remain pretty strong in a recession. Procter & Gamble will as well. Also, a company like Duke Energy, like a power company. These are things that people are going to need. Johnson & Johnson might be another stock to feel free to take a look at because they're going to make money even in a recession. So if you want to know some safe haven investments you can make that will keep, allegedly, again, there's no guarantees, keep you pretty safe even in a bad economy. Those are some companies that are out there. Now, if you want to know some of the variables that are happening right now, I'm just going to give you a breakdown so you'll just know what's happening. A lot of you are stock market investors, and I know a lot of you are seeing red in your portfolio. Join the club. It's raining right now. Everybody's getting wet. I got water in my shoes. All you can do is hold your nose and hold out. I've also been buying dips. That's what I do. That's because that's my strategy. I stick with my strategy. I stick with the plan. I don't let whatever's happening out there affect what's happening inside of me. You know, this is some of the lessons that Dr. Alicia works with you guys on in our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School, is that you have to know how to keep your cool when the market acts weird, because if you freak out and panic and you run away, you're going to miss the chance to make the money. That's why we have the first ever Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School. So here's the thing. A few things that are causing this decline. One, trade tensions. These tariffs are causing all kinds of issues with China, Mexico, and Canada. And as much as Trump is disentangling us from those countries, these countries have really deep relationships with the United States economically. and there is chaos in global financial markets that results from the destabilization of these relationships. Now, just because the stock market has been getting hammered, though, doesn't mean that everybody loses if these relationships get changed or if they evolve over time. A lot of people have felt that globalization helps very wealthy people. If you're a stock market investor, globalization helps you because stock prices go up in a global society. But what about that worker in Pittsburgh who used to work at the steel mill, and now the steel mill is making all their steel in China, right? His life isn't going to get any better because of globalization, right? So an argument to be made in favor of tariffs, which I don't know if I agree with it all the time, is that it protects local industries, and it says that sometimes money is not the most important thing in the world, and also just because more money is made doesn't mean everybody's getting that equally. The United States is not a country that's very good at distributing its wealth. I mean, the United States is a country where a lot of your wealth rises to the top. So stockholders get very wealthy with globalization. The elites get very wealthy. Regular working class people don't, right? And my goal really is to show you what the elite do so you can position your family in that space so you can benefit from Americanized capitalism. I'm not trying to convince you that it's a good thing. I'm not trying to make you a capitalist. I'm just trying to let you know you're in a capitalist society, and money drives everything. That if you are Black and you are trying to just create another generation of employees, you're going to get killed. Your job will feed you, but it's your wealth that will help you really elevate. Your job is only designed to feed you just enough food so you can get up and go back to work tomorrow. All right. So moving on. Another issue going on here is there's a concern that there might be a recession. We talked about that. Consumer confidence is dropping. That's a big deal because the American consumer has propped up the stock market for a very long time. The stock market has been elevated by the fact that American consumers spend like crazy and they can't stop, won't stop. They never slow down their spending. Third, there's issues with inflation and interest rates now. Before, the Federal Reserve was going to lower interest rates. They had all these rate cuts kind of planned into the year. Well, now they can't. They're afraid to do it because they're seeing that this inflation may come back because tariffs are inflationary. So if they cut interest rates in an inflationary environment, they're only going to make the inflation worse. So what they might do instead is actually hike interest rates. So if you hike interest rates, that's slowing down the economy further. You've already got the tariffs and stuff in place, and you're also missing out on the rate cuts that were already priced into the stock market. So all this stuff just creates chaos with the stock market. It's like, oh God, what are you doing? This is crazy. So this is why you're seeing the market drop, because the valuations don't make sense anymore. And the tech sector has been just getting body slammed. It used to be the case that the tech trade, the NVIDIAs and the Teslas and the Microsofts, that was where the big money was. Not anymore. Not anymore. The economy has fully spread out. The United States was in a very dangerous position where an extraordinary percentage of our market's total economic value was tied up in like 7 stocks. It's like 7 stocks that controlled everything. And now that number is starting to dissipate. These companies, so I personally am not chasing the NVIDIAs. I'm not chasing just the Amazons and the Microsofts. I think these companies are fine, but I'm actually happy that the valuations have come down a little bit. It might actually make more sense. And then last but not least, just when you have tariffs and broken trade relationships, you have a risk of a global recession. Global recessions can be caused in these environments, and that can be an issue. So RJ says, great content. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for your donation. I will take that $2 and I won't spend it in one place. I'll go buy me some stock with that $2. Thank you very much. But anyway, everybody, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And we do have financial flashcards and workbooks for kids if you want to train your kids on wealth, which I believe we should educate our own children and we should train them on economics at the highest levels. You can feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. We have workbooks, flashcards, all kinds of stuff for kids of every age. And one of the things that we want to do is we want to make Black first people that care about our community. We want to make you and your family the most economically intelligent group of people on the planet. But it's going to take time. It's going to take a generation to do this. But I know this is what can happen. In my background, I'm a finance professor, in case you don't know, just for those who are new. All right. So Chris Sally says, what's the gold and silver tickers? There's SLV and GLD. SLV and GLD. Those are ETFs you can buy that'll give you access to gold and silver. Let's see here. What else? Yeah, Procter & Gamble, Duke Energy, Johnson & Johnson. Those are the stocks that I mentioned earlier for sure. Let's see here. Damien, the only thing about buying dips right now is that it keeps dipping and my pockets aren't that long. Yeah. At some point you might run out of money. After that, you just got to wait for the dip to undip itself. That does suck. I agree with you. I hear you, man. It's hard out here for a big money player like yourself. I mean, you eventually run out of cash, and liquidity becomes the number one driving challenge for all investors, most investors, when the market dips. When the market dips, the people that have the cash becomes king. And people like Warren Buffett are in the sweet spot. Warren Buffett, don't be surprised if the market keeps dropping. Don't be surprised if Warren Buffett pops in and makes some major acquisition and comes in and buys some, he says, I'm buying a 50% stake of McDonald's or something. Like Warren Buffett has enough cash where he could buy McDonald's, like straight up, just buy all the stock. I mean, there would be some legal hurdles to jump, of course, but he literally has enough money to buy McDonald's, I think, if he wanted to. That's how much cash he's sitting on. So don't be surprised if someone like Buffett just pops in and just makes a crazy move like that. Let's see here. Let's see. I see someone says exactly. The presidency is a service and not a model. Okay, so you're talking about Trump and the presidency stuff. Yeah. I'm not going to debate that with you. Y'all can debate that another time. I mean, if you love Trump, you love him. If you hate him, you hate him. I personally find it interesting that now politically you have black people on both sides of the aisle. I saw people saying that the White House canceled Black History Month, but then I saw like hundreds of black people in the White House on Black History or to celebrate Black History Month. And these were black people too. I don't think you have to be a Democrat to be black. I hate that. Who in the hell said the Democrats get to decide what it means to be black? No, you don't. You don't. I remember when Biden said that if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. You can't take away my blackness, sir. You can't tell me what it means to be black. If I want to be a black chinchilla with wearing green underwear, then I'm still black, even in my green drawers. So stop telling me what it means to be black. You don't own me. Right? So so my black Republican friends are still black. My black Democrat friends are still black. And my black independent friends are still black. That's it. Don't let nobody take your blackness from you. Nobody owns that. But anyway, and actually I could take pride. Y'all might know this, but when Charlemagne asked Biden those questions and got him to kind of freak out and say, well, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Charlemagne had texted me right before that interview and asked me, what should I ask him? And I gave him some questions. And I said, this will probably cause him to blow a gasket. And he asked him some of those questions. And then Biden just went like, you can't ask me that because you're black and black people aren't supposed to be smart. All right. So anyway, people need to buy physical gold and silver. Yeah, I agree. Well, maybe physical, sure, maybe. I mean, sure. If you're preparing for like the end of the world or World War III or something, honestly, if you really had a war or something just crazy happen where you really needed physical gold, I don't know. All the rules just change. The rules. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't care much about gold. I probably care more about food and stuff, but or shelter or safety and weapons and all that. So I don't know. But then again, sure, why not? But I think you can get by without it. Let's see, where can you make legitimate purchases from? There's a lot of apps out there. So if you want to get started with investing and stuff like that, we do have a stock market investors club. If you want to join, we're going to meet tomorrow. So you can go to drboystockmarket.com. The first month is free. So feel free to go to drboystockmarket.com. All right. So let's see here. Water. There we go. Water would matter. Thank you, El Haj. What are my thoughts on Johnson & Johnson and VZ volatility trading on $1 moves? Well, we talked about Johnson & Johnson earlier. You talking about Verizon volatility? If you're talking about VZ, I don't know much about. I don't follow Verizon like that, so I'd have to kind of look it up. All right. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. It was great to see you. I just wanted to give you a quick briefing on what was happening. If you want to know what I expect, I just really believe deep down they're not going to let this keep going forever. I would just be shocked if they were patient enough to say, we're going to let the whole stock market collapse and make all of our enemies happy, ruin the finances of all of our friends, and stick with this plan until we get what we want. I don't believe they're going to do that. I think they're going to make announcements that are going to reverse this. And what happens is typically the biggest positive moves in the market typically happen after days like this. That's usually what happens. It's very rare that you see a big move upward that wasn't preceded by a big move downward. Kind of like life, a lot of our greatest comebacks occur after our biggest setbacks. So again, I don't know if this is going to happen, but that's what I'm invested in. So if the market decides to blow up tomorrow and do something really amazing, just know I will be back tomorrow and I will be smiling and saying, I told you so. But if it doesn't, then we got more to talk about too. All right, guys. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here. Can you show how to buy back the sold options in Prime class tomorrow? Yes. So tomorrow we're going to do a meeting of our stock options income class. And that's where the main thing we focus on is how to generate safe, consistent income by selling stock options. It's kind of cool. And if you are not a member, you can go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com, or also have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. And you can take a look at that, and that's free. Let me share that. You can actually get that if you text the word money to the number 87948. So text money to 87948. You'll get it. You can take a look at it, and I can walk you through it, and you can decide if that's something that works for you. A lot of people like it. It's how I make money for my family. So feel free to text the word money to 87948 and I'll send it to you via text, and you can take a look and decide. And those of you that are already in Prime, you will get a text from me tomorrow and another invitation for class. We got a lot to talk about, and I'll lay out some plays and straightforward strategies that you can apply that will put money in your pocket right away. Hopefully we'll have a better market to work with. If not, then we'll still find the opportunities. There's always opportunities everywhere. No matter what the market condition is, always remember there's always an opportunity. It may be short term, it may be long term, but there's always an opportunity. All right. So have a good night, everybody. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening and hanging out with me. And I will see you all soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. So good to see everybody. It is a Monday morning. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling awfully black. I'm feeling wealthy, even though the stock market's not agreeing with me. The stock market's kind of giving us a hard time today, but that's neither here nor there. There are ways to benefit from every economic situation. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you had a good weekend. Tell me what you did this weekend. Let me know. Did anybody do anything interesting this weekend? I'd like to see that. All right. So let me do this. I'm gonna send out a text, and just so you know, and I'll mention this again, just so people that come in later will know this. I send out the link to. I stream this class out to a different YouTube channel each day, and so when I send you the link and I say join us in class, that link will take you to the YouTube channel. And the reason I do that is because I know some of you may get in a few minutes later and you'd like to see the whole thing. And even though being in the private Zoom is better, because you can get your questions answered and stuff like that. It's sometimes easier to go to the YouTube channel if you want to watch it later or something like that. Now, if you want to watch everything all together later, like if you want to just check out, I think we've done about 500 trainings in this class. We started at the beginning of 2024, and we have gone almost every single day since then. So I'm gonna guess that's about 400 or 500 days, something like that. So if you want to see them all, there's a class in the Black Business School where everything's housed. I can't remember the URL though. I gotta go find it, and I'll send it to you guys and give you a discount if you want to go and get access to everything. So anyway, so first thing that's interesting right now is that the stock market is kind of crashing today. So today's kind of an interesting day in the stock market. As you guys know, I'm a dip buyer. I always talk about buying the dip. And so that's going to be fun to discuss tomorrow when we go through the stock market breakdown and everything else. In case you want to know what I'm buying, I bought some shares of Robinhood and Tesla. Tesla is all the experts I've been sort of consulting with and paying attention to love Tesla. They think that they have just such a huge advantage, and if you can get past the politics, again, if you don't like Elon Musk, I get it, whatever, it's up to you. But if you don't care, you want to just go get the money and be where the money's at, there's a lot of indication to say Tesla has a lot of upside, and that this down cycle is a great opportunity to own it. No guarantees. This is a long-term play, but this is where I'm putting a lot of my money. All right. So anyway, I'm sending out the text message for you guys now. It'll usually just say something real simple. Dr. Boyce Money in the Morning is starting now. Also, don't forget that Dr. Alicia is doing her Mental Health Monday tonight at 8:30. I think she's going to talk about chakras. She's really into chakras and stuff. And so if that's your thing, then you can come along. If you want to join Dr. Alicia, get notifications when she does things, just pull out your phone, text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. And Dr. Alicia will notify you when she's about to do her thing. All right, so I want to ask you all a question really quickly. Give me a yes or no in the chat. How many of you believe that men that at least half of all men are uncomfortable or feel awkward when a woman is doing better than him financially? Give me a yes in the chat if you think that this is the case. Give me a no if you think that this is all a bunch of fake news and a bunch of BS. And the reason I ask that is because I'm going to show you guys a video that I just saw. I put it on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. And on Dr. Boyce Finance, I shared this video that I thought was really interesting, and it involves a podcast called Hardly Initiated. And the brothers who made the podcast actually came out of the Black Business School. I like these guys a lot. They're very nice people, and they're very good at what they do. And so I was a little bit thrown off by kind of, what I heard. Not to say that they were wrong or right. I just really thought that the comments were a little bit strange. Honestly, I'd love to talk to them and find out exactly what they meant. And because I know them personally, I maybe I'll just bring them in or something, or bring them on my podcast or something, because I feel like these conversations sometimes don't get the proper nurturing that they deserve. I don't think that they are dealt with in the way that they should be. I really would like to see them dealt with also with some degree of science attached, right? There's research out there on all these things in terms of, how do women feel if a man does this? How do men feel if a woman does that? And I probably, I guess, know these things because my wife is a researcher in this area, right? She's written research papers on these topics. She's taught classes on these topics. And if you learn what's out there, like if you learn the science of good relationships, which is actually connected to the science of good finances, right? We've talked about this, that stable families is one of the keys. That's one of the hacks to wealth, one of the big wealth hacks that a lot of people seem to forget. And I think it happens a lot when you're young because you think relationships are all about who's the cutest and who, where you can have the most sex and stuff like that. And people forget about the long-term implications of relationships, the long-term investment aspect, like the fact that when my mother was older and still wonderful, but not the hot, sexy young thing she was when my father met her. She was laying in her deathbed, dying of cancer, and my father was sitting right next to her because they made this commitment to each other and stuck to it, right? And I think that it's interesting to me that there are not enough young people getting mentored by older people who can show them the other side of life, right? Like I'm going to say this really quickly. If you have a young person in your family that wants to be successful, tell them to find at least three mentors over the age of 50. If they're under 30, they need three mentors over the age of 50 that can tell them what lies further down the road. And because if I'm in a car and you tell me what's further down the road, then I can decide which path I want to take. Because a lot of people are just driving blind. When you're paying attention to your favorite celebrity or you're listening to your goofy friends that don't know what's going on, you're gonna just get a lot of bad advice. And I can tell you, I learned a lot from listening to older people talk about on their deathbed, like, okay, what are your biggest regrets? Right? I learned a lot from those conversations. Like, okay, when you're on your deathbed and you're about to die and you know you're never going to go home again, what do you regret the most? And so I would encourage any person that wants to be smart, right? Not everybody wants to be smart. Some people want to go through life and just make one dumb decision after another, or they just want to wing it, or they feel like because they're black, they're supposed to screw their lives up, and then end up 50 years old saying, "Yeah, I used to be a knucklehead, but now I'm getting it together." But I get it, but sir, you're 52 years old. I wish you had made that decision when you were 25 or something. Then that way you wouldn't have to play catch up. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying that a lot of us have family members like that. I learned a lot. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I learned a lot from uncles. A lot of my uncles who made the biggest mistakes in their lives, I learned from them. It was like, well, don't do what I did. And I'm like, I'm taking notes. I'm not going to do anything that you did because right now you're in jail, or you're broke. You're not happy. Like your children don't respect you because of whatever you were doing for the last 20 years. And I just kind of feel like it's time for us to educate each other in a multitude of ways. Like, like for example, in the Black Business School, we have initiatives like the Black Wealth Ambassadors Program, things like that, where we're encouraging you, we're giving you resources and support to teach your own people, to teach yourselves, right? But also, I think the same thing should be true in relationships when it comes to mental and physical health as well, because we got too many young people that are miserable. We got too many young people. Tell me if you've seen this. Tell me if you've noticed how many young people are online, depression, anxiety, stressed out, don't know how to get by financially. Anybody seen that? Anybody see this is like a trend. I think it's like trendy to be like to like hate your life. Anybody else notice that? If you're under 30, there's like a at least a 50% probability, maybe 70%, that you're just miserable, unhappy, pissed off, and broken. I don't want you to have to live your youth like that. You're 27, man. You're supposed to be having fun. Come on, girl. You're supposed to be happy right now. You're young and you're cute. You ain't gonna be cuter when you're 47. So, or like you're not gonna have as many options when you get older. How in the hell can you waste your life hating your life? Why is it so common to spend our youth? If you're young, in my opinion, and some of y'all got young people in your family, bring them into the class. Bring them in because so they can hear this. If you are young and you cannot find your happiness, I'm gonna give you a homework assignment right now. Your homework assignment is to go find it. Your homework assignment is to find it. I talked to my youngest about the inalienable rights. The inalienable rights are, finish it up for me. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of what? Type in the chat. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? So I said to her, I said, well, we know what it means to have life. Some people, but really, some people are alive, but they're not really living. I said, but then also, liberty, we know what that kind of means. That's kind of freedom. But a lot of people don't have freedom because they don't know what freedom looks like. They claim they want power. They don't know how the hell are you gonna get power when you can't even define it? A lot of people can't even define what freedom is, and they like, we want freedom. Okay, well, what is freedom? Oh no, like no, you got to know what it is in order to identify it when you see it. Some of y'all walk right past freedom and opportunity and wealth because you never took the time to meditate and define what that really means for you. But then the pursuit of happiness. I said, I told her, I said, look, I told, when she asked me what profession she should pick, I said, I don't care what profession you pick. I'm not here. I don't think you should define yourself by a job anyway. I said, I just want you to be happy. And a lot of people out here are miserable. They hate their lives, and I don't want you to be one of those people. So happiness is something that must be pursued. It's not usually going to fall in your lap. You got to go find it. You got to go know what's going to make you happy. So I talked to a 22-year-old that I mentor, and I said, man, there is a science on happiness. Y'all, you do know that. You do know that Yale has a, how many of y'all knew that? That Yale has a whole class on happiness. Yale literally has a class on how to be happy. Did any of y'all know that? There's literally because well, would they have a class on happiness? Well, because there's a science to it. There's like a way that happy people do things that unhappy people don't, and that makes a big difference. So ultimately, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness means that if you want to be happy, you got to kind of take that time to experience the knowledge of self, and then also get knowledge of the world, and then figure out where in the world I can go in order to find my happiness. So again, my advice to any young person that wants to be successful, or even any old person, is find somebody that's ahead of you that can explain to you what life looks like 20, 30 years down the line so you can make investments. I'm going to use that word investments repeatedly so that people who are confused don't think that we're not having a financial conversation. But the investments that will benefit you 20, 30 years down the line. Like I learned that investing in a good black woman at an early age meant that I learned from my father and my mother that if I invest in a good family when I'm young, that when I'm older, I have some high probability of having some people who give a damn when I'm laying on my deathbed in the old folks home. Do you understand? So your biggest investments are not in money, they are in people, but also even your financial investments. Most of you who are over the age of 30 can remember a time where you probably kicked yourself when I told you that, if you just bought a couple $1,000s worth of Microsoft stock 25 years ago, you'd be loaded. If you bought a little bit of Apple stock back in the early 2000s, you'd be filthy rich right now. And it wasn't, again, it wasn't like Apple snuck up on you. You knew Apple was Apple back in 2002. You knew that. Even before the iPhone and all that, Apple was a big corporation. Everybody knew about Apple. They had a rivalry with Microsoft. So you could have bought just Apple and Microsoft and made a ton of money, but you weren't thinking down the line. You didn't sit down and meditate and say, gosh, I wonder what the year 2024 is going to be like, and I wonder what's going to matter to me at that time. And what things can I do right now that will, what investments can I make financially? What investments can I make in terms of people? What investments can I make in terms of my mental and physical health, such that in that year, I'm going to have a really great life. I'm going to really be in a good position. Because if you don't do that, if you don't plan ahead, then you won't. It's very difficult to find happiness if you try to get it at the last minute. It's like when I used to teach when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, I used to laugh when students would come in the day before the test and try to learn 30, learn 3 weeks worth of 4 weeks worth of material in 24 hours. I'm like, you're not gonna pass it. Oh my God, it's so hard. I've been working so hard. I stayed up all night. Stop crying to me. What are you crying about? You wasn't crying 2 weeks ago when I told you to start studying and you were chilling. You weren't crying back 3 weeks ago when you was going to the step show instead of doing your work. You weren't crying when your nerdy friend said, "Hey, let's go to the library," and you said, "Oh, girl, but you too serious. You always studying all the time." That you were fine back then. So why are you in my office crying right now? You're crying right now because you want to go back and you want to redo the past. You want to change that which you've already put in place. You want to recreate the destiny that you built for yourself. You chose to fail this test. You chose to not be prepared. And now that the consequences are coming knocking, because the devil always comes back and gets his ROI. He comes back and gets his return on investment. The devil will bless you, and then he's going to show up and ask for compensation. Well, now that you gotta pay the piper by failing this test, you're all stressed out and sad about it. And you were a victim, but you were also the perpetrator. The previous you was the perpetrator. The current you was the victim. The old you abused the new you. The you from 3 weeks ago who didn't study, who didn't go to the library, who went to the step show instead of actually sitting down and doing the work, is abused you who's sitting in my office right now. You're crying because of what the younger version of you did to yourself. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? And this paradox can go in both directions. Both directions. So the question is, what are you going to do to your future self? Are you going to abuse your future self by not preparing? Are you going to abuse your future self by not investing? Are you going to abuse your future self by not making a plan? Or are you going to bless your future self? When 5 years from now, you look back and you say, man, I'm so glad I made those decisions way back in 2025 because now my life is good. Now I'm driving something nice. Now I'm living in a mansion. Now I'm living my best life. I just quit my job. My life is better. I'm able to provide for my kids because I made a sacrifice. You cannot reap a harvest if you do not plant anything. If you you cannot you reap what you sow. If you sow no seeds, then you will have no harvest. And so some people are confused, like, why do I have a harvest? Everybody else is living good. Why ain't I got nothing? Well, the answer is right there inside of you. Ask yourself, 5 years ago, did I plant anything? Did I plant seeds? If you planted no seeds, then you get no harvest. Now, let me hop into this one topic I wanted to hit on. I saw this video this morning. I woke up. I'm kind of mad at myself. I'm usually in the 5 a.m. club, but I slept like I was dreaming and stuff, and I woke up at 8:20 or something, which is just downright pathetic. Normally I get up at 4:30 in the morning, but it's okay though. I'm gonna forgive myself and I'm gonna get back in the gym today. But here, let me share something with you. This video that I thought was really, really fascinating. And I put it on my Instagram, and my Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. And by the way, just as a reminder, what I'm gonna do also for those of you that are watching on the YouTube channel, I'm gonna give you all the link if you want to come into the Zoom. Let me see if I can grab this link. If you want to come into the Zoom, so that means if you put in a question, I'll see your question, stuff like that. I'll give you guys the link. I'm gonna put it in the chat. of the YouTube channel for those of you that want to actually come into the Zoom. But just as a reminder, if I send out the reminder for class via text, I'm going to bring you to the YouTube channel because the YouTube channel is a place where the video will still be there, even if you come in a few minutes later, something like that. So anyway, all right, so here is the video. Let me see if I can pull this sucker up. It's basically a guy who is on a podcast called Hardly Initiated. It's a good podcast. And the guys who created the podcast, they came out of the Black Business School. So I ain't got nothing but love for these guys. And I, even if I don't understand why they say what they say, I still have a tremendous amount of respect for them. But I would love to talk to them because they really have to answer for what they were talking about in this particular podcast episode. I didn't quite understand it, and so let me see if I can pull this up. And this leads to a broader conversation about money and relationships and whether or not men should be or are or have any reason to be intimidated or concerned when a woman is doing well financially. So here, I'm going to try to share this. I'm going to hit share and I'm going to play this. Let me know. Give me a yes if you can hear this video. I'm going to play the video right now.
Look, she says, I got a good job. I make very, very good money. And she says, the only thing I need now is a man. It's like, yo, it's like, who wants you? Who wants you? You're right. Like, once you have achieved these things, you have unfortunately disqualified yourself.
Ooh,
and
shit.
And what it is these, and this is the thing. I'm not blaming
women. Women are gonna hate him for that shit. They're gonna hate him for that. I can't wait to put this shit out.
Number one, what does it mean for us to have all these conversations about what do you bring to the table? The woman say she bring everything and you say, I don't want you no more. What does it mean? Number two, women exceeding expectations and being all they can be is not a negation of your manhood or masculinity. If you feel that way, it is show that your shit is fragile. Number three, as a college professor, you know that studies showed that female college students will literally dim their light in order to appeal to their male counterparts because they recognize that men's fragile masculinity will make you where, man, I don't get to feel like a man if you know more than me.
Literally, she says, I got a good job. I make very, very.
Okay. All right. So let's stop right there. Y'all were able to hear it, right? Everybody's able to hear the video. All right. So yeah, I gotta ask the guys in the podcast about that one. They're very nice guys, and again, they came out of the Black Business School. So if you're a Black Business School alum, I'm gonna love you no matter what, even whether I agree with you or not. Clearly, the comment was questionable, right? This idea that because you've accomplished these things, no one else will want you. And that right there is where that statement alone, that blanket statement, is an incorrect statement. And the reason it's an incorrect statement is because when you're talking about a market, this is my thing. This is what I do. This is what economists study. All we do is we study markets all day. Dating is a market, just like the grocery store is a market, just like the job market is a market, just like the stock market is a market. And markets are moved by specific dynamics related to things like supply and demand, among others, right? So for someone to say no one wants you because of blank, well, that right there is wrong. That's going to be wrong in every single situation, any type of market, because what that is saying is that's like saying that if I have a company that has that lost $1 billion last year, that no one's going to want to buy that stock. And that's not true. Someone will buy the stock. They're just going to lower the price that they're willing to pay for that stock. Do you understand? Like I could go into the stock market. And remember, dating's a market just like the stock market. And I could go find a company in my Robinhood app right now that has really had some financial problems. I don't know, let's say BlackBerry or something. I think BlackBerry was struggling. Let me see, BlackBerry. Let me look up BlackBerry. BB, ticker symbol BB. Now, BlackBerry is a crappy organization. They've been losing money for years. They messed up because they didn't keep up with the iPhones. Their earnings per share is either negative typically or it's very, very low. But guess what? BlackBerry still has a market capitalization of $2.5 billion. That $2.5 billion. And if you wanted BlackBerry stock, you could not get it for free. It's $4.18. Now, mind you, it used to be much higher than that. It used to be as high as $116. So BlackBerry has seen a decline due to market conditions, but BlackBerry is still a stock that millions of people want to buy. Do you understand? It's a matter of the price. So the same thing that's true with the stock market is also true with the dating market. So if somebody says, if you are a man who weighs 400 pounds and you don't want to take baths and you don't have any money and you're kind of a mean guy, ain't nobody gonna want to be with you. Well, no, somebody, there's somebody for everybody typically, especially when you have a big liquid market like dating. There's billions of people on the planet. Somebody out there is going to still be okay with having that man as her man. Now, what it might happen though is that his stock price might drop, right? You put on the 400 pounds, you don't like to take baths, you ain't got no money. So the demand for you as a boyfriend, husband, whatever you're trying to be, might dip a little bit, but then demand and supply have this relationship where there's still going to be somebody somewhere who says, yeah, you know what, I'll still take that guy, right? So when people say ain't nobody going to want you if you do blank, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. And I tried to find a polite way to explain that to Kevin Samuels when he was here. He didn't take it so well. He was very offended by what I had to say. But I said, why would you ever say that a person in a specific category is not going to be wanted by anybody? Because that's never, ever, 100% ever, ever true. If you say you're over 35, nobody wants you. I was like, well, number one, I was single at the time. I said, actually, I don't want to date any women under 35 because I like women to be smart and mature. But then number two, you just can't say that. That's just not true. So that's where I would correct the brother from Hardly Initiated is I would say maybe you shouldn't say no one will ever want you because I think you can say that's not what I want, right? I get that, but you can't say no one will ever want that. But then also the question then becomes even deeper. As a man, I would ask what why am I going out of my way to tell people that nobody wants them? Like why would I even feel the need to do that? Why would I if I have a preference? Like so for example, um let's just start here. Let's assume that you are a person who says, you know what, I really don't want my significant other to make more money than I do. And that's your preference. I think it's your right to have that preference. I really do. Like if you want somebody that likes to wear purple socks on a Saturday, that's your right. If you want somebody that's or like how women will say, I when I was single, I remember hearing I would hear women say, when I did online dating like 25 years ago, because I couldn't do once I became known, I couldn't do it anymore. But when I did it, I would hear women politely say, "I'm sorry, but I don't date men over 6 feet, under 6 feet tall." That was their right, right? So just like it was their right to say, "I want a man over 6 feet tall," it would be my right to say, "I want a woman shorter than me." Right? Because a lot of men want that. A lot of women don't. I could just to tell on myself a little bit. When I was single, there was this really pretty lady who really liked me a lot. I think it was honestly, I think it was because of money. Because there's some people that just love money. And but she was like 6'2". And I was like, and now, mind you, in my mind, I've always believed I was 6'5". I do, but I still do. So please don't burst my bubble when you meet me. But people keep telling me I'm 5'8", but that's all fake news. They're just making things up. They're just like the Republicans and the Trumpers and the Democrats. They're making stuff up, right? But still, just in case I'm not actually as tall as I want to believe that I am, I personally felt like 6'2" was kind of weird for me. It was a little bit awkward. Um, did I ever tell her that? No, because why would what point would it be for me to make her feel bad about her height? But if that's my preference, that's my right to have that preference. Do you see what I mean, right? So if you have a preference, I think it's okay for anybody to have any preference they want. But in any market, when you make a preference, what you're introducing in economic theory is you're introducing a constraint. And so anytime you introduce a constraint, what happens is you get a less and less optimal outcome. You get a less optimal solution. So ultimately, if you really want to talk about whether you talk about dating or anything else, or even searching for a job, if I say, yeah, I really want to work, but I only want to work 3 days a week. I need a job that's 5 miles from my house. I need a job that has daycare for my kids. I need a job that's going to let me take off anytime I want. I need to make at least $400,000 a year, right? Every time you introduce a constraint in a mathematical equation where you're trying to optimize something, you're going to get a less optimal solution every time. Do you understand? You're going to get a solution every time that's going to be less optimal. So when you have women, anybody ever seen that? It's so weird. I don't know if I've never seen men do it, to be honest with you, but I've seen women that'll have a list of things. Like I had a friend who was really smart. She went to Harvard. She made $300,000 a year, and she's about 45 years old. She was looking for a man, and she had a list of 27 things that she needed the man to have for her to pick a man. And I said, "Huh, that's really interesting." I'm curious. I'm wondering. Part of me honestly wonders if you're looking for something that doesn't exist. And honestly, I felt like I was thinking that would probably be something better handled with your therapist because her father died when she was young, and I kind of wondered if that played a part in this sort of looking for the fantasy man. So what would happen is she would meet a wonderful man every 6 months, and then after 6 months went by, she would realize he didn't fit the 27 parameter list, and then she would move on to the next guy. But with that being said, though, it was one thing that went through my mind as a mathematician was if you have 27 constraints, then it's going to be really hard for you to optimize that problem, right? So really when you're picking or in any market, you want to really understand that every constraint that you introduce is going to limit your available supply. Right. So when you pick a constraint, it doesn't mean you shouldn't pick a constraint. It doesn't mean you shouldn't have standards. Everybody should have standards. I think it's a matter of deciding which ones are the deal breakers and which ones are not. Just like if I do a business deal or if I go take a job, I sure there's lots of things I might prefer. There are preferences I might have, but if everything becomes a deal breaker, then I shouldn't be surprised if I end up unemployed. So same thing would be true in relationships. If everything is a deal breaker, then your deals will be broken. And and you'll just kind of go through this perpetual cycle of short relationships, 6 to 9 months. That's what the science says. The science says in the first 6 months, the phenylethylamine, dopamine, and oxytocin are really strong. So you're pretty much it's like you're on drugs because you're having sex and you're having a great time. And then after about 6 months, it starts to wear off, and that's when you start to gain sobriety in the relationship, and you start to notice all the little things that get on your nerves. So about by the ninth to 12th month is when the relationship ends. And a lot of you probably know people that go into that cycle. I've studied this. When I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I literally studied the science of relationships because I learned early that if I don't learn how to manage relationships properly, I will never be able to achieve my goals. And this was me as a young black man, if I could not control the influence that a beautiful woman might have on me or things like that, I was never going to be able to focus long enough to actually get through school and start a business and do the things that I wanted to do. I did not want my um my male instincts I didn't want to spend all my time chasing women to the point where I didn't have anything else. And you notice you'll see people that have that. You'll see people that just are chasing everything, always chasing the tail, spend their last nickel trying to get a new woman, whatever, and then their lives kind of become complex, right? Complicated. And if you notice, most of these billionaires, they got one woman. They ain't got 50 chicks. Mark Zuckerberg has one wife that he dedicated. He had a big birthday bash for her, and he's been with this lady since he was in his 20s. How many guys do you know who could literally be 30 years old with enough money to buy any building in New York City with the money in his checking account? Like literally, he's that rich. He's rich enough he could probably buy your whole entire block or a big 30% of whatever city you live in, right? How many guys do you know could have that much money at the age of 35 and literally walk around in regular clothes, focus on the career, and focus on his wife and raising kids? A lot of men can't do that because I think that for black men, especially, the celebrity culture influences us too much, and it makes us think that, well, because you now have all this money, you're supposed to have all these shenanigans that go with it. But most of the billionaires minimize the shenanigans so they can focus on accomplishing the goal. Right. So anyway, with that being said, another thing that's interesting about this is that if you look at the research, you will find that the relationship between or the connection between a woman's income and how men feel about that, it is complex. It's not as simple as we might think. Like we want to believe that any man who feels this way, there's something wrong with him and whatever. And there are men that feel that way, and that may not be the man for you. But there's research that kind of talks about how a woman's income level can affect how a man feels in a relationship, similar to how a man might feel if he's 5'8" and his girlfriend is 6'2". It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with her for being 6'2". It just means she might need to be dating a taller guy because Danny DeVito may say, this is a little awkward for me, right? So here is some research on this in case you want to know what the scientists say. Unless you want to listen to YouTubers, and that's fine as well. There's a study published in the journal Personality and Social Psychology that found that men's self-esteem takes a hit when their female partners earn more than they do. This is tied to traditional gender norms where men are seen as providers. So if you grow up with a mindset that says, as a man, I must be the provider, the main provider, the sole provider, the best provider in the house, then yes, it is going to be awkward when the woman comes in and she's like, no, I actually provide more than you do. And also if it comes with a certain kind of attitude. I talked to a really successful woman who was a corporate executive, and she said that one thing that she had to work on was that she was the boss at her job and she was bossing people around and telling them what to do. And she didn't realize she was also doing that to her husband. She would come home and be the boss in the house, and he just didn't like it. And what happened in this particular relationship, they did get a divorce, and she found out that her husband was, and this was predicted by a lot of studies, her husband had like 5 or 6 girlfriends all across the city, because he's like, well, while you're at work and conquering the world, I need to go places where I feel like a man. Now, again, that's not. That's not. I'm not excusing any of the behavior or anything like that. I think a good therapist could have helped them work through that. But this is what actually is shown in the studies, that a lot more infidelity occurs in relationships where there is that economic imbalance. And I think that what is also interesting is I wonder how much of that comes with the perhaps false belief or expectation that a person who has the most money subconsciously knows that they have a certain amount of power in their relationship. So then it kind of becomes another type of competition where you as a man are feeling like, gosh, she's really wearing the pants around here. She's really telling me what to do, bossing me around because she makes the most money. And maybe deep down she's offended by the fact that you don't make very much money. And that can really actually show itself sometimes. And it reminds me of like when I first met my wife. You guys know I was friends with her for a long time, and I enjoy being her friend. She's I think that she was. I think it's weird when guys act like it's weird when you are kind of in the friend zone. She didn't put me in the friend zone. I put myself in the friend zone because I think women can make great friends. Women are great communicators. Women are in touch with their emotions. Women are very smart people to talk to. I have better conversations typically with women than I can with other dudes. You get on the phone with dudes, sometimes it's a little awkward. The only dude I have a really good long conversation with is actually my friend Willie D from the Ghetto Boys. Willie is a great communicator, a good guy, and fun to talk to. Willie and I get on the phone and talk for hours. Everybody else, even my dad, it'd be like, "You see the game yesterday? Yeah. What'd you think? It was good." It just like a lot of guys don't talk. And I learned to talk a lot from my mother, so I love talking. I think, so women tend to be better communicators. But anyway, one thing that I didn't know at the time was I remember my wife would get approached by like NBA and NFL players because she's always been just this gorgeous lady. I think she's the prettiest thing I ever saw. And I assumed that most girls would rather date a 6'5" NBA player with $10 million in the bank than some nerdy grad student, who's 5'8", who's in the library all the time. I didn't know though that my wife's preferences in men were driven by her father, who was a professor at Tuskegee for 30 years. So she actually liked the smart guy. She wanted the guy who was going to be the professor. She kind of had an issue with athletes actually. And it wasn't fair though. It wasn't fair because I think that in her mind, she thought that dating an athlete came with other baggage, right? Other types of attitudes and behaviors and a culture attached, right? And you know what I'm talking about. Starting with just, having 50,000 girlfriends all over the planet, having sex with everything that moves. So you're passing STDs to a lot of people. People don't talk about that, but that is happening. And then just all these other forms of chaos that kind of override the amount of money or status that he might bring, or the fact that he's 6'5", 240 pounds of muscle, but yet he's bringing this tragedy and this trauma in your life that you can never overcome. I saw that a lot when I wrote Financial Lovemaking. When I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I remember interviewing a woman who won the lottery. She ended up dating a guy who got drafted in the NFL after his junior year. and he played for the I think the Seattle Seahawks, and he played a half a season, got injured, they cut him from the team, and next thing you know, she said, I thought that I was going to have this great life because I was married to this NFL player, but actually I had to work two jobs to pay the bills because he had no income coming in and he didn't want to go work because working was beneath him, and he thought that he would get a call from the NFL in any moment. So he would sit at home waiting for the NFL to call, and she said that when the NFL never called, he got depressed, and when he got depressed, he started taking more of the painkillers, drinking more of the liquor, and next thing you know, the relationship became very abusive. So she said, here I thought I was going to live a Disney princess kind of life. And I ended up being an abused woman in a relationship where I had to work two jobs to pay the bills for a guy who was sitting at home drinking and taking drugs all day. So ultimately, what people I think that this is where wisdom and this is where mentorship comes into play. I think that a lot of us get led down the wrong road because we think all shiny objects are valuable, and that's just simply not true. So anyway, though, but I do think that my wife was unfairly biased against athletes, right? Because you can't assume every athlete is a womanizer or every athlete is going to break your heart and ruin your life. And but that was her bias, that was her preference, and she had a right to have that preference, right? So the same way a woman has a right to have her preference, a man has a right to have his preference, and so her preference was an unfair preference, like athletes all do this and they all do that, which isn't true, right? Well, a lot of men maybe they have a preference in the sense that they might feel that look, when a woman's making more money than you, it becomes very difficult because a lot of women think they have more power than you, or they might punk you or whatever or disrespect you. And I don't know how other men feel. I'm gonna just be biased and tell you the truth. I don't like to be disrespected. I don't. I don't care. You know, my wife is a high flyer. She's got all the education. She's been kicking ass and taking names for many years. I don't consider that to be a threat. And I encourage other men to understand this. That doesn't make her a threat. That makes her an asset. That makes her an asset to you. So if you want to have assets in your life, then that's what you should have. You should have people around you that are accomplishing things. You don't have to be the Michael Jordan of your life and score all the points. You can have good teammates, and as long as you can mutually respect each other, then it becomes a great team. So, but here's the thing. I'll tell you the truth. If my wife was like walking around trying to disrespect me, I wouldn't tolerate that. And in times where I felt that the respect was not there, I would make it clear, like, look, no, this you're not talking to a little boy. You're talking to a grown man, and that's that. So we need to make sure we're clear about that, and the respect has to go both ways. So I think that what a lot of guys might feel, and I'm not saying that it's justified or not justified, is they might make the assumption that a certain income and status level might come with a certain type of disrespect. And let's just be honest, I've seen that disrespect. I've seen women have panels where they talk about how pathetic black men are and what black men do wrong, and kind of like the version of a Kevin Samuels kind of conversation. And it's just not fair. You know, it's not fair because you have to also acknowledge, remember this, that as much as you feel that your important black job, your high paying black job makes you automatically successful and makes you automatically into this wonderful catch, the white man is controlling 80-90% of that. Most black people who consider themselves successful define themselves by their job or maybe where they went to school or something like that. The white man decides all that. He decides if you're going to get the promotion or not. And one of the realities that I confronted with my wife, and we talked about this, is I said, there's places you can go where that white man will hire you and give you an opportunity to be next to him because studies show that a lot of men, they want to be next to a beautiful woman, or they love promoting certain types of people. I said, but they wouldn't want me around because I'm a threat. I'm a very serious black man who is very scary to them. I'm very smart, I'm very serious, I'm very strategic. A lot of people will be very intimidated by that. So there's certain opportunities you will always get that I won't get. But what does that do? Do I sit around and whine about it? No. What I do is I realize I confront reality. Reality is I'm not a white man. Reality is I'm not a black woman. Reality is I'm a black man. And as a black man, I have to be real clear about the specific opportunities and then specific limitations that come with what I am. Once I realized that, once I really accepted the fact that I'm a black man and that the rules are different for me, that's when I said, okay, a black man can really only get ahead and get real power in this country if he is a builder, if he builds his own institution, if he knows how to start his own business, if he knows how to make investments and own assets. If you are a black man and you want to be a king, I think you are delusional if you believe that that white man is going to invite you into his castle and make you the king. If you are a black man and you want to be a king, you must learn how to build a castle. You must build it, even if it's a tiny castle, even if it's not as big as somebody else's castle, it's still your damn castle. And I really believe that that we have to confront the fact that so many black boys are distracted by sports, by basketball, football, rapping, and thugging, and all these things that they learn when they're kids. They learn from the entertainment space that leaves them incredibly disempowered when they get into the real game of global economic competition. I really think it's a problem when you consider the fact, when you consider what's happening with black families, you cannot disconnect that from the fact that 86% of black boys in their senior year of high school cannot read at grade level. Those two things are connected because every 18-year-old, most 18-year-olds eventually become 28-year-olds who eventually become 38-year-olds. So if you're behind the eight ball that much at the age of 18, then it does not surprise me when you're still behind the eight ball when you're 28. So when that little boy and that little girl both get to marriage age and she's up here, she done went to school and got the great job and he's still not reading at grade level, I don't see how that's going to really work. There's no science anywhere that says that it's going to be a natural fit for her to be with a man that's shorter than her, so to speak, shorter in terms of income, shorter in terms of education, shorter in terms of just goal setting in life accomplishment. I'm not saying that this makes the men pathetic. It means that really we don't have honest conversations with our boys. And and again, this links back to that lack of mentorship. That's why I say every black man, especially every black person, period, but really I'm talking about black men. Every black man under 30 needs a set of mentors over the age of 50 who have accomplished real power. That's another thing. I believe that the reason we don't have as much power as we want is because a lot of people don't even know what power is. They don't even know how to define it. They don't know what it really means to have power. I had to think about, I had to meditate on what power means. What does it mean I got a great job? Does it mean that I went to school? Does it mean no? Power is it's complex, but I feel powerful because can't nobody come up in my life and move me around like I'm a little chump. Can't nobody come into my space and dictate what's going to happen in my house. I pay the bills in this place. I decide what I'm going to do that day. I decide what the agenda is going to be. And I don't decide that for the whole world, but I decide that for my world. I have a say in that world. Right. And power might also come through the relationships I form. My wife makes me powerful. My friends make me powerful. You help make me powerful. I help make you powerful. Right. So these relationships can make you powerful. The intellect can make you powerful. I spent many years, like Malcolm X, studying everything I could possibly study because I knew that the more knowledge I have, the more power I have to understand what's happening to me and what's happening around me. So I'm not walking around, so hey, I'm gonna go get high, yo. Let me where the liquor at, man? Let me go get some. Keep living like that and watch how powerless you become. Well, yo, seriously, you've got threats everywhere from the police wanting to shoot you down in the street to folks wanting to lock you out of the economic system to the Democratic Party and Republican parties trying to tell you who to vote for to all these things. So if you don't show up understanding what it means for you to go get your power and you're not committed to investing in that, then you're probably not going to have that. And the other thing I learned about power that I believe is you gain more power as a black person if you're pouring into ownership of something that is yours than you'll ever get by standing behind that white man and building his business for him. That seriously, you standing behind him, standing up under him, trying to be his best friend, trying to go and get him to hire you and get him to give you opportunities, that will leave you in a space where you're gonna just feel like you're busting your butt and working your ass off, but nothing is coming out of that. You won't feel powerful that way. I think the quickest path for a black male to feel power is ownership. What do you own? What do you control? You don't have to control everything, but you got to control something. And also, are you a builder? We don't have enough black boys that are trained to build things, right? Can you go and even if you can build a house? Well, if I can build a house, then I have power in that house. I can decide what the house is going to look like. I decide the shape of the house, what the ventilation system is going to be, what the electrical system is going to be. If I can build a car, then I get to drive that car. I get to go where I want to go. I get to decide what kind of engine's going to be in the car, what color the car is going to be, who's going to be driving that car. But in order for me to achieve the power of driving my own car, I got to have the skills to build a damn car. I got to have the courage to build the damn car. I got to have the patience to build the car. I got to have the resilience to build the car. And I want you to look around and I want you to think about people that you know who feel powerless in this world. People that just feel like the world's kicking them in the ass and they can't get anything done without masses help and they're scared to death and everything else. And I want you to look at their lives and find out what they've actually built, what they actually own, what skill they have for building. And that will tell you everything you need to know about the source of their powerlessness. If you are plugged into a system and highly dependent on a system and highly dependent on people that don't respect you and don't have your best interests at heart, you will never feel power in this country. Power requires some heavy lifting. And so I think that what happens to a lot of men, unfortunately, is I think that when you get into relationships where she's doing well and you're not where you want to be, it might be a reminder of how powerless you are. And I believe you were powerless because you had the wrong mentors. I had to go specifically find black male mentors that were going to give me power because I ran into a lot of bitches and punks. Excuse my French. I ran into a lot of punks, a lot of cowardly men who told me that I could be successful as long as you don't make the white folks mad. You best not be talking like that or you're gonna. They sounded like some runaway slaves. I kid you not. It was crazy. I was in University of Kentucky and I said, why is it that I'm meeting so many older black males who are wimps, scared of their own damn shadow? I wanted to meet men similar to the father that raised me. My father was not scared of nobody. You know, he had a soldier's mindset, and I did meet people like that. I can name them really quick if you don't mind. A guy named W.C. Benton, who was at Ohio State. He's one of the most skilled people in the world in his field, and he was a Marine and he was a fighter. And he said, don't let these folks walk all over you. He said, you shoot your gun until the last bullet is gone. I wrote that down in my brain. I never forgot that. I met people like Dr. George C. Frazier, who has been just extraordinary in terms of helping us understand what we got to do in order to win. He says that white folks ain't really thinking about you like that. White folks are thinking about white folks. You need to be thinking about your own people. Your families are falling apart. Your community's falling apart. You're not connecting with each other. You're not making a plan to build. That's why you're struggling. People like him, Dr. Claude Anderson. Dr. Claude Anderson, also a veteran who has been teaching powernomics for the last 50 years. People like Kenny Gamble. Kenny Gamble was an intelligent visionary who went and bought up blocks of property in Philadelphia when nobody wanted it because he said at some point white folks are going to come back. And he predicted gentrification 20, 30 years before it happens. He didn't sit back and allow himself to be a victim. He didn't do what other entertainers did. His other entertainers went out and bought big cars and fur coats with their money. He invited his friends to invest with him. They didn't want to do it because they didn't want to build anything. They didn't want to own anything. They didn't want to have a long-term vision or long-term plan. They all just wanted to live their best life. And then years later, Kenny became an incredibly wealthy man who owned some of the best property in Philadelphia because he executed his vision of ownership, which is the key to power. See, in America, and I can tell you this as an expert on finance, in America, money and wealth is power. That's power. Having resources and controlling those resources is one of the fastest pathways to power in this country, and that typically goes to builders. It goes to people that can have a vision, execute the vision, work at that vision consistently, and then next thing you know, they're able to call the shots in their space. Just like building a family, some people think that you can you can pretend to have a family, or maybe you can babysit kids longer. To think that you can work for other people as a community and have real power is like thinking I can babysit other people's kids, and that'll be just like being a parent. No, you're not. You'll never be the parent. You're always going to be the babysitter. The minute the real parents decide they want to take their kids back, you're going to have to step to the side. The all the energy that you pour into watching these kids while their parents are off on vacation or whatever, that won't matter because when it comes time to make critical decisions about how the child's life is going to go, ain't nobody going to ask the damn babysitter. They're going to ask the mother. They're going to ask the father, the people who made the real structural foundational investment in the creation of this entity called a child. So you can't fake that. So if you want to have power in America, you need to learn how to become economic parents. You must give birth to the economic realities that you want to see. You need to learn how to go in there and create something and feed it every day, consistently dedicate your life to that business or that institution the same way a mother dedicates every second of her life to her child. If you don't do that, then you will not have power. And the reason people don't have power is because they always want to take the shortcut. Oh, I got a record deal. Now I'm rich. No, you're not. Your record label's rich. You'll be dead in a couple of years, or all your money will be gone as soon as they find another Negro that they want to put on a record label. If you really want to have power in the music industry, you better learn how to start your own label, or work with other people to start a label, or own a piece of a label, or own your damn masters at least. Read your damn contracts. But if you're getting on the stage and you're just performing for people because white people love to see a black man get on stage and call himself the N-word and degrade his own community, that'll be good as long as it's good. And when it goes bad, it's gonna go bad. Anyway, let me move on. All right, so let's finish up this point, okay? And I'm sorry if I offended anybody with my language. I'm sorry, but not sorry. I just have to say this. I'm sorry, but I don't apologize for who I am. I can't do that. I'm gonna be Boyce every day. So if you like it, then you're gonna get more of it. If you don't like it, then you can go. It's okay. Just a reminder, if you are not on the text list to join this morning class, we meet every single day at 7 a.m. To talk about economics. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and I'll invite you. Also, if you want to join us tomorrow, we're going to do Stock Market Tuesday, and I'm going to break down stocks that I like and things like that, and answer a lot of your questions about stock market investing. I want everybody to invest in the stock market. You can do a free trial at drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. All right. So let me finish up this point about the research on men and why some men feel weird when a woman makes more money than them. And I think it's their right to have that preference. But it's not your right to say that everybody should have that preference, right? It's your right to feel that way, but it's not your right to tell women that no one will want them because they went to school or because they make money. Like that's just a ridiculous way to look at the world. And I'm not making fun of the guys at the podcast because I told you I like those guys a lot. I met them, I love them. They had me on one time, and they're very friendly, very good people. But this is just incorrect, and I just have to be honest about that. Here's a few other reasons, according to research, why some men feel awkward in these relationships. There's fear of a power imbalance. Research from the Harvard Business Review. This is business. This is a business journal. They found that in marriages where the wife earns more, couples report lower marital satisfaction and higher divorce rates. So some men believe that financial power translates into overall relationship dominance, which can be tough. Also, a study by the Journal of Marriage and Family in 2017 showed that men who earn less than their wives often experience negative social judgment, including from family and peers. So a lot of times, maybe you feel bad because you feel like other people will make fun of you because your wife is wearing the pants and she's the breadwinner. That's kind of tough. That's a real tough one. I know that there's things that my wife feels like she's supposed to do because she's the wife, and I don't know. I don't know how she would feel if I came in and I did everything that women do in a relationship. You know what I mean? I think she'd probably be happy if I cooked and cleaned, things like that. Not to say that those are jobs that women have to do, but traditionally we know how it goes, right? I think she'd probably actually appreciate the help. But I wonder, I don't know, just when you talk about certain things that might be defined as feminine, like sitting in the mirror and working on your hair for an hour or something. If I was in the mirror as much as she was, I think she'd probably be offended by that. I don't know. All right, what else? Insecurity and competition in a relationship. The Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization found that men in dual income households with higher earning wives often engage in overcompensatory spending to assert financial dominance. Whew, Lord. Let's see. A study at the University of Chicago found that men whose wives earn more than them are more likely to suspect infidelity, even if there's no evidence of it. That's interesting. But actually, what studies do show is that women who get up and go to work every day, if the man's at home and he's doing Mr. Mom and trying to be like completely like a modern man, If she's going to work every day, the likelihood of infidelity from the woman increases. Because because I think, I'm not sure, I'm not an expert on this, but I think there's like an attraction to testosterone that can kind of kick in. And the attraction to testosterone might mean that if she's at work and she's sharing these common goals with her work husband and talking to him all day, and they're achieving these great things together, there's some chance that there could be a spark or an attraction. In fact, there's a lot of studies that show that people tend to fall in love with people that they work with all the time, every day, and it's so, which makes it kind of awkward that we kind of vilify workplace relationships because they happen all the time, right? But you have to be disciplined, of course, but still, even with that, it's going to happen. But I think again, I think everybody has a right to have whatever preference they want. I would encourage men to really understand that Black women are different. They've had a different set of experiences and a different set of outcomes, a different set of hurdles to overcome. And part of the reason I think Black people do better when we choose to really try to love each other is because we really understand each other. So if you understand what your mother went through, then you might understand, you have a good probability of understanding what your wife is going through, or what your wife might have experienced. And the same thing is true on the other side, right? My wife knows certain things about me, my experience as a Black man, that I don't think a white woman would know. That's why I couldn't marry a white woman or anything like that. No disrespect to anyone else, but I wanted to marry a Black woman because it's like, we kind of get each other. We know where all of us have our share of crazy, because the world is a crazy place. America has been a crazy place for Black people. So a lot of us have these mental health issues. But here's the bigger thing. This is the big point. This is something I want to leave you with. And again, I hope you'll consider this. You need help. You need help. Your relationship is one of the biggest investments you'll ever make. It's one of the biggest investments you'll ever make. And the biggest mistake people make is they don't invest in their relationships. They just hope that everything works out. I just implore you, don't make the mistake I made. I made this mistake in my 20s. I probably should have got married and started having more kids in my 20s. Because I had a great woman that I loved. I love my wife a lot, but had a great woman I loved, and we just didn't know how to properly love each other because we both had so much trauma. She'd gone through so much, I'd gone through so much. So we would just have these crazy fights over nothing. And it didn't make any sense to me because I really cared about her, but we just would fight, right? And so again, I'm happy that I met my wife, and to tell you how far back me and my wife go, she met my wife back when my wife was my friend, and she hated her. She was like, she just hated her guts. So maybe she saw the future, who knows? But still, though, the point of the matter is to say that I think that if you make the connection between the fact that stable relationships generate the most wealth, therefore, if I'm investing in my wealth, I should invest in my relationship. That, in my opinion, really should impress upon you, or to get you to at least consider that, look, if I'm going to invest in you as a person, I'm going to invest the time and the energy to learn about you, to have a good relationship with you, but I'm also going to invest in the knowledge base that allows us to even have the tools required to have a good relationship. Like, I want you to really think about how many Black folks there are who think they can have a stable marriage when they never even saw one growing up. How is that going to happen? What makes you, I mean, really, you never even saw on a daily basis what it looks like for a man and a woman to make decisions together. Maybe you grew up with it was you and your mama, and you never saw your mama really having to stop doing something to say, well, my husband doesn't want that. Your dad said no, so we're not going to do that today. Like I did see that. I would see my father just say, well, you know how your mama is. Your mama don't want us doing that, so that's not going to happen. Right? It was stuff like that that let me know that if I'm trying to build something with a woman, I'm going to have to compromise. And I want you to listen online to how many people go into relationships and expect to not have to compromise on anything, and that if you're asked to compromise, then that either makes you a simp or a pick me. I think they call the women pick me's when they compromise with men and submit to men or love men in a certain way and compliment men and feed their ego. Well, you know what? I'm a pick me and a simp when it comes to my wife because I know that in order for this thing to work, my goal every day is to do everything I can to make sure that that woman in the other room is as happy as I can possibly make her without it compromising too much of my own integrity. I'm not going to go too far. If it gets unreasonable, then we talk about that. But for the most part, I need her to know it. I need to boost her ego. Every day I'm gonna let her know how beautiful she is. Every day I'm going to compromise with her. Every day I'm going to say, what does it take for us to maintain the stability of this multi-million-dollar asset that we've created called our family? We've started a business together. Marriage is a business. I mean, it's a legal contract. That's kind of what it is. It's an economic entity like no other that you'll ever be connected to in your life for the most part. The difference is it's an intergenerational economic entity. Because if you maintain the stability of the family and you produce children out of this, then these children are going to have outcomes 50 years from now that are a direct reflection of things that you choose to do right now. And I want to go back to that point that I've made to you before, that it's really fascinating that Black folks have been trained to spend more time studying how to do a good job for a white man at his company than you spend learning how to do a good job for your family and your spouse. Why would you spend more time studying how to be a good employee for a white-owned business than you spend learning how to be a good leader for a Black-owned family? That is brainwashing people. You got the wrong damn education. That's what you did. You got the wrong education. They tricked you. They created your universities and HBCUs and all this other stuff to teach Black people to do one thing, how to serve white people and make them wealthy. That's what they trained you to do. That's why most of these institutions, all they do is they produce Black employees who 30 years down the line are pissed off because you don't work your ass off and you ain't got no wealth to show for it. That's because somebody else got the wealth. Wealth is neither created nor destroyed. You made the money. The money got made. The money came in. The money just didn't go into your pocket. It went into somebody else's pocket. So yes, you got rope-a-doped. That's what happened. You got tricked. So now that you know, now that we've unveiled the mystery, the big secret of whiteness, like a Scooby-Doo mystery, we figured out who's been stealing all the money. What are you going to do about it now? How are you going to shift your energy and shift your attention in such a direction that you're going to be able to ensure that you and your family are the beneficiaries of all of the sacrifices that you make? Well, I can tell you one shift you can make. One shift you can make right now is it, and I'm gonna tell you because that's the shift I've made, is ain't no institution outside of this house more important than the institution we're building right here. That I'm the CEO of this house. This is where I have power, and I share power with my wife. It's not a threat to me. My wife is an asset. She's not a competitor. So if you want to know where I put my time, where I put my energy, right here. I spend all the time I can learning how to be a better father, how to be a better husband, how to be a better leader. Because that also spins into how to run a better business because I do business with my wife. I do business with our son. I do business with our daughter. The youngest one, she don't want to work yet, but she coming in too. We're doing all this together because all this can connect. The family and the economics are deeply connected. The number one reason Black wealth is dropping, there's two major reasons. One is student loans, because you'll go $200,000 in debt to get a $50,000 a year job. Half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. Half of all Black college graduates, this is your talented 10th, they default. They can't pay their loans back. The second reason that Black wealth is dropping is because of the destruction of the Black family. The inability of Black people to do something as simple as get married and stay married has cost you trillions of dollars in Black wealth. You fix those two things, you adjust, then you'll find your outcomes will be quite different. And I can't tell you everything about what's going to make you powerful in your life, but I can tell you that much of that power starts with ownership. Owning something, controlling something, building something, designing something, pouring into something where you have a say in how that works. And it's really important, I think, for the men that feel threatened and uncomfortable with women that are making more money and all this other stuff. My heart goes out to you. I'm not making fun of you and none of that. I'm really not. I get it. I totally get it. But I can tell you a lot of my power base is in this house. You know, it's not I'm not trying to go get a better job than my wife. I don't want a job because I know that man, I'm just be honest with you. I don't know. I guess I'm a race man. I guess I'm a man who has a certain reality about racism, and I don't. That's why I don't get offended by the Elon Musks and the Joe Bidens so much because I've never believed that any of these people liked me. I've never believed that any of these people wish me well. I don't believe any of them want me to be successful. I don't believe any of them want me to compete with them. So now that I know this, I know that they don't love me, then I focus on the people who do. And I also don't fall for some of these silly games that we've been introduced to. This, integration and DEI is going to save everybody. I never believed that crap because it ain't true. So you got to build your own, Black people. You got to build your own. All right. So anyway, I'm done. Thank you guys for listening. It was wonderful getting a chance to talk to you. Just a reminder, if you want to get a text notification when we meet for class in the morning, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948, text morning to 87948. Also, later on tonight, my wife, Dr. Alicia, she's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, she's going to do her Mental Health Monday because we've learned that mental health is deeply connected to financial health. So she helped us to start the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. There is no other Black financial therapy department anywhere. And in case you want to hear a flex on the Black Business School, we have 187,000 students worldwide, so we're getting it done. We're making it happen, and we're very successful in terms of being able to reach lots of people. So anyway, so tonight she's doing Mental Health Monday. If you want to get an invitation, just text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948. And also tomorrow we're doing Stock Market Tuesday. Oh, and by the way, Dr. George Fraser, I believe he's coming in tomorrow or the next day. So I mentioned him earlier. He's a great guy. He wrote a book called Success Runs in Our Race. It is required reading, I believe, in almost every HBCU in America. He is an OG. I think he's hit 80, but to me he's going on 40, and he's one of the baddest Black men ever. And these are the men and women that we need to listen to. These are the people that we need to hear from. And I'm gonna just tell you, my patience grows thin with the idiots that they put in front of us who only teach young Black people how to destroy their lives. I want you to have a good life. I want you to be happy. I want you to have money in your pocket. I want you to be successful. I want your relationships to work, because when they don't, you end up out here all by yourself, and it becomes really, really hard to find your peace. So anyway, that's it, guys. Have a wonderful day. Thank you guys for listening, and you'll hear from me at different times during the day. If something comes up, I might text you guys. So feel free to come in and respond, and we're always here for you. So have a good day, everybody. Thank you guys for listening. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I know that I know that we started about 60 seconds early, but that's not much. That's just 60 seconds. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Welcome to Money in the Morning. Today is March 9th, 2025. How many of you, did anybody else forget that it was daylight savings time? I kept looking, I looked at my watch on my wrist, and it gave me one time, and then I looked at my cell phone, and I thought my cell phone was lying to me, and I just woke up confused, man. I was feeling kind of like, wait, what's going on? What's happening here? And I still feel a little bit confused. I still feel a little bit off. So I imagine if I feel off, I bet a lot of people feel off. Because this whole daylight savings time stuff is weird. I didn't remember, I didn't get a reminder or anything, right? So it's kind of crazy. And I think I heard that the president was thinking about getting rid of daylight savings time or something like that. He's doing all kinds of stuff up there. But anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're doing good. I hope that your money is right. I know that I'm excited. I mentioned to you all yesterday that 75% of you said that your money was up because you are in this class, and that's exactly what I wanted. I want you all to be successful financially, and that's why we get together every morning, 7 days a week, including Sundays like today, and we talk about our economics. Can I get an amen? All right. All right. So anyway, one of the things that really actually came to mind that and I'm not I don't I hope I'm not beating a dead horse on this. That's not the goal. But yesterday we had a theme, and the theme was Disney princesses that decide they want to have babies with rappers. And I'm not making fun of anybody, but this came up in my feed today, and I just said, you know what, let's just finish the conversation because there is more to talk about. And there is the lady Halle Bailey. Halle Bailey had a baby with a guy. He's a rapper slash influencer named DDG. I think his first name might be Daryl or something like that. And so lately. Um, there is a big kind of discussion regarding Hallie and her baby and this guy, DDG, the influencer slash rapper. And basically, it's kind of spilled over into the internet. It's gotten real messy, and Disney don't like messy, so that every time it gets messy, that probably costs Hallie another $10 million in opportunities. Because Disney keeps it tight. They don't really like messy. They don't like crazy. They don't like buffoonery in public. And I thought this would be a great opportunity to kind of expand on what we talked about yesterday about financial lovemaking. A lot of people think that money and relationships have nothing to do with each other. A lot of people think that if you love each other enough, then money doesn't matter. That we can throw money out the window. That to even bring up money is just it's just taboo. There's just something wrong with that. And money came into the conversation because I heard DDG. I don't have I got to look up his actual name so I don't just keep calling him DDG, but that's what they call him online. And I heard him say something to the effect of, "I can't see my son. I'm not allowed to see my son because I have to pay money. I have to pay money to see my son." And I think that was kind of the whole discussion. It was, money and family, and that's where my ears perk up because you guys know I study money for a living, and so I'm really curious about how money affects human behavior. I'm really curious about how money affects all the different parts of our lives. And so just to kind of give you a quick background in terms of the situation and what's been kind of going on. There's between these two, there's sort of a Twitter war going on, where they're kind of tweeting and talking about their relationships and stuff like that. And it's very messy. I can tell you, as a person who thinks about business and stuff like that, I guarantee you that there are people at Disney and her business partners who are looking at this and saying, "Okay, come on, this is too much. We got to go into PR mode because he's trying to damage her reputation." And so if you want kind of an update, I know that there was a few things. I think that he tweeted something. Let me see. I looked it up. I gotta, stuff like this. I gotta make sure I know what I'm talking about. So I try to get all the details and all the facts. And so basically, on as of March 9th, the situation continues to evolve pretty publicly. They broke up in October 2024, and like a lot of young relationships, they broke up before the baby was even 1 years old or something like that. I don't even know if they were even together when the baby was born. And I told you that's a big problem with the black family. Dr. George C. Frazier, who I'm going to bring to class, who's one of the great geniuses of our generation, did a really great presentation about how the destruction of the black family is literally the leading cause of all the problems that are happening right now. That literally the fact that the black family has become extinct. That's why a little 16-year-olds are getting shot in the street in Chicago. That's a big part of the reason why you have so much why black wealth is on the decline. That's why a lot of mental health issues are popping up because children are not protected under the envelope of a mother and a father. And so anyway, so they broke up, I guess in October. I think he described a relationship as a part-time job. He didn't see the benefit and the value of taking responsibility for a woman and a child. He kind of and I understand. I mean, he's a young influencer. He's got his internet chicks and stuff like that, and he's internet famous. So maybe that was his distraction. But one thing I can also say to you, on top of that, just and this is really Uncle Boyce talking at this point. I can tell you for a fact that a man's willingness, I believe, again, this is just my theory. I believe that a man's willingness to take responsibility for people, other people like children and a woman, is deeply connected to what he saw his father do, right? If he and so when I read that comment where he kind of saw relationships as a part-time job, and in the family sort of split up very quickly, I said, I bet you that his father was not in the house for the majority of the time that he was growing up, right? So this guy DDG, who's had the baby with the Disney princess Halle Bailey, I read his bio, and his parents were divorced when he was very young, and even though he loves both of his parents, they were kind of living their best life. They were each kind of in their own direction. And he made a comment that was really interesting about, and this was an economic comment, so that intrigued me. He talked about how he watched his mother struggle working two jobs, and now he's making money as an internet influencer because he says I got it out the mud. So typically, if your mother's working two jobs and struggling, that usually means she doesn't have help in the house. And one of the things I had to explain to a young lady that had a baby had a baby daddy where I wasn't really sure what the guy was doing is I said, I don't know if you ever saw the way the family's supposed to work, in my opinion. The way the family's supposed to work is the man and the woman help each other. I said, my wife and I, we help each other. We got three kids. We have to help each other. It's very hard to get the baby to soccer practice, pick up the other one at the other school, make sure so and so gets their homework done, make sure the house is clean, dishes are done, all this stuff. It's hard to do all that by yourself. So this whole insane imagery that we've created of the strong black woman who can hold it down and take care of a bunch of guys' kids is just false. It's leading to the mental health crisis that we're seeing in our community. It's why well, I forgot her name, but she wrote a great book. Terry Williams wrote a great book called Black Pain. Anybody heard of that book? And it's why it's something like basically she's talking about the quiet depression that millions of black women are experiencing. That millions of black women are going through depression and anxiety because we've created a world where we literally we don't even shame a man for not taking care of his kids. We don't act like that's a big deal. We're like, yeah, and then every year he'll put out some kind of, I saw this rapper named Future. He put every year for Mother's Day, he puts out some kind of tweet that says, I just want to give love to all my baby's mamas for holding it down for me and da 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 da. Well, you should be holding it down. Why are they holding everything down? But then again, I would probably go talk to the mothers and say, well, why did you lay down with this nasty man who's making babies everywhere? Because you're fascinated with rap culture and you think that these guys are going to make good husbands and fathers. And I told you that most of hip hop, most toxic hip hop is very anti-family. There's nothing pro-black family that was given to you when those white folks created those record labels and said, let's turn black people into a pack of niggas. I'm going to say that one time. I'm not going to use that word no more, but that's what they did. They created a factory of dysfunctional behavior, and they said we're going to give them money so they'll think that they're successful when really they're not, and we're going to spread this message that's going to dismantle and disintegrate the ability of black people to ever come together to accomplish anything. A community with very few families can't have power. You'll never have power. I don't care how many times you go vote for the Democrats. I don't care how many record deals you sign. I don't care how many times you march with Al Sharpton. You will never have power if you don't have family. Family is the foundation of power in a community. So anyway, and give me a yes if you understand where I'm coming from. I hope you guys, and let me know if you can hear me. Okay, somebody just said they can't hear me. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. All right. Okay, so so we're talking about DDG and Halle Bailey, and Halle Bailey's the Disney princess. She was in that Little Mermaid movie, and DDG is this influencer rapper. They had a baby, and basically this week he's kind of said, I can't see my kid because she wants me to pay money. And I thought that was interesting when the word money comes up, they kind of piques my spidey senses. And one of the things I thought about is, first off, it's very direct to kind of say, okay, that's a little taboo, right? Like, why should money be a requirement for me to see my child? I get that, right? Like money, it just seems weird. Like, give me my money, right? Before you can see your baby. That's just cruel. That's just kind of a terrible idea, right? Well, unfortunately, what happens is that you have this reality where these damn kids, They need all this unreasonable stuff. Like these freaking children, they demand all these ridiculous things like food. Like why in the hell you need food? Like why did this damn baby always trying to eat? And the thing is, the baby don't eat like once a week or once a month. The baby's trying to eat every day, little greedy bastard. Like why these kids they want food, and then they get older and they want like clothes, and then they want like a place to live, and then they want heat. Like why the hell you need heat? What you need heat for? We got blankets in the closet, right? So these kids, they just want so much stuff. And the hard part about that, here's the sad reality about that. The part that's just so unfair is that these things cost money. These things, did y'all know this? Did y'all know that? How many of y'all know? How many parents in the building? How many of y'all know? Anybody know how expensive kids are? Anybody know that? I'm gonna tell you, I would like to call the department, the Doge guys, the Department of Government Efficiency, to come up in my house and calculate how much money these little SOBs done took out of our bank account. It's expensive. We spend enough money to fund the Pentagon for the next 5 years taking care of these kids. So kids are not free. Right. And that's my point. My point is to say, while it's certainly taboo, and I get it, I saw the poor guy. He was on the internet and he was, the internet's a perfect place to go and proclaim yourself to be a victim. And he's like, well, so I can't see the baby if I don't pay the money. Well, F it. He said, F it. And he sounded kind of sad and kind of almost like a little pathetic, and I was like, oh, you poor baby, you poor thing. You probably made what, a couple $1 million last year, but I guess whatever amount you're supposed to pay to take care of your kid is too much for you. But I wonder if that Lamborghini that you got arrested in last year, I wonder how much that cost. Again, no disrespect, not making fun of you, but I'm really kind of thinking like, did we prioritize the Lamborghini over the baby? Well, if you prioritize the Lamborghini over the baby, then some people would say that maybe there's an education required in terms of the fact that you might have to understand that raising kids is not free. Like again, I'm not here to say that he's right and she's wrong. I'm not here to talk about that part. I'm here to say that who in the hell made these young boys think, and any young person who thinks that babies don't require food, that babies don't require clothing, that babies don't require tuition, that babies don't require all kinds of other things. Babies need stuff. Doctors' visits, these things cost money, and so when a man or woman or anybody, and it's not just specifically for men, I'm talking about anybody who thinks this way, when anybody thinks that you can raise a child with no money, and that that everything should just be free because you don't live there and you don't have to deal with the consequences of the financial strain that might be thrust on the household. I would like to correct that and kind of help you understand that no, that there is a financial cost to this. And what happens, I believe, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, is that I believe that when people move out of the house, then they're disconnected from the financial challenges of raising a child. You can get to the point where you just can disconnect from it. You don't have to worry about it. I can't. I live in the house with the kids. I can't if something expensive comes through the door. We got to pay for I don't know, we dance classes for the baby because she loves to dance. And I know, just draining my pockets, right? She loves to dance, and dance class costs money. I can't I can't tell my wife, hey, I'm off living my best life with my Lamborghini. You handle that. And I want to say thank you to my baby's mamas for holding it down, while I go drive off in my Lamborghini and just date random women. I have to confront that because I'm in the house. And I really will say that I really think you might want to take a moment to reflect on what happens when you have a child that's raised in a home where the father is not present. Now, can y'all hear me? It looks like some of y'all are some of us are being kicked out of the room. Am I still good? Am I visible and audible? Just give me a quick yes so I can just kind of know that everything's okay, because it looks like the system's acting a little bit weird. I just want to make sure we're good on this. Okay, all right. So I'm going to assume that we are. So let's keep going. All right. So here's more. D2G announced their split on October 3rd, 2024, stating that, quote, after much reflection and heartfelt conversations, they decided to part ways, emphasizing that it was a mutual decision and they remain best friends with deep and true love for each other. That's a nice statement. I bet the Disney people probably wrote that. Halle Bailey did not comment publicly on the breakup, though she later posted on Instagram and captions and music suggesting resilience, such as Destiny's Child Survivor. So now she's going into the Terry Williams Black Pain depressed, anxious, struggling black woman mode. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm a survivor. I'm gonna work harder. Y'all know that song, right? It's a great song. Beyonce did that song. Thought I was now I'm on top. Da 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 ba 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 ba, and it won't stop. And remember that it was a great song. And but what's kind of interesting is it feeds right back into this expectation that if you are a black woman, life is gonna be just unbearably difficult. That if you're a black woman, that you will struggle, there will be pain, lots and lots of pain, lots and lots of trauma. Your life's going to kind of suck, and you're going to have to survive that. And I think that it really speaks to a broader challenge that tends to occur in the black community overall, where we tend to believe that being black means that it comes with kind of a struggle package, right? And so instead of playing powernomics, we end up playing strugglenomics. And when we survive strugglenomics, we think we won the game. But I can just tell you that you didn't actually win the game when you survive the struggle. You win the game when you actually thrive. You win the game when you're actually secure. You win the game when you're actually in a good place. And so that right there would probably concern me because I'd probably say if I was her father, I would say, a man coming into your life is supposed to make your life better. Right? Give me a guess if you agree that you bring a person, a man or a woman, into your life's supposed to improve, right? But it doesn't sound that way. It sounds like you've gone down. So what choices are you making in terms of your life? What types of men are you? Because you're a Disney princess. You got $10 million in the bank. You're very successful for your age. So there are lots of high quality men who would love to add value to your life. They would love to come in, marry you, have a baby with you, just like the Disney fairy tale. Give you the whole fairy tale package. There are black men that will do this for you. I know y'all think that they lame. I know y'all call them simps, and y'all make fun of men like that. But I know a lot of brothers who understand, like, look, that's my woman, that's my kid. I'm gonna marry her. I'm gonna take care of them. I'm gonna make her life better. I'm gonna support her career. She's gonna do better because I'm around. Her life will improve because of my existence. See, what you got to understand, and this is talking to the men now, at your funeral, you don't want a whole bunch of people at your funeral thinking, man, this man made me struggle. Man, this dude, shoot, when he came in my life, everything went downhill after that. Ooh, I was singing Destiny's Child Survivor songs after he came. It was struggle love. It was woo. Oh my God, it was so hard to pay the bills because this nigga didn't want to get off the couch. He didn't want to do nothing for nobody. He made everything worse. You don't want people saying that about you. You don't want that. This is what I told our son. I said, when you are at your funeral, man, if you a real man, you want people at your funeral to say, my life is better because that guy was in it. You want people to say, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be where I am right now. You want people to say, man, he really, ooh, he's sturdy. He came through for me. He had my back. This guy, you want people saying things like that. You don't want people to literally go from a good life to a bad life because you were there. And that's the part that confuses me. Because I would ask Callie, well, you're a Disney princess. You're doing really well. Why in the world would you want to go have a baby with a man that's going to have you on the internet singing Destiny's Child songs because your life is suddenly so hard? Suddenly, you've been demoted from a Disney princess. You had access to the fairy tale to a struggling single mom, who's got to pay all the bills because ain't nobody helping. This is weird for me. I don't understand that. That's a very bad investment. Your portfolio is declining in value because you're not doing proper analysis on the assets that you're adding to the portfolio. You're not taking the time to properly vet the investments that you're making in your life. And I get it, though. You're young. You're young and love makes us stupid. I understand all that. But what we got to understand is the presence of culture in all this. If you don't understand how culture plays a part in all of this, then I feel bad for you. It's culture, and it's uniquely black culture. Black people, we the only ones on earth who think that sleeping with a rapper with babies mamas is going to make your life better, or somehow that's going to give you clout, or somehow that's going to improve your situation. It doesn't improve your situation. I know a lot of rappers. I'm not just a regular. I have famous friends that are rappers, and I'm like, ooh, I would never ever have a baby with you because you're a bum. Right? But that's what it is. They pay you money. The white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then lock you up for being drunk, and so they get paid to be to behave in a specific way. And unfortunately, some of that behavior is degeneracy. Some of that behavior is not healthy. Anyway, let me get back to it. Let me stop. And I just want y'all to understand when we talk about economics, if you can't make decisions like this in a proper way, it's going to ruin your finances. I don't care how hard you work. And I say this, and it's a sensitive issue for me because I know black women who were doing great and kicking ass and taking names and literally got murdered by the crappy little man they decided to put next to them. I know men who were doing really well, who were on top of the world, kicking butt and taking names, who brought the wrong woman into their life, and next thing you know, everything falls apart. She done took all your stuff. You done worked your whole life to raise all this money. She wasn't shooting no jumpers in the gym, but now you got to give all your money to this lady who never loved you in the first place because you didn't take time to properly vet your investments. All this is standard portfolio analysis. If you work for BlackRock, which has $9 trillion in assets, probably 10 by now, they just bought a big chunk of the Panama Canal. I guarantee you that BlackRock spends a significant amount of time analyzing every investment that they make. They carefully assess every situation that they're going to walk into. They do not tread lightly. They do not just walk into stuff and hope for the best. And so honestly, if you want to talk about what a good life looks like to me, it's where you take the time to analyze every new situation you're involved in the same way you would if you worked for BlackRock. But some of y'all will go work a job at a company and take better care of that white man's assets than you will take of your own assets in your own life. You will value his assets more than you value whatever you've worked for in your own life. And you'll put it at risk and somebody takes it and then you go claim victim. You cannot claim victim when you are also the victimizer. Or if you do, then that means that that's between you, God, and your therapist. Can't nobody help you with that. So let's keep going here. Let me keep reading here. So this is DDG and Halle Bailey. So they had a baby named Halo, apparently. That's a great name. So DDG claimed during the live stream that he'd been struggling to see Halo for months, alleging that Halle only wanted him only allowed him quality time when their relationship was stable. He stated that he would number the days he didn't see his son on his daily streams, implying Halle was restricting access. So what's going on here? Is he's on a PR campaign. And I mentioned this to you yesterday that when you have something to protect, when you have assets to protect, which for her multi-million-dollar asset is her brand, you have to be really careful. When you have a lot to lose, you have to be careful entangling yourself with people who have nothing to lose. So for him, it's all about, like, look, you're the one that's got a lot to lose. I'm just a YouTube streamer. I'm not gonna really lose subscribers or anything if I get into it with you. It's only gonna elevate my clout. Like I think I heard somebody say, you'll never have a hater doing better than you. So what's happened here is that she's up here economically and otherwise. He's down here. He does well, but he's not a Disney princess. And so he's sort of saying, I'm going to use this smear campaign to go online and ruin your reputation so that movie studios won't want to deal with you. Corporate sponsors aren't going to deal with you because they're going to look at you as the evil baby's mama who blocks her child's father from seeing his son. Let's see here. So this followed earlier hints from DDG around 8 months ago where he suggested that she was keeping him from Halo. So this has been going on for a while. Those specifics at that time remain vague. So Halle responded indirectly on March 8th of 2025, that's yesterday, by posting adorable footage of Halo on X, caption, quote, "Guys, I'm crying. He actually knows Ariel is me." And that's interesting because if you know, Ariel was the Disney Little Mermaid that she played, right? So there was a cute video of the adorable little baby who's basically watching. He's like, "Oh my God, that's my mommy," right? And that's kind of cool, right? And I think about that because this tells you how entangled that she knows her brand is with this whole Disney thing. That this Disney thing's important, and she's trying to sort of I think maintain and protect that image. Like, I'm a good mom. I want to remind you that this is what I've done. I was Ariel in a Disney movie, and this is relevant, right? So then it says, like, let's see, this came shortly after DDG's accusation. So right after she's accused of being a bad mom who's blocking the father from seeing the baby, she posts the baby and posts the Disney stuff. That's really interesting. So this led some to interpret it as a subtle counter narrative, right? So this is what PR ends up becoming. PR ends up becoming about controlling narratives, right? So she's trying to control the narrative by saying, I'm not going to address you directly, but what I am going to do is I'm going to create another narrative that my baby loves me and I'm a great mom and that he saw me on a Disney movie, right? So let's keep going here. So this focuses on her bond with Halo rather than engaging directly with the claims, right? Because people up here don't want to engage with people down here. People down here they try to engage people up here. Like this is how this just from a financial brand building standpoint. Anybody know how 50 Cent became famous? Anybody? How did 50 Cent become 50 Cent? He used to be a nickel. He used to be, a dime. Now, then he became 50 Cent. And then he eventually became a quarter. Now he's 50 Cent. How did 50 Cent become famous? There were a couple significant incidents that occurred that blew up 50 Cent's brand. One was his story. He had a narrative, right? Stories are very powerful in marketing and in business. Stories are everything. And so he had a story. I got shot 9 times. And if you notice in his branding, he repeated that story over and over and over and over and over and over and over again because that's what elevated him above all the other rappers. What was the other thing that elevated him? It was an encounter with another rapper who was doing better than him by the name of Jay-Z. And if you remember, 50 Cent talks about how Jay-Z got so frustrated that 50 Cent had called him out that he goes in front of 100,000 people and he says something like, he says, I'm all about dollars. Who gives a F about 50 Cent? And the whole crowd starts roaring. But 50 Cent said, I was really happy that he said that because suddenly there was 100,000 people who knew who 50 Cent was. So ultimately, what tends to happen in the whole brand building process is the people down here are yelling at the people up here, hoping that one of them will respond, and that will elevate the brand, right? That's why a lot of people up here, if they're smart, they don't respond. In fact, I can speak on a personal experience with that. Back when I was on the faculty at Syracuse and no one knew who I was, I got into a beef with Bill O'Reilly from Fox News. He was the biggest brand at the time. His show was #1 in the country at the time, and he did a whole hour-long episode calling me a racist because I just told him that he needs to stop being, a bigot, right? And so anyway, but of course they Fox News, you know how Fox News is. They do what they do. And my sister called me. My sister said, "Coco, they talk about you like a dog on Fox News." And literally, like Laura Ingraham, like they had every segment. They had 3 big segments. They were each like 15 minutes each. Every segment, they would bring on a different guest and they would show this angry looking black professor at Syracuse. They didn't actually hear the words I was saying because they know I can defend myself and they know that I'm smarter than them. So they didn't actually want to know what I was saying. It was how I looked saying it, right? So it was the optics, right? So they took the video, they darkened the video to make me look scarier. And I could have been talking about how beautiful it was outside, but it didn't matter because I looked like an angry black man. That's what Fox does. They scare old white people. And so anyway, they did this whole episode, and then one of the Fox reporters came to my campus, and he goes to the chancellor. Now, the chancellor of the campus is my boss's boss. Right? I'm just a little tiny assistant professor. I just been there for maybe 3 years. Nobody knew who I was. But suddenly they're going to the boss's boss and saying, you have a racist on your campus, right? Now, it was kind of tough. It was complicated, right? Because there was a lot of heat there, and that led to a lot of problems with Syracuse, but it's fine. I told them I'd sue them, and they paid me money, so I don't care about that. But here's the thing. After that happened, even though the publicity was negative, my profile elevated tremendously. Suddenly, 10 million people were like, who is this racist professor at Syracuse University? Now, you know I'm not racist. I don't hate white people. I've never hated white people. I ain't got time to hate nobody. But I will speak honestly about race in America. I speak honestly about what's going on in our community. And in fact, I've achieved the perhaps unique and unfortunate task of getting both black and white people to be mad at me. That's how I know I'm doing my job, because I will call out everything. I call out when black folks, when we acting stupid. I call out white folks when they acting stupid. So I really got no friends, but that's okay. I got y'all. Y'all love me and I love you too. So my point is to say that when you're down here, somebody up here might think like, oh, I'm going to punish him by saying bad things about him. But no, what you're actually doing is you're elevating that person because attention is a commodity. Attention is a financial commodity. Everybody that you see on YouTube, all they're doing is they're fighting for attention. And speaking on that, just from a financial standpoint, be really careful thinking that you can build a career as an influencer. Studies show that I think over 90% of all influencers make less than $10,000 a year or something ridiculous like that. Like influencers don't really make money on average. There are a few at the top, but in that they eat really good. I want to say that the top 10% of influencers make 90% of the money. So if you make that top 10%, good for you. But it's really becoming a lot like trying to get into the NBA or the NFL. You have a lot of young people who are like, yeah, I'm gonna be an influencer just like DDG. And no, you're not. You're going to have some little Twitch stream that nobody watches, and you're going to get a check from YouTube or Twitch for like 90 cents or something. And then you'll find out that TikTok, if you have a video that gets 1 million views, that TikTok will pay you $40 for that video. And you're going to be pissed off about that. So ultimately, what's best really just is if you talk to your kids and they say, Dad, I want to be an influencer, tell them to go study business. That's what you tell them to do. You tell them that they need to study business. They need to understand how to acquire a customer, how to market to a customer, how to make an offer, how product development, how to manage a team. Like all these things come into play, and then content becomes a supporter to the overall business. You cannot, content is not a business. Content creation for most people is not a business. Maybe if you're Mr. Beast, who is, probably made a couple $1 billion by now. For most other people, that's just not the case. So just keep that in mind. If you have children that are like, I want to be an influencer. Yeah, good luck with that. You're going to be real mad because the algorithm is not your friend. All right. So anyway, with that being said, one thing I want to remind everybody is I mentioned that book, Financial Lovemaking, and I also want to mention that if you want a digital copy of that book, you can get it for free. If you go to boyceandalicia.com, boyceandalicia.com, at that website, you can get a free copy of the book. And so feel free to go there. Also, want to remind everybody that if you are in business with us, we started our Black Wealth Ambassadors program where you can buy any of our books and flashcards and stuff at a really steep discount. And if you want to start a business with us and distribute and we will let you make your money, feel free to do that. You can text the word wealth to the phone number 87948. So text wealth to 87948. And what I'll do is I'll send you all special, exclusive, steep discounts. For example, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can buy that for $15 but the regular price is $40. So if you want, you can resell it for 25, 30, 35, 40, whatever you want to sell it for. And I'll sign every single book. I've signed probably 2,000 books this week. I can sign another 50,000. I don't care. You guys love the book. It's great for your book clubs, things like that. So I invite you to join us and to go into business with us because we can't do this by ourselves. Your help is really important, and we want to help you as well. So I believe everybody can win. Everybody can make money. So anyway, if you want to get the discounted copies of my book, you can go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's the number 10. All right. So let me read more of this here. So this is Halle Bailey and the baby dad DDG. And so let's see. Despite the breakup, DDG and Halle have maintained some public unity for Halo. They celebrated his first birthday together. However, DDG's recent comments suggest underlying friction, particularly around custody or visitation, etc. And so here are a few little I gave you a few financial theories yesterday to kind of link to this love and money conversation. A lot of us deal with that. One thing I want to encourage you to do is don't fall for the hype. Don't fall for the lie that you shouldn't blend love and money together. Love and money naturally are connected. So that means if you have financial expectations for your partner, that doesn't make you a gold digger. That makes you practical. It doesn't mean, it doesn't mean there's not a trade-off, but it's okay to have financial expectations rather than signing up for something that's going to make you uncomfortable. Same thing is true for anybody. So if you're a man who's got a lot going on financially, you probably need to pick women in your life who are going to protect your resources. One of the biggest rules of wealth, the fourth rule of wealth, I gave you the first three steps. I'll give them to you in a second. But the fourth step is protecting what you have. It's preserving the wealth. So if I'm a person who's worked his whole life and I've been shooting jumpers in the gym and I've acquired a little something that I want to protect, why in the world am I going to invite women or people into my life that are not going to protect what I've worked hard for? And a lot of times that financial consciousness of wealth protection doesn't enter our psyche. So if I'm a guy who likes to just sleep with any woman that walks by, well, then what I'm doing is I'm exposing myself to all kinds of things. Diseases, unwanted pregnancies, false accusations, but also other things that can be very, very, very expensive. There was I remember I told you all that story about the time I worked at AOL Black Voices, and I got the phone call from the lady who she said she worked for a Brazilian butt doctor. This doctor from Brazil would come up every 6 months, and all these strippers would be waiting for him, and he would inject their booties with only God knows what, but they would all walk out looking like cartoon characters with big, gigantic, inflatable butts. And one thing she told me about was a friend of hers who they had a little group. It was three women, and basically they would study the dumbest people in the group in the room. And the dumbest people in the world to them were athletes and rappers. And they said athletes and rappers are stupid because they will sleep with anybody and they don't understand the risk of doing that, right? This is what I don't know if you all remember the guy, Coach Prime brought that one lady in that really drop dead gorgeous, very pretty girl. I forgot her name though, Brittany something. And he brought her to campus because she literally did a video where she said athletes are dumb. She said if you want to get $1 million, just go get pregnant by an athlete, which sounds like a dangerous way to make money because it's nasty. But still, that's what that was. She did a video about that. And so anyway, what they did, they knew that some athletes just don't, their financial consciousness is not very high. And they have that old saying that a fool and his money will soon part ways. So if you are engaged in a foolish culture, and you have lots of money, then eventually your money will disappear. You will not have your money anymore. And so what these ladies would do is they would study athletes and rappers, and they'd find out who's coming into town. They'd find out what they like, and they would just set him up. They would just kind of, shake booty in front of him or whatever, get his attention, get him back to the hotel room, and they would drug him. And when they drugged him, they would blackmail him. They would put that one of the girls in the group was like 15 or 16, and they would put her in the bed with him and take pictures. And then when he woke up, they would blackmail the guy, and they'd say, give us $10,000 or we're going to send these pictures to your wife. We're going to send these pictures to your team. We're going to send these pictures to the media, and you're going to lose everything. And so the men would pay the money, and that was their little hustle. So ultimately, if you're not financially aware, if you're not financially conscious, then a financially conscious person around you is going to be watching you carefully so they can figure out how to get access to what you have. I've seen this, and I got other stories I could tell, but because for the sake of time, I'll save these stories for another day. But just know that that financial consciousness piece, there's a reason why I call this class financial consciousness. It's because I said in order to protect and to get money, you've got to think about your surroundings. You got to think about what you have going on. You got to think about what you have to protect. To understand risk, financial risk, you must have a risk assessment. A risk assessment comes from a risk awareness. Like, what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats in the environment around me, and how do I make sure I'm prepared for that? Teach that to your kids. Because we don't talk about that enough, and that's why every time you see some celebrity that loses everything, I want you to think about what I just said. All right, so here's a few little kind of angles I want. I think that the Halle Bailey, I keep wanting to call her Halle Berry. The Halle Bailey situation kind of hits on that you can kind of think about. Number one is there's something called resource dependency theory. And what that basically speaks to is that typically the person that has the most resources in the relationship does have a certain amount of power. And so effectively, Halle, she has her fame backed by Disney and everything else and much more earning power. And even though DDG is doing well, the reality is that DDG is able to position himself as a victim by basically saying this big powerful woman is forcing me to pay money, and we know she doesn't need the money. She's just bullying me, right? And it would be hard for him to do that if she was a regular person. In fact, if she was a regular person, nobody would care. But because she's this big powerful Disney princess, it does start to matter. There's also another whole thing called that connects to economic bargaining power, which is basically what they might call the high cost of co-parenting. Co-parenting is very expensive. Co-parenting, and this is another reason why keeping the family together is a good financial strategy. Co-parenting just costs a lot of money. You have to maintain two households. You've got things like child support. If you ever want to see a broke man, go talk to a man who's paying child support on 5 or 6 kids. That man ain't got nothing. I mean, and ladies, if you think about marrying a guy that's in that situation, well, you better be bringing all the money because all his money is going to be eaten up by the baby's mamas. You're in a polygamous marriage, whether you like it or not. And the polygamy comes from the fact that he's got 4 or 5 people that are already tugging on his resources. So, unless you're talking about Nick Cannon or somebody like that, it's very difficult for most people to support 5 or 6 households at once. But that's what happens when you don't engage in proper Planned Parenthood, when you don't prepare and plan, how you're going to spread your seed, how you're going to build your family, then you end up in these crazy economic situations. So basically, um, this power imbalance does lead to an economic negotiation. Also, there's kind of a Disney princess premium, where which adds to the wealth and status imbalance. And so effectively, the Disney princess is kind of like this elevated cultural and persona, right? That has a lot of what you might call financial capital. So basically, her choosing DDG to have a baby with probably cost her at least 10 or 20 million dollars in opportunities, because all that Disney magic disappears when you start getting into ghetto hood trashy crap, right? When you start getting into silly stuff that's very public and very embarrassing, that's really hit her legacy quite a lot, right? So the wealth that she would be able to leave to her child has been significantly impacted by the fact that she did not protect that wealth by choosing a situation that was going to be stable, right? But you're young. You're young. When you're young, you fall in love. Love makes us stupid, and nobody was there to really mentor her out of that and to help her understand the long-term implications. Because when you choose somebody to have a child with, I was mentoring a young lady about this. I said, well, just understand, like, this guy's going to be around. He's going to be in your life for the next 50 years. And she's like, no, no, he's only going to be around till the baby's 18. I said, no. I said the baby's gonna have. There's gonna be other things that happen in the child's life after 18. Like he's part of your family forever. And so, did you think about that when you decided that you wanted to sleep with him? Like, do you understand that when you make a baby with somebody, they're kind of there for good. They don't ever go away. But anyway, moving on with that, there's also another angle in terms of the public stage, right? So with DDG, he makes these social media accusations, and Hallie has to go into PR mode. And with DDG framing himself to be the victim, and Hallie has to use silence to protect her Disney image, so she can't respond. And his goal is to talk as loud as possible. Her goal is to be quiet and to deflect the conversation, which is probably still stressing her out. Also, there's a conversation where he mentioned, I could have sworn he mentioned something about her possibly having postpartum depression and that this might be affecting her behavior. And that's a very real thing. And in fact, I think that all men who have children or families should be educated on not just postpartum depression, but just an honest and politically incorrect assessment of the fact that women's moods do change. Hormones matter, and I know that no one else says this because they want to act like men and women are the same, and that everybody can be trans. Like I can wake up tomorrow and decide I want to be Joyce Watkins instead of Boyce Watkins. But the reality is that women and men are not the same. And part of my preparation for being a husband was to know that there's some days when my wife walks in as a big bundle of joy, and some days she walks in like the freaking Terminator. And I got to know how to manage that. And I have to love her and care about my situation and my family enough to have the patience to deal with that. And also, not to mention the fact that black men and black women have been through a lot. So a lot of us show up in relationships with a ton of trauma, and that trauma shows itself in a lot of different ways. So if you love black people, if you love black women, you got to deal with black women. If you love black men, you got to deal with black men. And y'all know that some of us ain't quite right. And I'm not just talking about the men. Ladies, stop letting the world make you think that it's only the men's fault. No, it ain't only the men's fault. Men, women, a lot of y'all got issues. Most of y'all did. A lot of y'all didn't have a daddy in the house. That right there is a massive issue. And a lot of people act like that doesn't matter. No, it does matter. It matters a lot, a lot, a lot. So mental health is connected to financial health. Why? Well, because if you manage your mental health, then you are also able to show up better for your relationships, create stability there. Stable relationships are a wealth builder. You can build wealth in stable relationships. It's very hard to build wealth in unstable relationships. It's like trying to build a skyscraper in the middle of a tornado. You cannot build a skyscraper in the middle of a tornado. So you got to calm down the weather, get some sunshine, and then you start building brick by brick. But if you are letting, the tornado inside of you or the tornado in your relationship constantly dictate every move that you make, where everything is nothing but a trauma response, how the hell you think you're going to build wealth? Everything about wealth building requires an emotional disposition that's the complete opposite of what trauma gives you. Everything. Wealth building requires patience and perspective and right and long-term thinking, long-term planning. All these are this is emotional maturity. This is emotional maturity. So if you haven't healed from the crap that happened to you when you were 7, how the hell how are you gonna be emotionally mature enough to ever become a millionaire? I want you to think about that. Most wealthy people that build wealth brick by brick and do it the right way and then preserve that wealth are chill, level-headed people on some level, right? They have some ability to back up, think through their decisions, and move strategically. Moving strategically is not the same as moving emotionally, right? So if you're just moving emotionally, like there's a pretty girl, I'm gonna go sleep with her. There's a great man, I'm gonna go have a baby with him. Next thing you know, your life just becomes this kind of chaotic thing that ultimately becomes financially draining. So let me keep reading here. All right. One thing, so about the postpartum thing, DDG did suggest that Halle Bailey was struggling from some postpartum depression. I don't know if that's true or not. Um, but then she says, I'm protecting my son from his social media games. And ultimately, these sorts of mental health issues can highly impact not just the relationship, but the finances and the financial outcomes of it. Also, here's a few other one other thing I'll throw in here, and this is the last piece I'll mention on this, is that this situation was fascinating to me because, well, yesterday we talked about another Disney princess. I call them all Disney princesses, even though she wasn't officially a princess. But Sky Jackson, I knew about her because our girls are about her age, or a little bit younger than her, and they looked up to her. She also had a baby with a rapper, and this was a white boy, I think. He looked white. Maybe he was light skinned. I have no idea, but he seemed white. And he also has the criminal record. And it's also another situation where people are like surprised by that, right? And so it's really interesting because if you look at both of those situations, you can see similarities in terms of how um, rap culture, extreme toxic rap culture, not all rap culture, but most extreme toxic rap culture is built on getting attention. It's built on rebellious kind of bad boy behavior. That's pretty much what it is. And with that, what's interesting about that is that there's a lot of studies to show that around adolescence, women are attracted to the bad boys because it reveals confidence and high testosterone behavior, things like that. Even elephants and stuff, when they get to be adolescents, they start doing crazy stuff to impress women. And the women, they like those guys that are the guy's gonna jump off the building or whatever, right? And what's unfortunate about that though is that when you're talking about things like building a family and having babies with people, it's a long-term play. It's a long-term investment. And so if you ever want to end up in a bad situation financially or otherwise, keep making long-term decisions based on short-term realities, right? Keep letting temporary situations lead you to make permanent choices, right? It's similar to like how when they talk about suicide for like if a teenager takes his own life, it's unfortunate because you gave a permanent solution to a temporary problem. You're upset because the girl don't like you. You'd be over it in about 3 months if somebody talked you through it. But because you don't see that right now, you just go ahead and you just take your own life. Now you're missing. Now you're 16. You're gonna miss your 20s, your 30s, your 40s, your 50s, your 60s, your 70s, and your 80s because of some chick that don't even like you right now, right? And we've seen this. We've seen this a lot. And that to me, that same sentiment is not completely disconnected from what sex can do as well. Sex can lead you to make a permanent solution or a permanent outcome for a temporary situation, and then it's almost like a bad loan. It's like getting a predatory loan. A predatory loan is similar in the sense that what they do is they take advantage of your temporary problem to lock you into a permanent financial hell, right? Like they say, "Oh, you need money? You need $500 to pay the rent? We'll get you that $500 because we care about you." So they give you the $500 and then they say, well, just make sure you sign this contract. And this long contract with a lot of fine print that basically says that if you're late a little bit, the interest rate is going to be so high that by the time you get done paying this $500 loan, you will have given us $3,000. That's predatory lending. And I almost call that the economic devil. The devil can bless you too. And when the devil blesses you, though, the devil's going to extract rent. He's going to extract a payment like you would not believe. So, to some extent, life is similar in other areas. You have times where it's like, oh, yeah, there's a pretty girl. I'm going to go and enjoy myself right now. And next thing you know, you're paying for that for the rest of your life. So, that one decision that you made to get that, that hour of pleasure, or whatever it is for you, it has cost you for the next 50 years. And if you don't have perspective, if you don't have financial consciousness, then you won't see it in the moment. That's why the healing is so important. That's why avoiding the trauma responses is so important. That's why it's important to know how to breathe, take a step back and say, okay, what am I doing here? And what's going to be the implication of this? Do you know what happens? Let me just share this with you for anybody that cares, anybody that can benefit from this. Do you know every time my wife gets on my nerves? Because I'm sorry, if you get married, your spouse going. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Like you get people act like marriage and stuff is a fairy tale. It ain't no damn fairy tale. Get that out of your head. It ain't a fairy tale. It's real, right? So every time my wife gets on my nerves, I'll stop and I'll breathe and I'll step back and I'll ask myself, is this really going to matter in 5 years? And then I realize I'm not even going to remember this argument in 5 years. So then I'll just let it go. I'll say, you know what? It don't matter. I'm gonna go. I'll be outside. I'll be in the kitchen. I'm going for a ride. I'll see you later. I'm going in my office, right? And and I think that my wife, to this day, I don't know if my wife knows that I even think this way, but that's what ends up surprising her when I can just let something go. I let stuff roll off my back because I'm like, no, this is a big picture thing. I want to be 85 years old and look back and say, I was consistent. I built a family. I was there for people that mattered for me. Boyce was solid. Boyce was a benefit to the lives of the people that he engaged with. And so, because that's my bigger goal, I'm not going to mess all that up because I want to argue with you over something stupid. I'm just not going to do it. You understand? So that, and if you don't understand, that's an investing decision. That's me protecting an asset. My asset, my greatest asset is my family. I love the people in this house. Yeah, I'm a bonus dad. I know that. And I had some guys make fun of me for that, but I don't. I have no shame in that. I love these kids. These kids are amazing. And I take tremendous pride in knowing that I forged very solid relationships with them, which required me to grow in certain areas. I had to learn how to be a different version of myself in order to do that. Because kids ain't impressed with whatever you've done. They don't care about what you accomplished in the 90s and the 2000s and all. They don't care about none of that. All they look at is what kind of person are you and how do you impact my life right now? And so that required a whole shift in thinking. Don't nobody really they're not real impressed at all. Like if I see y'all somewhere, if I'm in a restaurant, somebody wants my autograph and wants to take a selfie, that's like not a big deal for them, right? So you have to find other ways to connect to people, and it does require you to be able to think a little bit. So think about your life a little bit, right? So what last thing I'll leave you with is I think that one thing you might want to do, and maybe because it's Sunday, this hopefully will help you, is I want you to really think about your life in those three key areas: health, wealth, and relationships. And I want you to imagine what your life looks like if you're physically and mentally healthy. What does that look like for you? And once you visualize it, maybe you make a plan to accomplish that, right? A lot of us, maybe we need to lose weight. I'm not taking Ozempic because I think those like Ozempic drugs and stuff, I keep waiting for them to come out with like the side effects that nobody knew about because everybody's so quick to take a damn pill and they don't even know what's in the damn pill. I'm not like that. I'm not, I feel like I don't trust the medical profession like that. I feel like they overdiagnose and they always want to give you a pill for everything. I'm gonna take my ass to the gym and take my chances at Planet Fitness. What does it look like for you to be mentally and physically healthy, right? There's tools out there for mental health. There's all kinds of stuff out there that can help you. You don't have to take those drugs and all that. In my opinion, I'm not telling you to stop taking your medication. Some of y'all might need it, but really, I think that a lot of things that we apply medication to can be solved in a natural way. I really believe that. And then I want you to look at your relationships. Look at your key relationships with your children, your partner, your friends, and then look at the relationships that add value and the ones that don't add value, the ones that you kind of need to mitigate or adjust or eliminate, right? And then look at your wealth. Do you have enough cash flow coming in, and do you feel financially secure? Is your wealth going up or is it going down? And then think about maybe baby steps you can take that will improve your life in those three areas. I guarantee you that if you improve your life in those three areas, health, wealth, and relationships, you will be a happier Black person. That's it. Like, and that's if you want to know what my goal is, like when I'm talking to you about stuff and people say, well, what does it mean for Black people to be free? And I don't get into all the political conversation and all that. I'm like, my goal is to see if I can help Black people become mentally and physically healthier, have better relationships, and have more wealth in their bank account. I believe that if you accomplish that, and these are things that can be done without the help of a politician. You don't need Al Sharpton to help you do that. You don't need nobody. Really, all you need is yourself. And this is an educational process. So my thought is, if we learn these things and apply these things and just keep a consciousness about how we're doing in each of those areas and address the areas that need to be addressed, then you're taught that's how you improve the lives of Black people, one person at a time. I don't think there's a magical fix-it pill that Black people can all take. Like everybody vote for this politician, or everybody go do this or go do that, but everybody boycott Target together. That's all nice and good, and it feels good. But my question is, does it improve your life? Even when you go see the pastor on Sunday, I know what pastors do. Pastors can give you a pathway to your spiritual fulfillment. They can also give you that boost that we need, right, to get through the week, get through the day. But then I would ask the pastor, like, okay, are the lives of the people in your congregation better because they're coming to church, or are you just making them feel better? If you're just making them feel better but they're not actually better, then that's like putting a person in a jail cell and just giving them enough crack and heroin that they don't realize that they're locked up. Do you understand? Like literally, like I could, like if you take somebody, you ever see like a drug addict on the corner who is literally looking crazy, they stinking, they ain't got nowhere to live, it's freezing cold outside, but because the drugs are so good, they don't even notice. Their brain has just their mind has just left their body, so they're not even aware. They don't even care how they look, how they smell, they don't care that their family doesn't talk to them anymore because the drug is so good. That's what I think about when I see some of the things that are used to kind of manipulate people into making if someone is giving you an inspiring speech or making you laugh, or like comedian. I think that's why we love comedians, because that heals the pain from the trauma and whatever, right? It makes you feel like you're better off, but you're really not. I think that's a lie. That's all living a lie. So my thought is that the goal is not just to have you feel good. I want you to feel good, but I want you to be good. Do you understand? Like I want your life to really be better. I don't want you to just think it's better. This is not opium for the masses. I'm not good at giving the feel good speeches. That's not the goal. The goal is to say, what are practical steps we can take, little things we can do that will improve our lives, that will, really fill up the bank account, right? Really help you to like really feel mentally and physically healthy. Really put you in a position that's more secure. And that's it. I'm done talking. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate your attention, and I hope that this discussion was helpful for you. You guys know how I am. I like to talk about a little bit of everything. I like to talk about life and then connect it back to the economics. So I hope that that's okay. So if you want to get the e-copy of that book, Financial Lovemaking, just go to boyceandalicia.com. You can have it for free. So boyceandalicia.com. Also, we're going to do stock market Tuesdays on Tuesday. So if you have an interest in the stock market, we're up to 88% of you are invested in the market. I want that to be 100% very soon. So if you'd like to join us, you can do a free trial. Just go to drboystockmarket.com. That's our stock market investors club. And last but not least, Dr. Alicia is doing a session tonight, a private session in her book club on how to keep conflict from destroying your relationships. So don't go fighting with nobody. Don't go fighting with your baby mama. Come talk to Dr. Alicia. Let her help you. She's good at this stuff. This is what she's been doing for 25 years. So if you'd like to be notified when Dr. Alicia starts her book club tonight, or you'd like to get an invitation, text the word love to the number 87948. So you can text love to 87948 on your phone. And also you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's her website. And it's someone was asking about stock options. Yeah, we're going to do stock options this week. I'll send you all a message as well for the stock options class. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. I hope you have a wonderful Sunday. See you later. Bye-bye.